till we get to the next step, then we know exactly what to say.
Oh, okay, Mr. Manu, just in reaction to what Madam Ebere has just said, in terms of the presence of security personnel, a lot of security personnel were deployed, according to the IGP, 425,000 across the country. What did you notice in terms of ensuring that this aspect of securing the whole electoral process is well effective?
Yes, again, I think I must commend the security agencies for the good job they are doing to maintain stability of Nigeria during and after the elections. Because right from the distribution of materials last night, this morning, from the rack to polling units, they have been involved to secure the materials to their ultimate destinations. And I must commend them for that. They are also protecting citizenry from any intimidation and harassment. And I witnessed one polling unit where kind of voters became agitated because they had been in the queue for a long time and the material didn't arrive in time. But they were able to calm them and get them in the queue in an orderly manner. That is the essence of what security are supposed to back INEC for us to have a peaceful and orderly elections. So they are in order. But I think I must add that what Nigerians are lacking, perhaps, is the input of political parties in these things. IPAC has been slow, inter-party advisory services, and the agents that I have met at the various polling units, I cannot commend them. Either they have not been given adequate training about the code of conduct and the electoral rules, which must be applicable for them to look at the do's and don'ts. That is where I will fault the political parties for that lackadaisical attitude towards their agents and the elections. Otherwise, other major stakeholders are doing their part. Civil society, media, your good self, the Electoral Commission, fantastic. But for political parties themselves, I think more needs to be done.
Lucy, you want to react to that aspect he just mentioned in terms of conduct of political parties during and before, during and after the process?
Yeah, so from our reports that we got, we had a lot of reports that had to do with political parties. We even had some report that had to do with political party members as INEC officials, you know, in some polling units. Yeah, it was reported across board. And then we also had political parties, and the issues of vote buying was also on a very high margin across all the states. As you know, they were found with cash. Some even had POS to transfer cash, you know. So issues of vote buying is still very, very, very high in our elections. And I think that this is also a call for INEC to find a way to make this to totally go up. Because honestly, when you look at the event that has led to the elections, as much as we are supporting INEC, we also want to support, you know, look at the instances now there being cash, you know, shortage in the country. And if you look at people that are even suffering more are the masses. And who are going to vote? The masses. The women in the communities, in the villages, you know, that don't have access to ATM, even if they had one, you know, that deal on cash policies, on cash transactions. So they were cash strapped. So the election also provided an opportunity for them to be able to access money. So it was easier for people that had cash to buy their votes. And don't forget that there's a slogan in Nigeria that you think about today before you think about tomorrow. The unlearned women in the communities will think of how to satisfy their stomach now and live for tomorrow at least, while you're looking forward to the future. Yes, we greatly disagree and speak against vote buying, but look at the socio-economic status of Nigerians. Look at the poverty index of Nigerians. Look at the out of job index of Nigerians and the youth that are unemployed. So you cannot even take out vote buying entirely, except the economy becomes better and people feel better and people live better lives, that people can have access to education, have access to healthcare, have access to clean and safe water. These are indices that also form people's decision on what to do during elections and when they're casting their vote. So I really want to play it honestly. I know that we are trying to make it look all very good. Yes, they are good. There have been improvement, but we still have a lot to do as not just Nigeria, as the giant of Africa.
Madam Ebere, women were mentioned, and you smiled when the women were mentioned. Were there any form of sensitization, from your coalition before the election, to sensitize women that, oh no, you don't sell your conscience for a particular amount of money? Yes, we understand the economic situation in the country, but was there any sense of sensitization in that regard?
Oh yes, we used the media, both the conventional media and the online media. We had our adverts, on NTA. I think it was NTA Channel 5. We also had it on AIT. We had it on different radio stations across the country, even in local dialects. So we had jingle in Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. There was Pidgin English and then the normal English. Yes, we sensitized women. But let us take it away from women, because
because they're not the only victims.
Exactly.
Yes,
it's just the society.
Yes.
Like she tried to, explain that. Yes, I noticed, a lot of things, pointing towards vote buying, even though I do not really have any proof. But you could see people come out from the polling booths, instead of folding their ballot papers right there at the polling booth, they will come out with it and then, pretending to be doing the thing. But I know that they were sending a lot of information out with that, So, but again, this electoral process, we have to also understand our situation with the money swap. There's so much people, so much suffering on the part of everyone. People don't have funds. I said it one day, it was like a joke, but that's the truth. This will even reduce the value. People who may have stacked 5,000, 10,000 to buy votes will end up using 1,000 and even 500. People haven't seen the new money. They've not touched it. So if they bring it out, you can imagine what someone was doing with 32 million of the new money. When all of us outside, we have not seen it, we've not touched it. So I think we have to work hard. It's not just what INEC can do, it's what we can do as citizens.
Individuals.
It's also what the security agencies can do. We at least, if they really want, someone should be arrested at least and be used as an example to show that vote buying and vote selling is wrong. So it's the society. And more men, actually, because I don't like every time they're talking about
stereotyping the women.
Yes, women. We are not the poorest of the poor in Nigeria. So,
Mr. Manu is 3 against 1. Okay, but really,
What I like to come in
is
that the other side of this vote buying, which maybe you may not have considered, is that the voter is discerning. So the fact that he has taken your money does not mean he's going to vote for you. And I can prove that. Further, Nigeria has had a change of government through the ballot box in 2015. I was here. At that time, the incumbent president was Jonathan. I do not think that the current president, Buhari, had more resources than the then ruling party and president. But because the voters have decided that they wanted a change, no amount of vote buying could persuade them to change their minds. And I'm saying this on authority because CDD Ghana did a research, a poll, and many of the voters responded that they will take the money, but when they go into the cubicle, they will do what their mindset tells them to do. So we should not always assume that because they take money, they are going to vote for you, because a whopping 66% on the research, on the poll, said they will take the money, but they will vote according to their conscience. And I think it's something that we also have to take into account. They say the money does not belong to you. It belongs to government. So if you give it to me, I'll take. But I'll vote according to my conscience in the cubicle. And that's the essence of secret voting. So don't let us always say that you can buy the vote or you can buy the person. Well, maybe, but it's not always the case. And I'm happy that education for Madam Ebere and others will go to strengthen those who want to do the right thing by the education.
All right, Mr. Manu, I'm afraid I have to stop you there. INEC is ready there at the National Collation Center, that's the International Conference Center, for a media briefing to Nigerians. Earlier we told you it's going to start very shortly, and it has commenced actually. By the time we return back to the Verdict studio, my colleague Claire Adelabu Abdurazak will definitely be here. And thank you so much for your time. Let's hope that this will be credible. Let's cross over now to ICC.
The representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations and head of the UN Office for the West Africa and the Sahel. I also saw Comrade Chris Isiguzo, President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. But I have also seen my colleagues from different parts of Africa. So permit me to recognize Mr. Saka Lafia, Chairman of the Electoral Commission of Benin Republic. Thank you, Mr. Lafia. Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Aliu Momarinjai, Chairman, Electoral Commission of the Gambia. We have our own sister, Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And then another sister, Davideta Lansana Brown, Chairperson, Electoral Commission of Liberia. Another sister of ours from Southern Africa, Mrs. Elsie Ngikembua, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. We have Barrister Issa Kasuna, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Niger Republic. We have Justice Jacobs Mwambagele, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Tanzania. And then my good friend, Mohamed Kone, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. And there are other officials of other electoral commissions. So ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the second briefing of the day. Our intention at this briefing is essentially to give you an update. Some questions were asked in the morning. We said we will provide update. The first one is the attack in Goza. Goza is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on two facilities, including a piece of devices in Delta and in Safana local government area of Katsina State. But unfortunately, we also lost 3 Beavers machines in Ayamelum in Anambra State. But we have recovered from all these losses because we have contingency arrangement to respond to any such attack. There were issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing in Abia, the polling units will remain open well beyond the appointed hour until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes. In Imo, the process is ongoing except a few RAs or PUs marred by insecurity and thuggery spread across 7 local government areas. And the situation in Kebbi State is stable. Voting is going on mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but earlier it affected Birnin Kebbi and a part of Argungu, but mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but voting is ongoing. But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa, where in 4 wards, wards 4, 6, 8, and 14, involving 141 polling units, the process was disrupted. We remobilized security. The situation is calm for us to proceed with the process, but the youth corps members express some apprehension of going back. So we met with the security agencies and we have decided that voting in these 141 polling units where the materials are actually intact will take place tomorrow morning. Remember, we are not only doing presidential election, but we're also doing senatorial and federal constituencies. So it's good as much as possible to recover and conduct the elections so that we can conclude the processes. So the youth corps members who are going to serve as presiding officers and other categories of ad hoc staff are agreeable to the election holding in these locations tomorrow. In Lagos, we have been closely following the situation in Okota, Mofoluku, Oshodi, and Elegushi. We have been able to normalize the situation in a number of places, including Ikate, where voting is ongoing. So we'll keep our eyes on the processes in the other areas that I have mentioned. Polling units in a large number of areas closed, and sorting and counting of ballot papers have commenced. Between the last briefing and this one, we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded at the polling units. I would also like to say that in Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. One of the parties whose acronym is on the result sheets, but the logo is not on the ballot paper, in a federal constituency. After meeting with the stakeholders, the decision was taken, since the materials are intact, to countermand the election. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. That is in the next 2 weeks. We are determined that no Nigerian should and would be disenfranchised. So we have been responding to some of the situations as they arise, and we are going to do so overnight. There may be no opportunity for us to brief Nigerians again between now and tomorrow, but if need be, we'll make an announcement and do a briefing before we then open the collection center tomorrow. So this is the update on the situation nationally. But as I said, observers, the media, and all others are also keeping their eyes on the processes and would like to hear from you what you have seen and what more we need to do. In my earlier briefing, I said that the technology actually optimally performed, generally speaking. We're really happy nationwide. This is the first deployment in a major national election, and the technology has given a good account of itself. Yes, we have lost ballot boxes here and there, but it appears that the target of thuggery is now the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. But we will continue to protect the process and will continue to proceed courageously to ensure that we conclude this in a very free, fair, and credible manner. We are willing to listen to your comments and take suggestions and observations. But as I said, we are in the middle of the election, so we'll take a maximum of 3 interventions because we have to go back to the situation room and to continue to monitor the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, INEC. Please, if you want to ask any question, maybe make your observations or make any comments, kindly indicate. The mic will be brought to you.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Harry Awurumibe. I report for Prompt News, online newspapers. Mine is, you mentioned when you were briefing us that beavers, from the information you have gathered across the nation, have performed optimally. But then the bad guys are targeting beavers. And knowing now, and you've met with the chiefs of security, now counting has started. And those beavers are going to be brought to racks. And the bad guys, especially in Lagos, and I'm from Imo State, Okigwe in particular, Olo, Osu, they're going to target the beavers and hijack them. What are you doing about that?
Okay. Good evening, the chairman. Good evening, colleagues. I am Princess Ekwi Ajide of the Anambra Broadcasting Service. Sir, I want to know what will happen to the results that will emanate from Urokwe Primary School and Umwezilibu Hall or Zobolo, where the ad hoc workers did not come, but voters volunteered and started the work. So incidentally, in some places, they voted, they did the accreditation and waited for some hours before they started voting. So what will be the outcome of the result from that place? Thank you.
Follow up, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Ogochukwu Okoronkwa and I report for Radio Nigeria. A colleague of mine that went to vote at Tunga Maje FCT Health Center polling unit said that out of the 5 polling units, that thugs came and made away ballot boxes belonging to 007 and 014. He now said that the people now mobilized and started beating them before the police came, dispersed the people, and later now went out again with the ballot boxes and the ad hoc staff. So for people that were supposed to vote at 007 and 014, voting ended for them. So she's now asking, will there be another opportunity for them to vote, or is that the end of the voting experience for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Sorry, just follow up, sir.
Honorable Chairman to answer those questions, please.
Okay, sorry, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are many, many people who have many, many good questions to ask and suggestions to make. But we are in the middle of an election. And we have to go back to our situation room. That's why we have limited the interventions to 3. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for us to respond, to hear from Nigerians. After all, in our situation room, we have the ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center. And through our social media handles, you can still contact us live and direct, and we will be able to respond to the issues you have raised. And so many Nigerians have been responding and drawing our attention to situations to which we have in turn also been responding. So I crave your indulgence. I'll respond to these 3 quick interventions, and then we go back to our situation room. The first one is the security of the beavers, particularly now that we are going to the next stage. At the polling units, remember, after the ballot papers have been sorted out and counted, and the result sheets duly signed by the presiding officers and the agents of political parties, will snap the picture of that result sheet and upload on the IREV portal. So the question is, what happens? This is partly why I said in my opening statement that we met with the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense. Yes, people are targeting the beavers, but remember also, in our planning for the election, we have made contingency arrangement. In none of these areas where the beavers was targeted was election not held as a result of the absence of the beavers. The highest number came, as I said, from Safana local government area of Katsina State. And as I said earlier in my first briefing, the police, working with the commission, have arrested the hoodlums and recovered 3 out of the 6 beavers, and the manhunt for the other people is ongoing. So we have taken sufficient measures to make sure that we protect the beavers' machines. Remember, we will use the same machines in the next 2 weeks for the governorship and state assembly elections. So we're not joking with this situation at all. It's critical to the conduct of credible elections. Princess from the Anambra Broadcasting Service, results emanating from a primary school where voters volunteered to conduct the election. I know that the Commission appreciates the work of volunteers. That's why we rely on ad hoc staff or temporary staff. But these are staff engaged by the Commission, not staff who engage themselves on behalf of the Commission as good Samaritans. So I'm not aware of the specific details of this situation you describe in Anambra, but as soon as we go back to the situation room, I will place a call to our resident electoral commissioner in Anambra State. So we'll find a way of dealing with this situation. Finally, the issue of Tunga Maji, raised by our sister from Radio Nigeria, that thugs made away with some of the election materials before voting could be concluded. So are we now going to resume voting in these locations again? So what we'll do immediately after this meeting is to call our resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory and find out exactly what the situation is. Surely, if there are still voters on the queue at Tunga Maji, what I have described earlier will apply to that location as well. Anybody who had who was on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes well beyond the official closing hours of the polling unit. So we'll find out as soon as we leave this place. So once again, I thank you and I thank Nigerians for their understanding and patience. We are making really very, very steady progress and will continue to ensure that nothing truncates our democracy or truncates the will of the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our commitment is to the Nigerian people. I thank you very much. But before we close, in case there is need to issue another statement again, we will at short notice inform the media because they are here. But as a matter of course, I would like to invite you at midday tomorrow for the official opening of the National Coalition Center for the 2023 general elections. We hope later tomorrow we expect to have some of the results of the election coming from the states, particularly for the presidential election. So the situation room, the coalition center for the presidential election will be opened at midday tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of INEC, we thank all of you for coming, especially the heads of electoral commissions of sister Africa countries. Thank you.
Drive in the rain?
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
NTA Sports 24, where sports thrive.
Stress is a normal physical response to an event that makes your nervous system feel threatened at the perception of danger, whether real or imagined, giving your body automatic mobilization process known as the fight, flight, or freeze response. This automobilization response, or stress, is designed to protect your body. When it is working well, it helps you stay focused, energetic, and alert. In an emergency, it spurs you into action to defend yourself. Stress, however, becomes worrisome when it is overwhelming. It can damage your health, your mood, your productivity, relationship, and even your quality of life. Stress is chiefly induced by environmental conditions or stimulus and emotional instability. Work-related stress is the second most commonly reported condition in the self-reported work-related illness. According to research results between 2011 and 2012, an estimated 428,000 workers suffered from work stress. Stress affects different people in different ways, but generally, the chemicals that are released by the body as a result of stress can build up over time and cause various mental and physical symptoms. These include irritability, anger, depression, anxiety, food cravings, lack of appetite, headaches, sleep difficulty, and the list is endless. How one handles one's stress depends on the causes and the symptoms, but it is imperative to note that once the pressure or threat has passed, your stress hormone level will usually return to normal.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
There's just something about speed and simplicity, but that speed and simplicity can be deceiving when you get behind the wheel. 30-year-old Emily sent this text message to her husband: "I love you and I'll try to make you happy." Moments later, Emily was killed when her car slammed into the back of a tractor trailer. 18-year-old Midi was also texting when his car slammed into the back of a truck at 80 miles per hour. His final text was,
"Driving and Facebooking is not safe. Ha ha."
You probably think that this thing can happen to you. You are not alone. 55% of young adult drivers say that it is easy to text and drive. 3/4 of the same young adults feel that they are really good texting behind the wheels. Reality is, they are all delusional. That quick look at your phone takes longer than you think. 5 seconds are really long. Imagine you're driving on the road and someone suddenly covers your face for 5 quick seconds, like this. You will probably feel very lucky if it didn't crash. But you chose to take your sight off the road just like that anytime you're sending or reading a text. Texting and driving is fast becoming the leading cause of teens' death on the road world over, surpassing even drinking and driving. But if you think dying in a car crash is the worst thing that happened to you, I tell you it is not. You can survive after you've killed someone else. Imagine spending the rest of your life knowing you killed someone just because of a text message. Now imagine going to jail just because of text message. Still think it will never happen to you? Still think you're the special one? There are so many that have been found guilty of texting while driving. But you can make a difference, just like so many young people have vowed not to text and drive. Leave your cell phone alone while driving. If you must send a text message, pull off the road into a parking lot or anywhere that is safe. No text is so important that it should cost your life or the life of someone else. You are not different. You are not special. You're just another accident waiting to happen if you do not desist from texting and driving. So, don't text and drive.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's for how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with clutch with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushma Lucy Pius Therapy.
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Water is life. It is not a cliche. It is a fact. Medical experts say 60% of the human body is made up of water, just like 75% of the Earth's surface is said to be covered with water. Plants, animals, and humans all need water for various purposes. You may think the call for constant drinking of water is overrated, but here are some benefits of this colorless liquid. Water is the #1 cleanser of the skin, not just from outside, but within. Without water, the skin cannot function at its best. It becomes dry, tight, and prone to aging. Drinking enough water helps to flush toxins from the skin, keeps the skin moisturized, and also reduce acne. Did you know drinking water first thing in the morning fights toxins in the stomach and boosts metabolism? Many health experts say drink at least 8 glasses of water a day. This will prevent dehydration and keep the body at a normal temperature. Water is a great mouth cleanser. It rinses some food particles from the teeth, prevents some buildup of bad bacteria which causes mouth odor. Also, drinking water frequently keeps the mouth moist. Water is a great source of weight loss. Health practitioners advise that water be taken at least 30 minutes before meal. This prevents overeating by creating a sense of fullness. Did you know water helps the kidney remove waste from the blood in form of urine? Every day, the kidney filters about 120 to 150 quarts of waste in form of urine. If the kidney does not function very well, waste products and excess fluid can build up inside the body. This also can lead to some diseases such as the kidney stone. Drinking water helps the bowel to function properly. Lack of water can lead to digestive problems, constipation, and increases the risk of heartburn and stomach ulcer. Indeed, nature has blessed us with water, not only to quench the thirst, but also as a medicine.
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. The ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
Hello everyone. Proud African Roots presents a fun time for children and teenagers across Nigeria and the globe.
Everything you are trying to open the
I don't need a torch, I just need that.
You learned a thing or two from my
Showing every Saturday by 9:30 a.m. on NTA Network. It is going to be a fun time with Grandma Wura and all the Blue Table Talk with Dave and Jess. Catch you soon!
Considering the potential in literature in achieving social change, a reading culture must be revitalized and encouraged, especially among millennials who are victims and promoters of social vices. Literature provides a mechanism for correcting psychology and orientation. This is African Literature on the NTA, the largest television network in Africa, and I am your host, Nen Nabasi. This edition takes a look at some social ills facing the society and how to curb them.
Blessings. And you know our belief about rains. Spiritually, we believe that the rains are a kind of blessing from God, not just for his reward, but also for his rewards for our obedience. So it will not be out of place for me to say congratulations, Nigerians. It's been a very busy, exciting, but most importantly, fulfilling day for everyone. And again, congratulations, because we have proved bookmakers wrong. Generally, the elections, of course, have come. It's been generally successful. It's been peaceful. The reports we gather from across the country indicate, of course, except for one or two lapses here and there, the process has been smooth, it's been peaceful, and of course, mostly violent free. And earlier on, we heard the INEC chairman talk to us about some incidents recorded during the process. This exercise, of course, the attacks he noted in Goza Northeast, Goza local government area in Borno State, very disturbing. Also, he mentioned snatching of ballot boxes, which are also quite disturbing at this time. In terms of turnout, of course, we've seen, again, reports indicate impressive turnout in all the centers, and we will be taking, of course, updates from our zones as we speak right now. Maiduguri is on standby, so let's quickly link up with our correspondent in Maiduguri. Musa Abubakar is with us. Hello, Musa Abubakar. What's the situation from your end?
Okay, even though there was an attack earlier on today in Goza local government area of Borno State, the situation is relatively...
Well, sorry about that. We will, from Maiduguri, let's quickly get to Sokoto to hear the situation there. Once we are able to establish connection with Borno, we will do that. But let's go to Sokoto, Talhatu. Hello, Talhatu. What's going on there? How is counting in progress? Is counting in progress?
Good evening and welcome to Sokoto, the seat of the Caliphate, the 2023 verdict studio. Well, the situation in Sokoto is going smoothly, though with very few hitches here and there, but it has been a success anyway. In Sokoto State, we have a number of 23 local government areas with 244 political wards, and a number of 2,172,056 voters were registered. And out of the figure, 2,097,798 have collected PVCs, amounting to 96% of the total number registered. And only 24,254 have not yet collected their PVC, and the figure stands for 3.4%. We have 3,991 polling units where election is going on, and 8 polling units are not holding election because no voter to cast his vote there, according to the sources from the Independent National Electoral Commission here in Sokoto. Well, we have 16 very densely populated polling units in Sokoto metropolis and environs, and the Independent National Electoral Commission has mobilized 16,000 ad hoc staff and permanent staff to conduct the elections across the state. We have 7,437 security personnel to provide adequate security across the polling units where elections are holding. And we have 231 observers comprising of domestic 197, foreign 30, and international invited observers by INEC. 4 of them are currently in the city of Caliphate. But I have with me two guests to discuss the situation going on in the seat of the Caliphate, the ongoing elections. A public analyst and a lecturer with Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, Professor Bello Daudum Bada. You are welcome.
Happy to participate in this program.
Also with me, the Chairman, Coalition of Non-Governmental Organizations in Sokoto State, Bello Shehu Godabawa. Chairman, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, and good evening, viewers.
We have to watch some reports before going into the discussion. Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol has commended the peaceful conduct of the ongoing election. He was speaking at his polling unit in Tambol shortly after casting his vote.
Exercising his civic rights, Governor Aminu Waziri Tambol said this is one of the ways Nigerians can voice out their choice of candidates to govern them. Governor Tambol expressed happiness on the way the citizens and the election stakeholders are conducting the exercises in a peaceful manner.
Well, you can see that the turnout is very impressive, and it's been like this from the reports I have virtually all over the state. People have turned out en masse to exercise their civic right, and INEC should, because the delays from them, should actually extend the time of voting so that people can exercise their rights. It's not their fault.
He urged Nigerians to ensure their vote counts and make use of beavers correctly to avoid mistakes and invalid votes. In Sokoto, Safia Abdullahi, NTA News.
Elections were halted in some polling units in Gobirawa area of Sokoto metropolis. Usman.
As of the time of NTA News visit to 2 polling units, Guruzau O10 and O11, reports indicate that violence erupted between and among party agents, and that made police to use tear gas to disperse the crowd. In spite of the efforts by police elections officials, as the 2 polling units could not continue with the elections due to rowdiness of the place and inability of the few police to control the crowd. In Sokoto, Usman Mohammed Benji, NTA News.
The turnout of voters in Shagari local government has been impressive. Usman Zubairu has a situation report.
This is JSS Nasarawa 014 polling unit in Shagari local government of Sokoto State. As you can see, accreditation and voting is going simultaneously without any challenges, and there is the presence of security personnel to ensure law and order. And each and every voter is given chance to cast his vote without any intimidation. And one of the things we observe here is that there was a special arrangement for people living with disability, and also an elderly person were given opportunity to cast their vote without joining the queue. And based on the information we have from the INEC officials, they did not encounter any challenges, as everything is moving fine. We are still at Shagari local government, where we have been monitoring how was the presidential and national assembly election. And with me here is one of the voters at this polling unit. I want you to tell me, how do you see the conduct of the exercise?
Partially, I have voted, I cast my vote now, and partially voting is going normal, as you can see. There is some securities issues, and the party, both parties, they are doing their best to see that the election has been conducted.
This audio is full.
Are you satisfied with the whole processes, how it was going?
So far, it is only the people that are here, the place where we are voting, the place is very congested, as we can see. But the securities are doing their best to see that they are in the line. That's the only thing I have noticed so far, the problem.
That is one of the voters here in Shagari local government expressing his confidence on the arrangement done by the INEC to ensure that this election is peaceful and voting is going smoothly, no any challenges the INEC official are encountering.
In most places, counting has already commenced in the city of the Caliphate. Prof, political analyst and a lecturer with Usman Nafud University, Sokoto, specifically European Languages Department. You were here in 2019 discussing the same issue, and you are now here with us to discuss 2023 elections, the events on hold. Looking at the situation from the reports so far, what is your assessment about the conduct of the elections in Sokoto State?
Well, I think the most important, if you look at it, is always the umpire. If the very people have confidence that the umpire will be fair to all, you will find people will conduct themselves peacefully. I think what is happening now is very good awareness conducted by the NTA, other media houses. INEC also has been doing their best to make sure that people developed confidence in INEC. And I think the security people also have been doing their best. Leaders of sort in the state have also been doing their best. Don't forget, Sokoto has always been known nationally and internationally as a place of peace. And this is where we have all kinds of people. So what we are seeing today is a great improvement when you compare this with what happened in 2019. Today, you find people are more organized and more peaceful, and you find all hands are being brought on deck, and the people are making their own contributions. Very early in the morning, people came out and they were very patient, waiting for the INEC staff and the ad hoc staff to really appear. And they assembled themselves very peacefully. I think this is commendable. And another important area is INEC itself. When they came late, Professor Yakubu admitted himself and apologized to people and saying that all those on the queue would be allowed to exercise their voting. So all this, some of these other things you really find will always give people confidence in what they are doing. And I think this is what we are witnessing in Sokoto, and it's really impressive. It is now after 5 p.m. We don't have serious cases of misconduct or serious cases of violence in Sokoto because of the elections. So we are moving relatively forward, and this is really good for the country. I think media, you are playing your own role. The NTA, the elders are playing their role. INEC is developing, making people to have more and more confidence. And I think we will continue to get the people educated on their own rights and to make sure that they exercise their voting rights.
Well, Chairman Coalition of NGOs in Sokoto State, you might have went around some areas to monitor the conduct of the election since morning, and you might have heard from your colleagues in other areas about the situation across the state. What can you say about the conduct of election in Sokoto State today?
I think, as Prof said, that generally you can say it's peaceful, and if not for few cases of, I think we have had in your report, I think Regia. Then we also had that even in Denchadi, we also had that violence erupted in also where INEC materials were destroyed in Achida. So I think if not these few cases, generally we can say the report we have that we are having also, so that those people will not be disenfranchised, so that they'll be able to cast their vote. We also have that concern. We feel that INEC can improve on that, and also generally when you look at the voting population, when you look at the turnout today, you see women come out very very early in all the places we visited. That you could say. I also saw some malfunction of Vivas. I think I was in one of the polling units, 2 polling units in Kware, where Vivas did not work, and even by 12, I think around 3 p.m., the INEC officials had to close and they went away. We also had that also in some places also. There are also these kind of incidences. So otherwise, I think the INEC has tried. The use of Vivas and other electronic devices there is to make it very efficient and make it very easy for people to cast their vote, and it's very fast.
Okay. Prof, looking at the figures, that 96% of registered voters collected their votes, and only about 4.3% did not collect. What does it translate to the current political?
The future is good for Nigeria. The most important is let the people be aware of what is it that they really want, their own leaders, and let them also have agenda for their own people, leaders whom they really elect. And once people are becoming conscious of that, then you feel encouraged, and it is another step forward. This is what it really indicates.
Okay. Briefly, Chairman, what is your message to electorate and the politicians? Very brief, because elections is not supposed to be a do-or-die affair.
Yes, I think first the public, they should know there is no need for them to engage themselves into violence. I think we need, especially at this point of transition, we need a free, fair, and credible elections that will translate into having good leaders that will lead this country. I think this country needs good people to lead us. So there's no need for them to engage into any form of violence or to cause any problem into this process. I think this process, INEC so far, is doing good, and we should allow this thing to go on. And at the end of the day, then I think our vote surely will count.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Prof. Back to Musa Abubakar in Maiduguri for continuation.
Okay, thank you very much, Sokoto. Like we said earlier on, we have with us in the studio here the Commissioner of Police in charge of Borno State Command, CP Abdul Umar, who is going to give us an update on the unpleasant and unexpected attack earlier today in Goza local government. So, sir, what more can you tell us in relation to that?
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, this very morning, by 10:30 hours of the morning, accreditation has gone on, voting has commenced. In Goza, there was this firing from a mountain. The Boko Haram, there's a relative peace in Borno State, and the Boko Haram has been disseminated as such, and the usual thing is we have made our threat assessment, presuming that these terrorists might find a way of disrupting this election. However, we have done our best with the military and the paramilitary. They were denied access as such. This very morning, they went to the mountainous side of Goza and fired 3 rocket missiles. These missiles landed, one on top of a mosque, and the second one just by Dambua Motor Park in Goza, and a filling station, Mbiko filling station in Goza. And incidentally, none of the missiles landed within the voting area. But however, those places it landed, it injured underage children, with 5 of them within the ages of 7 to 14 years of age. These children had no any business with the voting exercise. They are not in the polling unit, but you can now see the action of the terrorists. They are always out to ensure that there is still fear in the minds of the people. But honestly, the people have been sensitized, and this action of theirs did not deter the voters from staying at the polling booth to cast their ballot. As I'm telling you, we are going into counting, and in a short while, the collation will commence. Definitely, when this incident occurred, the military were on ground, because they are giving us outer coverage. They mobilize and chase these criminals up to the mountain, and they are able to disperse them. and the effort of the Air Force is ongoing. I believe we are going to have a fruitful outcome by the action of the Air Force personnel.
We hope and pray so. It's so unfortunate that this is happening on a day like this. Now, Commissioner of Police in charge of Borno State, tell us what measures have been taken to ensure that such an attack does not occur in Goza and other parts of Borno State.
Well, I've told you, we always, whenever we have an assignment, we go on a threat assessment, both the police and the military, and which is strategized. At times, there used to be surprise attack. When these miscreants were denied access to, we had experience in the previous elections, whereby they came very close to Jacana, about 10 kilometers again, and fired missiles. And this time around, all these ground were denied of them, and they advanced to mountainous side of Goza, and they fired in those places. There's always measures to checkmate incidents when it occurred. The military are taking their own, and the police, we have grounded locally individuals who provide us information, movement of these terrorists, and indeed, we are all aware that almost more than 80,000 of these social media, the insurgents have surrendered. And as such, we are having minor, just little of them, marauding within this axis and just trying to create embarrassment. But with the intelligence we are having, I think we are going to have a more proactive approach in the previous election and in the ongoing activities in the theater.
Sir, can you talk to us, can you give us or bring us up to speed with regards to the issue of casualty there?
The 5 young children that were injured, 3 of them were admitted in Goza Hospital. Aisha Mohammed was treated and discharged, while Aisha Yusuf and Mohammed Ali are still nursing their injuries in the hospital. Those that 2 of them that had a serious injury have been moved to Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, where they will be attended to. And there's no fatality, no deaths, and there was no destruction of any property, INEC staff, or any security agent. The idea is they are trying to instill fear, but we're on with the election process.
At this point, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the Commissioner of Police in charge of Borno State Command, CP Abdu, for giving us an update with regards to the attack in Goza earlier today.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'm also being joined in the Verdict 2023 studio by the controller of the Nigerian Immigration Service in charge of Borno State, in the person of Mutawali Kachala Barko. Sir, Borno is bordered by 3 nations of Chad, Cameroon, and Niger. What is the situation along such lines on election day?
Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to meet you at this hour. As a matter of fact, it is a common knowledge that whenever there is election in Nigeria, normally on that particular day, there has to be a border closure. In line with this, as I am speaking to you right now, the Nigerian borders are closed. Right now, borders are closed. There is no movement of persons or vehicles or whatever along the Nigerian border. Right now, as I am speaking to you, the commencement of the closure commenced this morning at 00 hours of 25th February 2023 to 00 hours of 26th February 2023. So that's the situation on ground.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your contributions on Verdict 2023 from the studios of NTA Maiduguri.
Thank you.
That was actually the controller of Nigerian Immigration Service in charge of Borno State Command, Mutawali Kachala Barko. Well, this is the situation for now from Maiduguri. Let us at this point join my colleague Ogochukuka for an update from there. Ogochukuka, if you can hear me, it's over to you now. Update from there. Ogochukuka, if you can hear me, it's over to you now.
Yes, thank you very much. I can hear you loud and clear. And also to say the guests there have done justice to the topic of the moment. Election in Nigeria, Verdict 2023. Decision time. Yes, you are right, in the Benin Network Center, Verdict 2023, studios here in Benin, and we've been coasting around the state with reporters giving us up to speed movements as the events unfolded. And right now, we already had reports on the collation of results, the ballots after the accreditation and voting. And I have in the studio our regular, Dr. Okunzuwa Osawaru, a public affairs analyst. So you're welcome to the studio. He's been with us, and thank you so much for the patience. And you've been following the trend. But let's begin with this report from the REC. It's like breaking now. The election in Esan West, Esan Central, and Igweben Federal Constituency has been moved to another date to accommodate all parties concerned. The Resident Electoral Commissioner, Ubo Efanga, made this known at the Commission's headquarters in Benin. He said the postponement of the election is based on errors identified with the ballot papers. You know, during the day, they said some parties were not captured in the ballot. So let's begin with that. What do you have to say to that?
It's a fair decision. So it's not leaving any political party or candidate at a disadvantage. So it's just leveled up the playing field. So it's a good decision, because that will feed into the credibility of the election and the outcome of that same election whenever it is conducted. So it's a good move.
Okay, so I can see the ink. So you voted. Yes. So how was the process?
Well, the process was very smooth and peaceful, even convivial. That is at the Oredo Ward 5. Ogbe Ward 5, Unit 2, where I voted. Okay. Of course, that's an old neighborhood, and nearly every person knew every person there. So it's an old part of Benin City. So it was very peaceful.
It was very peaceful before we began to saw. We saw reports of pockets of violence on social media and from some of our reporters. It was peaceful until later, the later part of the day.
Well, for the social media, I'll wait for confirmation from your reporters. Well, we'll give some credence to it, and we don't expect a thoroughgoing exercise of this nature where the stakes are very high and you don't have such incidents. So I do hope the authorities in charge will also take care.
All right. Okay, and to buttress that fact, the Assistant Inspector General of Police, AIG Zone 5, on election duty in Edo State, Ede Ayuba, described the presidential and National Assembly elections as hitch-free, and he commended voters for being orderly. He spoke when he monitored the exercise in Benin. Let's see that report.
The AIG, who was monitoring the conduct alongside some officers within the metropolis, said the voters were orderly. Polling units visited include George Ida Polling Unit, Polling Units 1 and 2, Staff Training Center, GRA, Ward 12, Ibiwe Upper Market, Units 3 and 4, Upper Market, Ring Road, and Unit 28, Emopai.
I'm happy with the security deployments. All the agencies that are helping the police, the provision of security for these elections are around.
The AIG also visited the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC Benin, where the INEC Rec Obo Efanga received him.
All right, we also have a report from the governor, the state governor, where he went to vote, and he described the election as impressive. He voted at Ward 4, Unit 19, in Oedo with his wife, Betsy.
Even though INEC started a bit late in this center, but you could see that the turnout is quite impressive. My concern is that the process should be fastened so that we can clear the crowd. From my own observation, from the 3 or 4 votings I witnessed, it's almost flawless. I'm confident because we made adequate preparations to ensure that every polling unit has at least 5 security personnel there. So if it's not the police, it's the civil defense or the DSS. We're going to go around, make sure that we see what's going on across the state, particularly in the population centers. So it's still too early at this point in time to make any conclusive statements.
Okay, that's the governor there. Although he said it was too early, but what we got later in the later part of the day, other than the little...
Well, yeah, too early. That was very scientific. If an exercise is just begun, and you don't know how it's going to turn out, of course, you have to reserve your comments, conclusive comments at that. So, yeah, the governor was scientific in making that statement. So, now the day has evolved. Voting will have stopped in most of the locations, and the collation will have also begun. So, it's now we are beginning to see results trickling in. And, of course, the incidents you have mentioned, of course, I also insist that the social media part of it I would discount. But the ones reports by
our reporters, team of reporters,
so on, yes, we will take seriously, and we do hope the authorities will be addressing them as well.
All right, let's take a look at the performance of the beavers, a new innovation. What's your take?
Yeah, for me, really, I voted in the early hours of today, and it was flawless. I didn't see, and from what I could see, I couldn't see people complaining about glitches. For me, as soon as the team was focused on me, it recognized me. The only thing I had to do was to remove my cap. It recognized me, and of course, I was accredited for voting. I did vote, and I left.
Okay.
Yes, and as I said a while ago, because it's an old neighborhood, people hadn't seen for a long time. It was a kind of assembly of old neighbors, more or less, and it went well, at least at Ihogbe Ward 5, Unit 2.
Okay, so how long did you stay?
Well, I stayed about an hour.
About an hour,
Because
okay,
of
you were
the
in the queue. Okay, yes. But when you got to the front, how long did it take? Was it up to 5 minutes?
Well, about 10.
About 10 minutes.
About 10, okay. Yes. I think the process was free-flowing. The officer in charge and her assistants were very, very polite, even when people tended to be disorderly by leaving the queue and all that. I think the correction was very, very humane and kind. They didn't really suggest anything that was going to invite force or anything. So
what about the migration of voters? We learned some of the voters couldn't locate their voting points. Was that a distraction, kind of?
Well, the intention would have been good. Maybe there was not adequate prior information. Because the Oredo Ward 5, Ihogbe Ward 5, Unit 2, that I just referred to, was already full and overflowing. So they had to decongest the place and move people close to where they resided. So I think they created 3 additional units or so from Oredo Ward 5. So maybe the people who were involved didn't quite know. That would create some kind of confusion on election day. But there will be time to correct all that down the road.
Yes, this is the first time. Well, let's take the Minister of State's Budget and National Planning. He voted at Uzanu Ward 3, Esako East, and he was captured by our correspondent, Victor Odio Archer. Let's take the report from Clem Agba.
The beavers machine has worked well so far. I've seen a couple of people whose thumbprint didn't work, but they had to use the facial. In my own case, I used my thumbprint and it worked well. So far it's so good. I just pray continues like this, not only here, but everywhere else. INEC has done a great deal of improvement, and then Mr. President, and indeed the government, has done quite a lot in providing for INEC. Like you know, 80% of INEC's financial requirements were provided last year, so that they prepare ahead of time.
All right, as a way of wrapping up this session with Dr. Okunzuwa, in the 2011 presidential election, Edo recorded 38.4% voter turnout. In 2016, it was 32% voter turnout, while in 2019, it declined to 28%. It was understandable. That was kind of the period leading to the COVID. And let's take from your point of view the turnout this time.
I expect an uptick. In fact, I don't know the proportion, but we should expect that the turnout today will be bumper. And that would feed into the credibility again of the election. It means voter apathy has receded, at least at this cycle of election.
Yes.
And belief in our electoral system, belief in our democracy will be enhanced. I think we should keep at it. The citizens should maintain their vigilance and their participation.
And improve on it.
And improve on it.
All right. Okay, are there other critical areas that you would want an upgrade?
Well, from what I saw today, I don't know what applies across the country, but what I saw in my own location, I just think INEC has done very well. The BVAS technology is an improvement on the old card reader. So if there is something that is superior to the BVAS machine, maybe INEC should invest in that. The security in the area where I voted today was not in any way threatened. So maybe our security forces devised a method where they could keep away from the venue and everybody will be behaved, well behaved all the same. So security, technology, political parties themselves mobilizing well, National Orientation Agency informing the citizens about what the options are, and so on and so forth. So for me, I just think what has happened today, where I saw it, can be a model for other elections.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okunzuwa Osaru, a public affairs analyst. It's been wonderful having you in the studio.
Thank you. It's my pleasure too.
All right. Okay, Claire, we return to you now for more.
All right, thank you, Ogo Chukwuka Ona. Thank you very much, reporting from our studios in the ancient city of Benin. Thank you, and also thank you to your guest, Dr. Osaru Okunzuwa. Indeed, he is one of our regulars. Let me also appreciate my colleagues from Sokoto and Maiduguri, Talhatu Mohammed and Musa Abubakar, of course, by extension to the guests, Professor Bawa, who gave us actually, they talked about the quality of the electorate from the seat of Caliphate. He also appreciated the efforts of INEC to ensure that, to enlighten the people, and talked about our progression and, of course, maturity of the electorate in Sokoto. Musa Abubakar, also, many thanks to you for bringing in the CP, Abdul Umar, who gave us, update on what has happened in Goza. Now we know that INEC did not record any in terms of, destruction of any INEC facilities. We didn't also record any death, fortunately, but unfortunately there were injuries, and those who are involved are presently receiving treatment in the hospitals. So we really like to appreciate the CP, Abdul Umar, for that information. Let me get back here to my guest to discuss the fallout from Ifendu. Of course, is the champion. I call her a champion of gender advocate. She's the president of Women in Politics Forum. She's right here with us. Thank you very much, Ebere, and of course to Peter Mark for your patience and for us. So let's quickly look at what has happened in Maiduguri. Could that have been avoided?
Well, some of these things, no matter how you prepare for, them, or prepare to go work against such incidents happening, maybe one lapse or the other. So, but let us just be grateful to God that it ended the way it did. It didn't cause so much harm, and the elections also, continued. Not that it stopped anything from happening. So I think. An unforeseen situation, actually. So, yes, because I'm sure the security agencies did everything possible. We had conversations with the IG, we had conversations with the NSCDC, and from across all the states, we got assurances that everything will be okay. So, but there are not really things that you do not expect. So when it happens, then what can we do?
Mr. Manuel, is there anything we can learn from you in this regard? You're an experienced observer, election observer. Is there something that could have been done before now?
Well, I think that Election security management is the preserve of the security agencies, from the military to the police to civil defense organization, etc. Many a time we try to put this blame on the shoulders of the INEC itself, but that shouldn't be the case. Election actually is the business of everybody, and everybody must be involved. The citizenry must be able to whisper something to the intelligence agencies, because intelligence does not operate in vacuum. So if we do not do things together to help the stability of the nation, we should not look at it as if INEC is conducting elections, so they must be responsible for everything that happens. No, INEC cannot do it alone. So I am saying that I am pleased from what I've seen from where the security chiefs are collaborating effectively with INEC. This is rather unfortunate, but I think that they will track the perpetrators and bring them to book and justice. That's what is needed, to serve as a deterrent to others, and that in future, in going into any elections, I know that there are some areas we mark as flashpoints. I do not know whether this particular area was part of the flashpoints to the security agencies. If so, because flashpoints are supposed to be an indicative points to beef up the security in those areas as against normal security. So depending on the flashpoints that were captured by the INEC, by the security agencies, and provided by the public itself, it will help us to prevent some of these things in future.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Manu, for your input. And the police commissioner did say that they have learnt the lessons, at least for future elections. Of course, I have Lucy James Abage, who is also here with us. But Lucy, I'll have to keep you on hold for a moment. Our correspondent, Haruna Mohammed, is joining us from Kaduna. Hello, Haruna. Can you give us an update now?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yes, can you give us an update now in terms of counting of voting? Has it started?
Okay, we're currently at Katsina Road Collation Center of under Ungwan Liman ward. Election has since been concluded in this ward, and various polling units, APOs, are returning the materials used for the election. Although collation is yet to begin, since they're actually waiting for the officers to be back on ground. Yes, so far elections have been peaceful in this local government as Kaduna North local government, and security agencies are on ground fully, providing watertight security. As you can see behind me here is the office of the INEC in Ungwan Liman ward, where they are receiving the materials, and security operatives are actually on ground providing cover for them.
Thank you, Haruna. I was going to ask, did you record any ballot snatching? You have said, the process has been peaceful. Did you record any lapses anywhere?
Yeah, so far there is one polling unit where they were talking about over voting, but I think the beavers have settled that before we just got to this place. But so far, by and large, the election have been peaceful. There is nothing like ballot box snatching, to my knowledge.
What about the conduct of the people? I see from behind you, a lot of them are patiently waiting. Is that the conduct that pervades generally?
Yeah, come again, please.
I said I see those sitting behind you are waiting patiently. Is that the conduct? Is that the feeling? Is that the attitude of the electorate, generally?
Yes, it is. It is the general stuff in Kaduna presently. Now everybody is calm and everywhere is okay, and everybody is waiting patiently to hear the outcome of the whole thing.
Okay, Haruna, we'll just keep you on hold and return to you much later once the collation begins in earnest. And let me come back here to the studio, of course, and Lucy we were talking about the incident in Goza, just before you walked in, the attack, fortunately, it didn't hit any of INEC infrastructure, nor, did it result in loss of life. But as, an election observer, as, a stakeholder, could it have been avoided? Is there anything that could have been done?
Yes, quite well. Of course, it could have been avoided, but of course, not totally. It should be expected, and it could be avoided. And like, our partner here just mentioned, it's a lesson and a learning curve for INEC, to look at those gray areas where we need to pinpoint in the next elections, and maybe in the gubernatorial elections that are coming in sometime in March. So one thing that has been outstanding for us at CODE this elections is that the cases of violence and insecurity has really, really reduced if you want to compare it to the last elections. And that's to say that we've made a lot of progressive efforts and made landmark efforts in improving on that area. And if you move within the FCT, you could see that there are police stationed everywhere. So security issues have been on the clamp down to a particular extent. That doesn't mean that it's not there at all. So in some states, like in Borno, I know that we had reported a case of one person being shot to death, or was it shot to death? Someone died, out of the elections today. And so it's like just scattered around in one or two states, but you can't compare this to previous elections, where you'll just be hearing the same buzz parts everywhere. But we thank God that we are moving forward. So the learning curve is that what do we do to make it moving forward? How do we prevent this from even happening at all? And how do we do a comparative analysis of cases that have been reported across, but over the years in every state, and then use that as a learning curve to prevent this from happening again?
That also reminds me, earlier on, one of my colleagues reporting from one of the states in the southeast, commended the turnout. I think it was what Michael Okpara, sent and all that. And that also struck me that despite the security issues, a lot of people, came out to vote. What does that tell us about, the state or the quality or the attitude of the electorate this time around? Again, let me start from Ebere.
Well, I'll say that electorates are more determined to vote against all odds. And you talked about a state in the southeast. People are clamoring for change. Michael Okpara is in Abia State. So the enthusiasm can't, be curtailed. People just have to go out to vote. And I think it shows that we are beginning to take ownership of the electoral process. We are beginning to understand that it is important for everyone to participate in the electoral process. So from the point of registering as voters, actually, and then to the point of voting today, I've also received reports from Abia State, very huge turnout. It shows that that consciousness is there. And
South, it was of great concern.
Great concern, that's what I'm saying, But people, were really determined to go out. We are not afraid of anything about the sit at home, about, anyone going out to vote will be attacked and things like that. But I mean, when the people are so determined, you really cannot stop them from voting. So I'm very proud of what happened in the Southeast. People turned out to vote, and I just hope that their votes will count.
Mr. Malu, I have a very, one of my favorite quotes. It's by Harry Emerson, and it's about the possibilities, the extraordinary possibilities in ordinary people. Now, do you see that being exhibited in, what has happened in Nigeria today?
Exactly so. What I see is that the voters are eager and anxious to vote, but something must whet their appetite, and that must come from political parties. What policies and manifestos did they campaign on that will whet the appetite of the voter, that this policy, myself and my grandchildren will benefit, so I'll have to go and vote? It's very critical. So parties normally will do a research about the needs of society, and based on that, will come up with a manifesto and sell to the electorate. And this will whet their appetites to get them to the ballot cubicle to vote. And I believe that various civil society groups, researchers, have come up with certain key things that Nigerians want. They want security, they want jobs, they want a running economy. So how did political parties and candidates articulate their manifestos and policies around these key things that Nigerians say they want? And this is what will whet or drive them to the polling stations.
Thank you, Mr. Manu. We'll return back to the studio. Amaka Owo is joining me from Aja in Lagos. Aja, I think it's in Etiosa local government area. Hello, Amaka.
The results.
Hello, Amaka. Can you define where you are?
That is the reason why they make
Amaka, can you hear me? Hello, Amaka, can you hear me? Yes, we.
Okay,
sorry.
so thank you for joining.
Good, great, Amaka, great. Please go.
Thank you for
ahead.
joining us again. And we were heading back to our destination, and we saw this huge crowd along Lekki Aja Expressway, and we got curious and stopped by to know why people were gathered so much, and we saw that voting continued till past 6, and we decided to see things for ourselves. So I have here Philip, who is a voter. So I got curious. I brought him in. Philip, so tell us, why do we have this whole crowd still here, and why did voting last till this time, up till the past 6 p.m.?
Well, I wouldn't say we started late. Should I start again? Should I? Okay, so we actually started at 8:45, and I think the crowd here was actually a lot. You know, as like you can see, a lot of people. You know, so although at some point it was getting a bit rowdy, but the policemen came in, intervened, then, you know, everything went back to normal. Then after a while, things got rowdy again, then the soldiers, you know, came around, and things got, you know, stable again, you know. So they just finished voting. As you can see, the counting is actually going on right now.
Okay, so thank you very much, Philip, for that update. And coming in next is Esther. She's also at the neighboring polling units, Okwado 49 and 50. I went there and saw a lot of arguments. So I want her to tell us, so what's actually happening in your polling unit?
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Esther, like she said, and I am in Ward 6, polling unit 49. But then I also know what's happening in polling unit 50. So for 49, we finished voting we are 88. Finished voting as about 1:30. We all stayed back to wait till 2:30 when accreditation ends, and 2:30 we started counting the results. Results were concluded and all. Okay, upload it on the server or wherever it's supposed to be uploaded. Then they told us that they don't have internet, the PO. And I said, okay, don't worry, I will on my hotspot for you. And the next thing, the BVAS is not working. They cannot upload. So, but it worked for facial recognition, right? Why can't you upload it? And he said, there's something wrong with it. He cannot upload. And I'm like, okay, can you call? And he said that he has to wait for his SPO to get here before he uploads it. And we've been waiting. And then he calls the SPO a few minutes ago. And the SPO is telling him to snap it with the BVAS and save. Now, what is the assurance that it will be uploaded? Now, before now, he refused to allow us snap the authentic results. After like minutes ago, he allowed us snap. And then one official came, and then we actually realized that what we snapped was wrong because he did not put the exact statistics. Even the number of accredited voters, he did not. I don't know what's going on, but it's looking really shady, and it is not nice. For polling unit 50, theirs is a different dynamics in the sense that they were able to upload senatorial results and House of Reps, but they cannot upload presidential. Why? And he wants to go home. We are not living here. I will stay here till 12 midnight until they upload it. They should sort it out.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you very much, Esther. And so that's the much we can take. You can see counting is still on right here at Kokwado. And the people are on ground monitoring the whole entire process. The security operatives are not leaving no stone unturned as they are doing the needful to ensure a heat-free exercise. And that's all we can take for now. Thank you.
Amaka, thank you very, very much. Thank you so much, Amaka Owo, for that intervention. And I wish you can get a full picture of my guests here in the studio. Everyone, Lucy, what's your reaction? What's your reaction?
Man, I'm just so excited, honestly, because people are beginning to understand their rights and their roles in making governance to work in this country. It is not just government, we are partners in this. All of us have our roles to play, and we also have the right to demand, first of all, because INEC said that all results must be uploaded on the beavers before the officials leave the polling unit. It is either that or nothing. So this is just showing you
the insistence.
The insistence.
She was right in insistence.
She was right. That is what INEC has said. That is what the Electoral Act allows us to do. That's the advantage we have by the president assenting to that act, before these elections. So if for any instance you are hearing us now and this thing happened in your polling unit, it means you're not holding your government to account.
Assuming the INEC official there decides to report this young lady to the police authorities, as maybe okay, as an offense. What happens? Because
what's offense here?
Yeah.
Somebody is taking ownership of the electoral process.
Yeah.
There is no offense anywhere. She should be commended. I wish I'll have an opportunity to meet with her. I will want to embrace her and say a big thank you on behalf of Nigerian women. Vigilance, that's what it is. Vote and defend your vote.
Not just Nigerian youths.
No, for me, Nigerian youths, yes. But I said it earlier, Nigerian youths, women and persons with disabilities. We are the vulnerable people. And we are the people taking care of this situation now.
Mr. Manu, don't worry, you fall in.
You see, earlier on, I spoke about political party organization and management and campaign management. If they had trained their agents very well, because when elections end, agents are supposed to get their copies of the election results right at the polling unit, even before it's transmitted. So where are their copies? The agents, where are their copies? I can tell you, I was the campaign manager for the president of Ghana. And by the close of elections the next day, I had all my resources of the 38,000 polling stations intact for my polling agents. Intact. So there was no way anybody can play any games on us. So why are the campaign teams and the political parties, why are they doing that? You go and see an agent at a polling station, he doesn't even have a pen or a paper to take notes. What kind of training did they have? So they don't know that under the law, they are supposed to have copies of the result sheet even before it is transmitted on beavers.
What's this thing about internet and beavers?
Well, even then it says that when there are no internet, you snap it, and when you get to an internet area, it will automatically save and go on the portal.
You know, we were talking about.
And again, if you train your agents, there must be people who, because the portal is open to the public. So who are looking at the portal at this material time to know that PU number so and so has come. The picture that is on it is what my agent supplied to me. We must be serious, political parties and campaign teams.
You know, my colleague Amaka Owo was talking about the crowd. Yeah. You know, Ajah is one of the fastest growing towns in Lagos. Yes. I mean, it's just a few minutes drive, you know, from Victoria Island. one of the, I mean, it's urban sprawl. So you can imagine the crowd and the turnout. And if that particular polling unit is overcrowded, so you can understand why that is so. And so we really want to commend the youth turnout and taking hold of the process and making sure that, as we say, your vote counts.
Yeah.
Lucy, this is how your vote could count.
Yes.
So while the collation is going on, you must guard it jealously. That's what INEC
Yes.
advises.
Yes, it is very important because your vote is your voice. Your vote is your choice. Your vote is another 4 years.
Certainly.
Your vote gives you access to education. Your vote gives you access to healthcare. Your vote gives you access to basic and safe water. These are basic social amenities that fundamentally is a human right that every Nigerian, notwithstanding your class, your status, your ethnic group, your religion, should have access to it. And the only way you are sure of that access is through your vote. So it is our responsibilities, plus or minus, and if I must use pidgin, whether we like them or not, to ensure that our votes and our voices count. Yeah.
Okay, I just would like us to look at some of the statistics. I was just trying to, go through my jottings here. Again, Ogochukwu, when she was speaking with us from Benin, talked about the turnout margin from 1999 to now. In 1999, we had registered voters of about 58 million, and vote turnout was 30 million. And the highest we had was in 2003, with about 61 million. Better, you have all these details on your fingertips. So if I'm wrong, you just correct me. We had 61 million, turnout, and then, voter turnout was 42, registered was 61. And 2019, we had 82. Unfortunately, turnout was 29, was low. So this is 2023. We don't know the margin of turnout now. We don't know the margin of turnout now. So, but from what we hear, from the reports we gather, so I'm expecting that the margin will be higher.
Yeah.
But I'm told to hook up with one of our correspondents. I'm not sure which of the centers, okay, Yahana too. Yahanatu is joining me. Hello, Yahanatu. How are you? And can you tell us where you're calling in from, where you're reporting from, and tell us where the collation has started?
Actually, I'm here at the Electoral Operations Support Center situated at the Independent National Electoral Commission here in Kano, where contact persons are busy receiving calls on the progress of the election from various local government areas across Kano. Actually, from the time I came here, they've received calls of some malfunction of the beavers, and then an action was taken to rectify the situation.
So what happened to the beavers malfunction? Did it disenfranchise anyone? Did it disrupt any process, or after it was rectified, voting continued?
No, they continued with it because there were some backups, as the Resident Electoral Commissioner said. They taking the backup beavers to the various polling units that had problems. So voting continued when the beavers was given to the electoral officers there.
So generally, what happened? What's the conduct of the elections in Kano? And at the moment, what is going on?
At the moment, collation, sorting and counting of votes has commenced in various polling units. And when we went around in the morning, in the afternoon, with the resident electoral commissioner and the police, with other sister security agencies, everything was going on smoothly. It was camp here in Kano.
Okay, so you didn't record, apart from the beavers, some of the beavers that malfunctioned, you didn't have any other disruption. Voting went on peacefully, no violence, no snatching of ballot boxes and all that. So that's great coming from Kano, Yahanasu.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's come back here to the studios now. We're talking about the increase or so about turnout, for this year. Mr. Manu, let me begin with you. From all that you've heard, from the reports from our correspondents and all that, and reports about turnout, what do you think?
I sincerely believe that turnout will be high.
Margin of increase will be high?
Very well. Yesterday, I predicted that at another studio, and I was enthused by the number of people who had managed to collect their PVCs, which is about 93%. And it kept going, people clamoring and asking INEC to extend the date, the deadline for collecting their PVCs. INEC opened up and gave extensions from time to time, and more people were able to collect their PVCs. Even at this last minute, I do not think that they were going to collect the PVCs to go and sleep on it, or people think that they were going to cash or sell their votes.
I'm sorry. I need to put you on hold. My colleague Haruna Mohammed is just in Kaduna, and he has with him the Commissioner of Police from Kaduna. Hello, Haruna. Hello, Haruna. Okay, we're back here now. So Ebere, quickly, just let's hear your perspective before we take a short break.
Okay, I think the advocacy and then
my guy, my brother, my blood. E no get waiting fall from sky, we ground no fit carry. We have been through a lot, and we still stand strong. If you remember, together we overcame monsters, battled the darkness, and even survived loss. But we became unbreakable, unstoppable. So guy, shake off the bad vibe. Face the world with your full chest. Because this life, forget, you and me, now we go run out.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9 Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9 Mobile Experience Center.
9 Mobile, here for you, here.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview channel 264, or live streaming via www.visiontv.co.uk. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Bobby, you still keep old naira inside your mattress? Run! Go deposit them for your Mama wallet. Dial *671# to open a Mama wallet.
All right, welcome back to Verdict 2023 studios on the network service. My colleague Haruna Mohammed is in Kaduna studios, and he's with the Commissioner of Police. Haruna, get on with it.
All right. We are presently at Poli Unit 001, Taiwo Road, Kaduna South. By and large, we have visited various collation centers. The APOs have returned the materials used for their elections. And with me here are the security chiefs in Kaduna who are on patrol, ensuring the exercise is peaceful. I would like to hear some words from the CP, Sunday Babaji. What can you tell us about the exercise so far? You have been on patrol since morning, so what can you say?
Since morning, we've been on patrol with all my sister security agencies, as you can see from the background. The exercise started 8:30 in the morning, and we've gone around. The turnout is massive. People are all eager. They all came out to exercise their franchise, which we provided adequate security, adequate deployment to ensure each and every person casts his vote without any intimidation. And so far, so good. We've been patrolling since morning. We've been going around. No any adverse report received. All the areas are calm. And as you can see, counting in some of the polling units is over. And they are taking them to the collation center, which are also fortified, the collation centers.
Okay, the exercise is still on, as you can see. What are your words to Kaduna residents?
My words to Kaduna residents that they should exercise patience. They should go back home. If you are not a party agent after casting your vote, go home and wait for the result. They should be calm and wait for the result.
Okay. So far, that is what we can get from the CP. They have been on their toes since morning, trying to ensure the exercise is peaceful here in Kaduna. And by and large, like I said earlier, and he has reiterated just now, there hasn't been any report of ballot vote snatching or any security breach in the state. It is peaceful indeed in Kaduna, and we witnessed a lot of voters turnout.
Thank you, Haruna Mohammed. Thank you, and well done. Well done to all of you in Kaduna as well. Let's get back here and quickly. Yes, Mr. Manu, you must conclude your thoughts so that I'll take a berry and Lucy quickly. So we're talking about the margin of increase in terms of voter turnout.
Yeah, and like I said, people's expectations based on policies and manifestos that were churned out by candidates would also put or whet their appetite to be at the polling station, depending on how they associate themselves with their policies. And I think that research by various pollsters indicated that insecurity, jobs, and economy are key things that Nigerians want to see improvements. So depending on how candidates responded to these policies that affect the entire Nigeria it will drive them. It will whet their appetite to go to.
Yes, I better quickly. Some people believe that actually this is the work of the Electoral Act 2022.
I agree with that. When you have kind of trust and belief that the process will be free and fair, especially with the use of the beavers. And then if you recall the elections from Ekiti to Osun, and there's this belief that if you go out to vote, your vote will really count. And then also the anxiety, the anxiousness to see that things really will change. So I think the Electoral Act played a good role. And I'm hoping that if we're able to, overcome some of these series of violence that were recorded, then by the next election, we'll be having over 90% of participation. So the anxiousness is there, and I'm very happy. I'm happy because you can see the role women are playing, and I'm happy that, we are being counted. Our advocacy, the hard work we've done so far. I think the feeling...
And it's 3-1 here.
Yeah. Chairman McManu is a strong supporter of women.
Very well.
He was in Nigeria to establish the Women in Politics Forum. So he is.
He for she.
He for she. A great one at that.
Yes,
so
he for she.
He's not threatened. Yes.
A lot of people believe, Lucy, that this is actually, being propelled by the Gen Zs and the, all the IT generation.
Yes.
And because you see that this system is being driven by technology, that's why you see a lot of, youth population coming out to ginger, the process.
Our national anthem says what? If you sing the national anthem very well, you will know that Nigerians live for tomorrow. And youth are the power for tomorrow. And if you look at who are the receiving end of either good or bad governance, is the masses. And in our population, as the giant of Africa, the youth are leading at every instance. And then we don't get to get the best of life. You see, the Japa tendency has come. And how many youth have 10 to 15 million to leave this country? And we don't have any other country. So this is all we've got. And that's why you see that young people at Federal Housing at the moment, it was raining. And people didn't leave their polling units. I just saw the report. Under the rain, with the instance that INEC went there late, INEC started work there at about 12:01. People were still there. They had over 700 people come out to vote, and they said they must cast their vote.
That's the spirit of the NYSC.
the Gen Z, see, we are not seeing. Now, the youth are a force. We are a force. And one thing, beyond speaking as a youth-oriented organization, I'm speaking as a young person. One thing you must look at when you're making policies, one thing you're looking at when you're leading people, look at what do the people want. What are the heart and desires of the youth? If we are not benefiting, we are not on the table making decisions that will affect us, then when you come out, we are going to look at, do you have us as, in your interest? Yeah. Do you have us in your interest? So, like you were talking about the margin, voters turnout margin, you're going to see a massive increment. A massive increment tied to so many things. Look at their fuel scarcity for the last how many months. We've been queuing with our money to buy fuel. Look at job employment. Look at healthcare system. You can trickle it down to even food. The cost of food, the cost of something as cheap as gari. I remember I used to buy gari, like a mudu in Abuja when I came newly, at 100 naira. Yes. Gary now is like 1,000 naira. So why would I go vote?
No. So technology is key for this process.
Technology is key, but it's also driven by what is on ground.
Yes.
What technology are you seeing?
Is key. So let's quickly, in less than 3 minutes, because we must conclude this session, in less than 3 minutes, Mr. Manu, if you're ready for me, the ballots, we of course, some people have reported ballots that were snatched. Now, with the input of the technology, the beavers, I mean, this doesn't affect anything, does it?
Oh, it does. It does, certainly, because beavers does not do the counting. We are not doing electronic voting here. If we were doing electronic voting, that's a different ball game. We are doing manual backed with technology. So beavers will identify the individual with his biometrics.
Okay, Ebere.
Well, definitely it will affect, but I think the right thing to do actually is anywhere that's, ballot snatching, that result of the polling unit should be cancelled. And then if it will affect the results, then let there be another election.
Okay, Lucy, your final thought on that?
Yeah, so I feel that everyone should vote. So INEC should look at centers that had issues with beavers, had issues with snatching of ballot papers, and let's have another election set out for them because we want everybody's vote.
Lucy James Abage, Director of Programs, Connected Development Code. I'd like to thank you very much. Let me hold on. Peter Mark Manu, former chairman of NPP Ruling Party. That's the New Patriotic Ruling Party in Ghana. Thank you very much, sir. Ebere Ifendu, women champion, President, Women in Politics Forum. I'd like to appreciate all of you. You've been very, very patient, Ebere. I know very soon you just go out there and continue your job. Mr. Manu, thank you very much for coming to share your perspectives with us, and also to you, Ebere. Let me also appreciate my colleagues that have, of course, joined me in this conversation from Kaduna, Sokoto, Benin, and Lagos. Verdict 2023 will return at 8.
...24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization. President Muhammadu Buhari has described as impressive and satisfying the arrangements put in place by critical stakeholders towards ensuring the successful conduct of the general elections. Speaking to newsmen in Daura after casting his vote in the presidential and National Assembly elections, the president expressed absolute confidence in the ability of the governing party in retaining power. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has the details.
President Muhammadu Buhari arrives Sarki Yara Ward in the ancient town of Daura to vote in a presidential and National Assembly elections for the last time as head of state. Accompanied by his wife and First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, the president went straight to his polling unit 003 at Kofar Baru. Armed with his PVC number 187, the Nigerian leader, strictly following the accreditation processes, cross-checked his name on the voters' register, had his card verified and biometrics authenticated by beavers. The president thereafter received his ballot papers, thumb-printed secretly, and voted for candidates of his choice. First, the presidential, followed by senatorial, and then House of Representatives. A similar exercise was also performed by his wife Aisha Buhari at the polling unit under the watchful eyes of party agents, law enforcement officials, and observers. President Buhari then spoke to newsmen on his impression with the arrangements put in place for the elections across the country.
I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it, in Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
This is the first time since joining partisan politics in 2003 that President Muhammadu Buhari voted for someone else in a presidential election, as his name is not on the ballot. NTA News sought to know his experience.
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the 4th time, I said, God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
The president then...
Awolowo Street, Ikene Remo. Accreditation and voting started at about 8:30 a.m.
No problem at all. Everything is okay, peaceful. Problem.
Few minutes to 10 a.m., Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and wife Dolapo arrived at the unit. And after going through the process, the Edo proceeded to cast their votes. And the whole process lasted for about 10 minutes.
It's been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 113 eligible voters on the list displayed at this unit. The couple are 94th and 95th on the list. And on occasions such as this, you still find old men and women getting to the polling units armed with their PVCs earlier than the youth and ready to vote.
I have to come out because I want Nigeria to be settled. I want Nigeria to be good in position. That's why I come.
Vice President Osinbajo and wife Dolapo paid homage to 2 of them and received their blessings. Udo, after voting, retired to the Legacy Center, a center established in honor of late Ayodele Soyode, mother of the Vice President's wife, a training center that has produced thousands of men and women since inception in 2006.
This is a place where people come to get help and where a lot of training is done.
From Ikene Remo in
Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed joined eligible voters in his country home, Oro, Kwara State, to take part in the Presidential and National Assembly election with a call on Nigerians to embrace election as a way of life. Anthony Forson reports.
head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, alongside his family members, arrived his polling unit to cast his ballot. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who spoke to journalists.
Polling unit 006 Ward 2 Oro is the minister's polling unit. By 20 minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning, accreditation and voting had commenced simultaneously. On arrival, the minister joined the queue for almost 40 minutes before it got to his turn. Just like every other voter, he went through the procedure and cast his vote. The enthusiasm was obvious as the young, old, men and women all waited patiently for their turns. Speaking with the minister about his impression, revealed he is satisfied.
I think you can see the determination and resolve on the faces of all the voters. They've been very patient, and there's an atmosphere of conviviality. I hope and wish that this will be the same atmosphere and ambience in every other polling unit. But I think I'm very impressed with the process. Yes, it takes quite a while, but everybody has taken his own time, and there's no intimidation part of anybody.
He equally has this advice for the electorates.
We should just take voting periodically as a way of life, and we should get used to it just the way we get used to any other aspect of life. Yes, there will be preparation, there will be heightened tension. Each party would canvass and want his or own candidate to win. But I think overall, you can see that it's kind of it's a kind of anticlimax.
Aina Adiola is voting for the first time.
I'm very happy because it's my right, and it's a must for me to do it.
Speaking to some of the aged, revealed a high level of satisfaction. Anthony Forson, NTA News.
Sorry about the initial mix-up of that report. Moving on, former President Olusegun Obasanjo says he is impressed about the introduction and workability of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. The former president gave his impression after casting his ballot at Unit 2, Ward 11, Sokori, Abeokuta North, local government area of Ogun State.
I came in, I was given, I was checked. Then they asked me to remove my glasses, and I removed my glasses, and then my picture appeared. That's a new one, if that will happen all over the country, I think we are making progress in that regard. And of course, election is the beginning of good governance for any country.
The former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, has described the voting process as easy, smooth and seamless, while calling on Nigerians to extend the peaceful conduct beyond the process and accept the outcome of the elections. The elder statesman stated this after exercising his franchise alongside his family members at the Uphill polling unit in Minna, Niger State.
Former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, alongside his family members, arrived his polling unit to cast his ballot. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who spoke to journalists after the exercise, commended the electoral body for making the process easier.
The procedure I have seen is very comfortable. It is very easy. Once they identify you, they give you voting cards, and then you go, you cast your vote. I think from what I have seen, everything is going on smoothly and peacefully. With Nigerians and Nigerians should vote according to their conscience. Please, nobody should sell his vote or her vote. And also, when the result is declared, I hope we'll maintain the peace in the country.
Earlier, NTA News caught up with heads of security personnel in Niger State.
From the place that we have visited so far,
everything is fine. The people, the electorates, they are conducting themselves very fine. And the process is going on smoothly.
As at the time of filing this report, Minna, the Niger State capital, was peaceful. It is hoped that the atmosphere will be maintained to the end of the exercise. In Minna, Hussaina Musa, NTA News.
The electorate in Gombe State judged the BVS technology is a good step in the development of Nigeria's democracy. Emmanuel Akila reports that the voters, including Governor Muhammadu Inuwa Yahaya, who cast their ballots, expressed confidence for a credible election in 2023.
They come with their permanent voters card to exercise their civic duty in the presidential and National Assembly elections. In the polling units we visit in Gombe, the Gombe State capital, no hitches hampered the election process. Everything is going on without hitches. The electorate, who hold the verdict in their hands, are happy with the level of development of Nigeria's electoral process.
Going forward, I urge INEC to be more innovative so that such initiatives will be introduced, and that when we digitalize all processes, I think we'll have it easier for everybody.
This one is very successfully and very clearly, very easy, no problem.
Security agencies are visible in all the polling units visited in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In Gombe, Emmanuel Akila, NTA News.
Some challenges were experienced in parts of the country owing to late accreditation of prospective voters. Correspondent Adino Joshua Justice reports that the delay in Takam local government area of Taraba State was due to mix-up of sensitive materials from EC8A, which is the presidential result sheets.
The high visibility of security personnel all around the town restricted vehicular movement as only essential workers were allowed to pass through. In 3 polling units visited, Rogo Ward, Konfasariki Duse Ward, and Tikari 1, the agitated prospective voters complained that the delay has changed their plan for the day.
We are here since around 6 in the morning. So we are not hear anything about it. We don't have anything to say now because we do not they are not come to say anything about the election.
We are just feeling very bad. We are feeling very bad about the situation that we are now. We're supposed to start in this thing around 8, but up to now we don't even start anything.
We are now in another polling unit. Here is Kofan Seriki Duse Ward. We are with Maman. Can you tell us exactly what happened?
Yes, this morning at about 8 o'clock I came to my polling unit. Here is Kofan Seriki polling unit to cast my vote. I couldn't get any one of the INEC officials. And the rumors we're hearing is that the result sheet of the INEC material is missing, that of Takum local government area. At the end of the day, if we are not able to send, we will march to the police station and tell them what happened to us.
That yesterday they have not bring ballot paper for president. Why other states are doing? I don't know what is happening to Taraba State.
At the INEC local government headquarters Takum, the INEC ad hoc officials and security personnel were seen waiting for the sorting out of the missing form.
This is around 9:25 in the morning. This is about now the ad hoc officials, other electoral officers are taking off. This is about 9:35 in the morning, having sorted out the missing link, that is from EC8A. The electoral officer assured the people that there will be extension of voting time, that they will not stop accreditation until the last man standing. From Takum local government headquarters, Taraba State, I am Edino Joshua Justice, NTA News.
Sorting and counting of ballot papers is ongoing in many states across the country. Correspondent Abdullahi Ajia has a situation report in Abaji Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory.
Well, in an atmosphere of calmness and high expectations, voting in most of the polling units have been concluded in Abaji. Sorting and counting have also begun, and in most places also, the sorting and counting have also been concluded, with results being awaited. Party senatorial. 1, 2, senatorial. APC. 1, 2, 84, 85, 86. PDP 86. Of course, Abaji women came out in their numbers to be part of the process, and not only being part of the process, but staying behind to be part of the sorting and counting of the votes.
You can see they are still here waiting for the votes to be sorted and counted. The women have showed us that our strength is our power. We don't need to carry weapons, we don't need to carry tools that are dangerous, but our PVCs will decide. And today I'm very, very optimistic that my women came out and voted.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We have more reports. We will come back after the break. Stay with us.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Entel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit entel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Entel. Live more.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Many thanks for being there. The Nigerian Bar Association has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the 2023 presidential and parliamentary elections. President of the association, Yakubu Mikel S.A. entered this while speaking with judiciary correspondent on the preliminary report of the NBA Situation Room. Dele Atumbi reports.
Nigerian Bar Association Situation Room in Abuja has over 1,000 accredited observers all over the country. The association notes that election commenced at the scheduled time in about 75% of all the polling units across the country. The Nigerian Bar Association is also impressed with the turnout of the electorate for the election. The peaceful conduct of the exercise also attracted the attention of the most respected bar in Africa.
Our observers have reported that about 75% of the polling units across the country, accreditation and voting have commenced in orderly and peaceful manner. I can also attest to that in the several polling units that I personally visited, and also the observers within the Federal Capital Territory just came back, visited not less than 35 polling units. And in all of these polling units, elections are going on peacefully in orderly manner, and that is highly commendable. We also observed what I would consider about 100% compliance with respect to restriction of movement in FCT, and also the reports that we are getting from other parts of the country.
The NBA appealed to the electoral umpire to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised due to late arrival of election materials. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and the Commonwealth Observer Mission to Nigeria's 2023 general election are happy with the peaceful and orderly atmosphere that have so far characterized the country's presidential and National Assembly elections. Timothy Yusuf reports.
Deployment of It's an interim report on the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections. The elections have so far been smooth, with minor reported hitches in delivery of voting materials and malfunctions of the BVAS machines. The security arrangements put in place are up to the task with utmost civility.
The issues of vote buying. The Situation Room received reports indicating attempt by political actors to engage in vote buying. We commend the security agencies for swift action that they have done in terms of apprehending suspected perpetrators of vote buying.
Yaga Africa also presented a similar interim report with few cases of violence recorded in some parts of the country.
Yaga Africa observed that the beavers was deployed across all polling units. In 3% of the polling unit, Yaga Africa observed the deployment of 2 or more beavers devices. In 98% of the polling unit, the beavers had 0 record for the total number of the accredited voters on the beavers before the commencement of the process.
Democratic tenets, they noted, can only be getting better in Nigeria as a pace setter for other African countries. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) says logistics as well as challenges associated with insecurity in some parts of the country is responsible for the delay in the commencement of voting in some polling units. INEC National Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu says voting did not commence in 4 local government areas of Imo State due to security issues. He says talks are ongoing with security agencies to ensure the people in the affected local government area are not disenfranchised.
Unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The Commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia State that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia State. We are also aware of the situation in Imo State. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Oguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. I want to assure voters in those locations that election will hold and they will not be disenfranchised.
Confirmed insecurity issues in Shiroro local government area of Niger State and Goza in Borno State.
The military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. Some people were injured and they're in hospital. We wish them a speedy recovery, but no destruction of INEC facilities and no disruption of the electoral process.
In the local government area of Katsina State, Professor Yakubu says thugs disrupted voting arrangement, snatched 6 beavers, but 3 were recovered by the security agents. A similar incident, he says, recorded in Delta State. He says the rain recorded in some parts of Abuja on election day is pre-onset rainfall for the year 2023. The rain, which started about past 4, lasted almost 30 minutes in the central area of the Federal Capital Territory. Director General of the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, Professor Mansur Matazu, in a chat with correspondent Musa Baba Ali, said the rainy season is yet to commence. He says what triggered the rain is abundant solar energy coupled with the Harmattan dust, which served as condensation nuclei, leading to the short-lived storm. Based on the 2023 NIMET prediction, the rainy season is expected to begin in early March around Niger Delta, South states. Next is a check on weather prospects for Nigeria and some cities of the world. That's the news. Remember to connect with NTA in the campaign against rape and rapists. I am Olajide Bello.
Hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
No guts, no glory, they say. What makes a being extraordinary, exceptional, and unique is the extra effort and attempt you put into achieving one's goal. So don't just talk the talk, walk the walk as well. Hello and welcome to Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. I am Hamida Aregwe. First on our timeline today is an interview session with a spoken word artist, Deji Ige. Let's enjoy.
From the vantage of enclaves where they cut teeth with wedding ring, teething girls, I shed mournful tears for baby women snatched from cradle at the sight of pebbles on their barren chest. For each a wedding dress in the name of faith, their body minds caged with wedlock, their innocent souls buried in the sepulchre of marriage. Marriage mostly to grey men, an inch away from great beyond. My grudge is not with their faith, not the scriptures of their faith, but the size of their dress.
We have with us a spoken word artist. His name is Deji Ige, and he's here to show us or to tell us more on what it means to be a spoken word artist and more. So, hello.
Hello.
Thanks for coming up for us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, so spoken words. What does it mean to you?
Okay, I'll start by saying spoken word is about oral art. It's an oral art that anchors its aesthetics on creative use of words. I mean, word crafting and delivery, especially delivery.
Yeah.
Basically that.
What inspired you to be a spoken word artist?
Okay, mine came out of two major things.
Okay.
First, passion for words and word crafting.
Okay.
The second thing was I had the tools for what I do, meaning the words, the right words, those.
True.
Then, yeah.
I was about asking, what do you mean by tools?
Exactly. I had the tools, and I could find my way around words and word crafting, and finally I became a spoken word artist and a poet.
So I know you have an album. So what inspired you to work on that album?
Yeah, the album is called Vintage. Vintage was born out of first passion for poetry and spoken word poetry. It was born out of passion for creativity, meandering ideas, meandering thoughts, and untamed expression. At some point, you have an expression.
Untamed expression.
Yeah, you have this expression that you cannot tame, and you want to bring it to the fore. You want people to hear what you have to say. You want to send your words to a very large audience.
Yeah.
So, Vintage was born out of those elements.
The title Vintage, what inspired that title? Yes.
Vintage. Okay, the first track in the album is titled Vintage.
Okay.
Fine. Now, why did I title the entire album Vintage? Basically, the album is a conglomerate of 10 tracks.
Okay.
Now, within each of the tracks, you could find something undying, something from the past that has lived it with us for ages, in the sound, the tune, the words, the effect, the ideology behind each work. So eventually we couldn't find a better way around titling than to name it Vintage. Yes.
Spoken word artists are known for their in-house performances and presentations and all that. I think it's very, very rare. Well, for me, I would say I've never seen an album done by a spoken word artist. So this would be a first for me. So what inspired you to do an album on spoken words?
You're very right. Now, when you speak to an audience of 100 people, you're talking to 100 people.
Yeah.
100 people can carry your message to another 100 people.
Yeah, true.
But when you do an album, or when you write a book, you are sending your words out to it's fun, It has an element of history, it has music, tune, it has silence as well, different words, diverse ideas. But basically, I would say this album is meant for one major purpose: to promote first spoken word poetry, to promote the art called poetry, performance poetry, spoken word poetry, or what people call spoken word, to promote that. Then the second thing is to give people another way of thinking. The album is quite ideological. Some of the tracks are quite ideological, like Africa Remembers. Africa Remembers is extremely ideological. What binds me to her, which is about Nigeria, my pact with the country, is highly ideological.
You know what they say about passion and how it keeps pushing you to win and conquer. That's the story of Deji, who has chosen to keep using his passion to win new grounds. Talking about winning and conquering, here is Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who has done nothing but to keep winning, and she is our icon of the week.
It's not only you young people who need hope. The older people also need hope. And when I see the quality of what you're asking, it makes me emotional. Because it means that we cannot give up. You're still thinking, you're still wondering, you're still pushing.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is a Nigerian-born economist and international development expert. Born on 13th June 1954 in Iguashi, Oko, Delta State. She had her early education at Queen's School, Enugu, St. Anne's School, Molete, Ibadan, and the International School, Ibadan. In 1973, she moved to the United States of America to study at Harvard University, where she graduated with an AB in economics in 1976. And in 1981, she earned her PhD in regional economics and development from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, with a thesis titled Credit Policy, Rural Financial Markets and the Nigerian's Agricultural Development. She spent a 25-year career at the World Bank as a development economist, scaling the ranks to the #2 position of Managing Director of Operations, the position she held from 2007 to 2011. As Managing Director, she had oversight responsibility for the World Bank's $81 billion operational portfolio in Africa, South Asia, Europe, and Central Asia. She also served 2 terms as Finance Minister of Nigeria, 2003 to 2006 and 2011 to 2015, under the leadership of former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan, respectively. During her first term as Minister of Finance under former President Olusegun Obasanjo, she spearheaded negotiations with the Paris Club that led to the wiping out of $13 billion of Nigeria's debt, including the outright cancellation of $18 billion. In 2003, she led efforts to improve Nigeria's macroeconomic management, including the implementation of an oil price-based fiscal rule, where revenues occurring above a reference benchmark oil price were saved in a special account called the excess crude oil account. She also introduced the practice of publishing each state's monthly financial allocation from the federal government of Nigeria in newspapers. This action went a long way in increasing transparency in governance. With the support from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund to the federal government of Nigeria, she helped build an electronic financial management platform called the Government Integrated Financial Management and Information System. She also initiated the Treasury Single Account (TSA) and the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System (IPPIS), a system aimed at helping to curtail corruption in the government's financial operations. But the implementation of these initiatives suffered several setbacks until the coming of the President Muhammadu Buhari-led government in 2015. Okonjo-Iweala was also instrumental in helping Nigeria obtain its first ever sovereign credit rating of BB- from Fitch Ratings and Standard & Poor's in 2006. After her first term as Minister of Finance, she returned to the World Bank as a Managing Director in 2007. And in 2011, Okonjo-Iweala was again appointed Minister of Finance in Nigeria with the expanded portfolio of the Coordinating Minister of the Economy by former President Goodluck Jonathan. Under her leadership, the National Bureau of Statistics carried out a rebasing exercise of the Gross Domestic Product, GDP, the first in 24 years, which saw Nigeria emerge as the largest economy in Africa. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's expertise and knowledge of economics made her a force to reckon with. She served and still serving at several international organizations and governments alike. She sits on the boards of Standard Chartered Bank, Twitter, Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, and the African Risk Capacity. Okonjo-Iweala was a member of the International Commission on Financing Global Education Opportunity from 2015 to 2016. She was co-chair of the Global Commission for the Economy and Climate. She also served as a co-chair of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, the Commission on the New Climate Economy, the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on the post-2015 development agenda, and the renowned Growth Commission, which was led by Nobel Prize winner Professor Michael Spence. She is also a member of the International Advisory Board of Japan International Cooperation Agency, member International Advisory Panel for the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank since 2016. She was an ex-official member of the Board of Governors at the African Development Bank from 2003 to 2006 and from 2011 to 2015, as well as member of the International Monetary and Finance Committee (IMF) from 2003 to 2006 and from 2011 to 2015. She was also a member of the Joint World Bank IMF Development Committee in 2004. Since 2019, she has been part of UNESCO's International Commission on the Futures of Education. In 2020, the International Monetary Fund's Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, appointed her to an external advisory group to provide input on policy challenges. Also in 2020, she was appointed by the African Union as a special envoy to solicit international support to help the continent deal with the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Ngozi-Iweala is a member of Board of Trustees, advisory boards, and councils of several international non-profit organizations. These include the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace since 2019. She is also a member of the advisory board at Bloomberg New Economy Forum since 2018. Member of the Board of Directors at Results for Development, member Africa Advisory Council, Women's World Banking since 2014, amongst many others. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala has received numerous recognitions and awards. She was listed as one of the top 100 most influential people in the world by Time in 2014. She was one of the 50 greatest world leaders by Fortune in 2015 and top 100 global thinkers by Foreign Policy in 2011 and 2012. Also, she was listed one of the top 100 most powerful women in the world by Forbes in 2011, 12, 13 and 2014. She was one of the top 3 most powerful women in Africa by Forbes in 2012. Similarly, she made it to the list of top 10 most influential women in Africa by Forbes in 2011 and top 100 women in the world by Guardian in 2011. Dr. Ngozi was among the top 115 women in the world by Newsweek in 2011 and top 100 most inspiring people in the world delivering for girls and women by Women Deliver in 2011. She was also listed among 73 brilliant business influencers in the world by Condé Nast International. In 2019, Okonjo-Iweala was elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. She was also conferred high national honor from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire and the Republic of Liberia. She is also the recipient of Nigeria's Commander of the Federal Republic, CFR, and several other honors too numerous to mention at a go. Okonjo-Iweala has also received honorary degrees from 14 universities worldwide, including some from the most prestigious colleges in the world. She also has several publications to her credit. In June 2020, President Muhammadu Buhari nominated Okonjo-Iweala as the country's candidate to contest for the position of Director General of the World Trade Organization. Okonjo-Iweala is one of the 8 candidates contesting for the Director General's position at the World Trade Organization later this year. Dr. Ngozi Iweala has not only been successful at the national and international stage, but at the home front as well. She is married to Dr. Ikemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon and blessed with 4 children. Dr. Iweala has no doubt displayed tremendous achievements in her professional career, setting unbeatable standards and creating a pathway for the upcoming generations, especially the women folk. She is an inspiration to all who strive for ultimate success in chosen endeavors. She is a true Nigerian and a patriotic one at that, and a role model worthy of emulation. We wish her success in her bid to clinch the prestigious position of the Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is our icon of the week.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has proven to us that women are not vulnerable, dull, or object. We're strong, powerful, and unique, and she is our icon of the week. Don't forget, our social media handle is running on top of the screen. We're going on a short break, and the rainbow will be back.
Welcome to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Coming up next is Do You Know? all we're taking for today. Don't forget, our social media handle is open to you for your comments and your observation. Let me say this to you. We've been taught and raised to win and succeed, but do we have the guts to fail? Tomorrow is the first day of the rest of our life to practice what we preach. I hope you preach.
"24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International.
When life gets busy, you can always rely on GoTV to make things a little easier. Upgrade to the next package and we'll boost you to a higher package for free. GoTV. Love it.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. You can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere.
Hello and welcome. We're back in the Verdict 2023 studios here at the NTA headquarters in Abuja. It's been a wonderful day so far, and a few hours ago it showered in the Federal Capital Territory. You know, and some people have a way of explaining these things. But then the much-awaited day has come, and we have seen how it's gone. So far, there are many Nigerians who would say so far so good. Yes, there have been challenges, pockets of challenges here and there, but on a general scale, there are many who are agreed that it's so far so good. Welcome to the Verdict 2023 studios. I'm Cyril Stober. I have with me in this segment two gentlemen, Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Nick, thanks for being here again.
Thank you for having me.
We started this yesterday, and here you are today.
It's my pleasure.
Good to have you. We're also joined by George Agbakahi. He's a political affairs analyst. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. So, we'll pick up from where the last group left, examining how the day has been and projecting what is likely to happen. But let's start off. Nick, yesterday we kick-started discussions on today's events. And I want to believe that you've had time to be around and be at some of those centers. What are your impressions generally about what happened today?
Well, I've been privileged to go through some of the centers, and I've also had reports from the field. And there are two things that are remarkable about the elections that I've observed. One is the resilience and the steadfastness of Nigerian voters. They turn out in their numbers, and they turn out very early. Even when INEC officials were not there, they waited patiently for them to arrive, to set up the polling units, to open the polling units, to begin accreditation, and to commence voting. So I salute the Nigerian voter for his resilience, or for her resilience. I also salute the security agencies. I laud them because even in areas where we had mapped out, where we had identified as capable of being prone to violence, particularly in the southeast, in the northeast, you know, voters turned out and they were given robust protection by the security agents. I have in mind here states such as Abia, such as Imo. In fact, in many of the polling units in Imo, people turn out in their numbers, defying the security situation. And they waited, even where INEC staff had not arrived, you know, and they waited patiently. So for me, these two categories
of stakeholders deserve to be praised for their resilience, for their steadfastness, for their perseverance. And in addition to that, also, if you look at the turnout by geopolitical zones, the Southwest would appear to have excelled because the turnout, even according to other observers such as Yaga Africa, reached the proportion of 63 to 65% by 8:30 in the morning. It wasn't the same in other jurisdictions, particularly in the FCT, where we expected that the turnout would have been higher before, 8:30. In the city center, for example, Area 8, Area 10, Kado, Lube, and some parts of challenges, with ANEC officials standing up in good time. In fact, there were reports that some of the ANEC officials claimed that they missed their way. For me, it was disappointing. And it was as shocking as it was disappointing, because I know that a day before the elections, that is yesterday, the ad hoc staff were embedded in the racks and super racks across the FCT. And they slept in these super racks, and they were supposed to have taken off from these super racks from 5 to 6 in the morning. And the distance between where some of these super racks are and the polling units in question are not up to 1 or 2 kilometers. So I think ANEC needs to go back and interrogate what really happened, particularly in the city center. I say this advisedly because, the city center is the cynosure of observers and the media. It's the first place they will go to see how prepared ANEC is. And yet, the turnout in these places were not remarkable, in the sense that even by Agura, where you have 2 polling units, then the other side of Area 8, by Lafia Close, and then Chief Awolowo Way, coming towards towards the NTA headquarters, the polling units didn't open, up to 10:15 in the morning. And but compared with what happened in other distant jurisdictions, what I found interesting is that someone called me as early as around 11 in Mubi and said he had voted and he was on his way driving back to Yola. And I received similar calls from distant places, which showed that the elections really did, the commission did well in the more distant jurisdictions than in Abuja itself.
All right.
So going forward, these are issues that the commission needs to interrogate, since we have another major election on Saturday, 11th March, 2023. Having said that, ANEC also needs to, in fact, I would have expected by now that they would have provided ample time for these polling units where voting didn't start in time to make up for the late start of the elections in these polling units. If you look at sections 19 and 34 of the guidelines and regulations, they provide, for extension of time for voters when polling units don't open in time. And so long as by 2:30, when the polling units should have closed, voters are on queue and they have been accredited, they should be allowed to vote. And we expect that kind of scenario to play out. Okay. So that the voters who showed this kind of resilience can be rewarded, for turning up in good time. And then ANEC also will be seen, to be atoning for its failings, as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
So these are some of the major things I've observed about the conduct of
We'll discuss in greater detail as we go along. Yes. But let's go over to George Agwakahi and also find out his impressions about what has happened from the time of voting, and if you observed such things as well. So.
Yeah, thank you again. I think I pretty much agree with my colleague in certain areas with respect to, the preparedness of the INEC, as well as the professionalism of the security agencies. But however, it's important to point out that, there were late arrival of INEC staff, in various polling areas, especially in the southeast and even part of Lagos, and they started very late. In some areas, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and this has become a characteristic of Nigerian elections, We always say we'll get it right, but, you see voters online as early as 8 o'clock, but you don't see INEC staff, some 9, 10 o'clock. That's very sad, but we also observe pockets of violence in certain areas, especially in Gozo, in Borno State. There was violence in some part of Imo State, Olu area, where, some IPOB people chased, voters away. It also happened in other parts of the states. So the point is this: the security agencies did a good job, but they concentrated more in the urban areas. So I suggest that in the future, let them move into the hinterland, because that's where all these bandits operate, because they know the urban areas are kind of saturated, with security officials. Then they now go into the hinterland and, attack voters. So that's very bad. I think this issue of cash trap helped to minimize, fundamentally vote buying. I don't think it crept it totally, but it minimized it to a certain extent. So I think generally the voter turnout was reasonably high, but it was not as high as I expected. Even though prior to the election we had expected that, because of the, youth vote, everybody expected that the turnout, will be tremendous. But you still found out, in my own estimation, that the turnout in this election, if all the results are out, you find out that it's probably below 40%.
All right, we'll wait to see that. But a few things that Nick had earlier talked about, and which you have also acknowledged, regarding the enthusiasm and what Nick describes as the resilience of the voters who turned out, and in places where they got there even before the INEC officials. And if you listen to the briefing which the national chairman, the chairman of INEC, gave earlier today, there were questions that were asked about certain parts where, because the INEC officials were late in coming, the voters took it upon themselves as volunteers to start the process. I mean, that speaks to the resilience. But you say it's beginning to be the character of elections in this country. So, Dick, how can we avoid this matter of late arrival of election officials and materials? Even as the chairman says, these are usually logistics reports. How can we avoid these logistics challenges?
Yes, I think the chairman just spoke generally. He was not specific, but because the Electoral Act 2022 does a lot of progressive things, one of which is that, unlike in the past, when INEC had only a window of like 3 months to procure materials, sensitive and non-sensitive, and the Procurement Act itself, by the time you advertise, you pre-qualify, and you now appoint those that will supply goods and services, the 3 months would have lapsed. But this time around, we have more than twice that time, allocated to us by the Electoral Act. And to that extent, INEC was able to procure the materials, both sensitive and non-sensitive, in time. But the issue of the logistics failure now has to do with the point of departure from the registration area centers to the polling units. Because if you follow the process since the week started, by Wednesday, Thursday, the materials had left for the local governments. And by Thursday, they had arrived at some of the wards. And then on Friday, the ANEC officials slept at these 8,809 wards, and then another 1,099 super racks across the country. So to that extent, the logistics was fantastic. But where it collapsed was at the crucial point of moving from the racks, from the registration area centers or wards, to the polling units early this morning. So this is where the challenge is. And if you interrogate, you will now discover that it may have to do with the mode of transportation of ad hoc staff from the racks to the polling units. The commission has to now revisit. It has tried several times to revisit the MOU it has with the Union of Road Transport Workers and NATO. It has tried to impress on them, to abide by the time frame, because everything about elections is calibrated. You must leave these racks at a certain point to enable the staff to be at the polling units in such a time as to set up the polling units and to open the polling units at 8:30 and commence accreditation and voting, so that at 2:30 you would have completed that process of voting, and then you will now start sorting the votes and counting, so that by this time you are at the collection centers. In fact, you would have started collecting at the level of even the ward or local government level. So these things are calibrated. And once this chain is disrupted, it affects the entire process. So I think ANEC has significantly improved in terms of procuring materials for the election. Where it has challenges and it does not have control is the movement of men and materials from the racks to the polling unit level. This is what it has to address against the election of Saturday, 11th March 2023, because this challenge, like the chairman said, has been perennial. At one point or the other of the chain, the logistics is impacted upon negatively. And once it is impacted, and you know that last chain, that last portion of it is the most crucial. It's like a relay. You know, you are running in a relay. The last person to brace the tape is the most crucial person. So it's not enough for you to take off on time. But the person who is going to do the last lap is very key to your winning the trophy at the end of the day. So ANEC has to go back and revisit all this and work on the Union of Road Transport Workers. They are a very challenging group to work with, given their pedigree and antecedent. Okay. That is to be expected, but elections are national concerns. And people should also, apart from ANEC appealing to their sense of patriotism, they too ought to appreciate that this is a national assignment and they should discharge it with all sense of responsibility.
Okay. Well, we started off saying that on a general scale, things seem to have gone well with the elections. But of course, there were challenges and there were security breaches. And we had reports of terrorist attacks in parts of the northeast. Umaru Kirawa will now give us an update on the unfolding happenings from southern Borno State, where the electoral process was disrupted as a result of an attack by Boko Haram.
52, 53, 54. Right now I am at Bulama Dauda polling unit of Zarawiaku ward in Biu local government area of Borno State, and expectations for free, fair and transparent 2023 presidential and National Assembly election are still high by voters, with optimism for peaceful conduct of the exercise. Although there have been attacks in Goza local government, reports reaching us now indicates that the situation is calm as neighboring communities of Kirawa, Pulka and others patiently await for pronouncement of results as counting continues by the electoral umpire, INEC.
There is no any person that lost his life or her life.
There is no violence. It's only now that they are shouting, they are doing the counting. I think there is wrong in counting.
The process looks very fine. I came in just less than 5 minutes. I've been accredited and I've voted.
This is about the only election so far that I've been witnessing that I could not see money with my own eyes.
I think everything is good, and I want to commend INEC, and they can maybe improve, but so far so good. We have not had any hitches.
From Bulama Dauda, polling unit of Zarawiaku Ward in Biu local government area of Borno State, Umaru Kirawa, NTN News.
Well, that report by Umaru Kirawa suggests that the earlier attacks did little to disrupt the process. It was reported from Biu local government, and a number of the respondents there have said that things went on despite those reports we had earlier in the day about a disruption due to Boko Haram attack. And that's one of the other issues we'd like to focus on. Let me come to George Agbakahi. The build-up to the elections, there were assurances from security agencies that they are very much in control and that things would go on fine. Again, on a general scale, that seemed to have held. But then there are reports of these pockets, of, like for instance, the Boko Haram attack in Goza, and of course in some areas across the country where it was reported that suspected thugs disrupted the process, and even one or two other places where they attacked officials and took away beavers. But from INEC, some of those beavers' machines have been recovered.
Well, you know, in every election, the election management body, which is the INEC, the security agencies, politicians, political parties, as well as the electors, they all have a role to play for a successful election to come about. But you understand that even though the security agencies are doing a great job, the INEC people are doing their best, we still have problem with politicians. This issue of thuggery that was prevalent in this election, you know, is being concocted by politicians. So that's the problem. And you find out that even in our legal system, this issue of thuggery, this issue of electoral violence is pretty prevalent. It has happened in the past, but nobody has been brought to book. You see what I'm saying? Okay, for example, look at the issue of Chinyere Igwe in Port Harcourt that was caught with almost $500 and something thousand, you know, which is probably related to monetization of the election. You find out that at the end of the day, nothing will happen in that regard. So what I'm saying in effect is that, you know, our judiciary, our prosecutors, they need to hold people on account. Accountability is key so that in the future, such a thing will not reoccur. So it's very, very important. Like I said, judiciary, security agencies, INEC, they all have important role to play for the success of every election in Nigeria. Okay, look at this issue of Goza in southern Borno, I think in Biu area. We all know in this country that Goza is a hotbed of terrorism. You know, so as such, even the security agencies need to, they are aware, you know, of what Goza is all about in Nigerian terrorism. So it's even surprising that terrorists, Boko Haram terrorists, would come to Goza to attack voters. That was why I said earlier that the security agencies pay more attention to the urban areas. The hinterlands are also important because that is where these terrorists can strike easily and get away with it.
Right, Nick.
Yes, but there's, I think the information available to INEC tends to suggest that these terrorists, took advantage of the mountainous nature of Goza, and then they fired shots from one of the mountains, against one of the fuel stations, and some people were injured. So the people injured were not actually involved in the elections. So it's as if the terrorists wanted to use the opportunity of the election to make a statement, to emphasize that they are still functioning. I think that is what they have tried to do. Right. And if you look at also what happened in Niger State, Shiroro, Rafi local government, I think about 5 or 6 local governments in which there were acts of violence, but they also did not affect the elections. Now, this also suggests strongly that the security agencies need also to go back and look at the risk mapping they did for the elections.
Okay.
Because it would seem to me as if, even though they acknowledged that of Southern Borno, I recall that one of the commanders, I think a brigadier general or a major general, the GOC in charge of that area, had recognized the challenging situation in that zone, and he said his people are going to do their best to secure the environment for the conduct of the election. So I think they need to pay more attention. And if you look at the areas that were affected in Niger State, they are the usual local governments where we've had violence, for the past 1 or 2 years. Kuta, Shiroro, Erena, Pandogari, Kagara, all these areas. So these are areas now that the security agencies should pay closer attention. And then, like he has said, like George has said, deployment should not just, massive deployment should not be restricted to the cities. Attention should also be paid to the rural areas, because my sense is that what they will do is to say, okay, these people are likely to next set of elections.
Well, the matter of violence will still come up later on as we continue our discussion, but there were also other issues which voters raised. One of them had to do with the change of polling units without notification. Well, I know, for instance, that INEC communicated with certain voters about a change, and for instance, I received a notification from INEC that my polling unit had been changed due to congestion. But it would seem that not all those whose polling units were changed received a notification, and so that also was a challenge.
In fact, this issue came up in a previous discussion, and you know the publicity and the voter education around the migration of polling units came towards the conduct of, at the last minute, a week or two to the conduct of the elections. And you know, this was a time that coincided with so many challenges that people were facing. People were having challenges with fuel scarcity, with cash crunch. So a lot of people were not watching television, for example, even though INEC took a lot of space on the networks to advertise. Some development partners like the EU also did. They supported that particular migration. But, you know, at that time, people were struggling to see how they could get fuel to put in their cars.
Or get money.
And then people were also struggling to get some cash with which to feed. So their preoccupation was on survival. So a lot of people missed out on that. So I think maybe what INEC could do, funds permitting, is to sustain this campaign even beyond this election, so that against the subsequent ones, you know, people can be educated about how they can locate their polling units. But a lot of people also said they preferred to vote where they voted before, in spite of the fact that INEC had consciously decongested the polling units. So they were satisfied, they were prepared to wait and vote, no matter how long it took them. So there are two sides to it. But I think what this implies is that subsequently INEC needs to do a lot of voter education. I know that some costs are involved, so sometimes these kinds of publicity are consigned to the last minute of the election. But I think this has instructed us that subsequently the voter education should start much earlier, so that if you miss it earlier towards the election, you will get the messages. So I think going forward, this should teach us a lesson about how to proceed with voter education, particularly in respect of a crucial thing like this.
George Agbakari, this set of elections relied heavily on technology, and that helped to enhance the entire process. But there are still some people who are still in their old ways, and we heard of ballot boxes snatched. We heard of beavers. Some have been recovered. So it does mean that there are still people who would rather continue in the old ways of snatching ballots, disrupting it. We had reports of those.
Yeah, in fact, I want to personally thank President Muhammadu Buhari for signing the electoral law, which has reinforced democratic values of openness, honesty, even selflessness and respect for the individual as a source of public authority. You see, in every situation, every good situation, people always fight back. I think this technology that is involved in this particular election is the best thing that has ever happened to this country. The beavers, the accreditation, the electronic transmission of results, it has made things easier. In fact, it reduced violence, even though there were still incidences of thuggery in few areas, But nevertheless, you will still see some politicians who want us to go to the old way of doing things. They will send their thugs, to carry ballot papers, to carry this, to carry that. They'll fight back. That is normal. But I think in the long run, we'll all get used to it. The point here is political orientation. Our political culture is totally different from that of advanced democratic countries. That's what we are having. So and this has to start probably from the primary, secondary school all the way to university, civic education, so that people will now understand the significance of all these technologies that we are using in our electioneering process. I think that's very, very important.
The surprising thing here is, yes, politicians would want that kind of scenario, especially when they believe that they're going to lose. But the thing is, they would not step forward personally to do these things. They will always engage people to do it. And you begin to ask those who agree to carry out these acts on behalf of politicians, what's in their mind? What's their thinking?
Yes, you see, what is in their mind is, for me, because the process does not punish those who perpetrate this. So there's impunity. And there are people who are ready to serve as cannon fodder for these politicians because at the end of the day, nothing happens to them. And that is why we've been arguing since 2007, after the conduct of the 2007 elections. As at that time, INEC spearheaded the campaign for the establishment of an electoral offices commission and tribunal, even before the Justice Uwe's committee was set up by the federal government. Because it's so that unless people who perpetrated electoral offenses were punished, they will continue to perpetrate them. So the way to go is to make sure that that commission is established, and then it is invested with the requisite powers to apprehend, to prosecute, and to punish. So unless you do that, the impunity will continue. INEC as a commission, does not have the kind of resources, you know, to prosecute, I mean, to arrest and prosecute. The INEC has some of the best lawyers in the country. As we speak now, there are not less than 3 senior advocates of Nigeria in the commission, working as staff. But if you look at some of the cases INEC is involved in, for example, in 2011, after the conduct of 2011, we had not less than nearly 200 pre-election cases. In 2015, about 680. So, and even then, we have always to, INEC used to outsource some of these cases to private lawyers to help it to prosecute. But what I'm trying to say is that we have come to a pass. We have come to a point where we need to set up this kind of commission. In other jurisdictions where these challenges arose, in Nepal, in Malaysia, in the Philippines, they have set up these kinds of tribunals. And you know, the good thing is that once you set up this, and 1 or 2 persons are punished, particularly high-profile offenders, these people who sponsor the people that the talks you are talking about, if they are apprehended and also punished, they will stop it. So we need to continue the campaign and insist that that commission is set up and it is allowed to do its job to the extent that after a while we overcome this particular trend.
Yes, George, we're going to chip in here.
I think the problem we are having in this area is the political will to prosecute all these offenders. Now we know there has been so many cases, more than 100, more than 200, you know, from INEC. But to prosecution is not a problem. So INEC, to me, should also liaise with the Ministry of Justice, you know, in prosecuting all these offenders. Because if we do not prosecute them so as to serve as a deterrent to others, it will continue reoccurring in Nigerian elections.
All right, even as we speak, the process is continuing in various parts of the country. And of course, you know at about this time, the counting of ballots have commenced in various areas. Now, one place where this has commenced is in Ondo and other parts of Ondo State, including Ileoluji and Okegbo. Kemi Ademola in Ondo tells us more.
7, 18, 19, 20.
Sorting and counting began in Unit 13, Ward 2 at Ileoluji Okegbo local government area of the state. The exercise is being conducted in the presence of party agents, elections observers, some security personnel, and some of the electorate who are still on ground.
We thank God for everything. We appreciate God for that He has taken control of everything. Everything went on smoothly as expected.
The INEC has tried, but our experience is that some of their by-voter cameras are not capturing some of our faces and our thumbprints.
Well, that report ended abruptly there. Well, these are some of the other challenges that we've noticed here. The beavers not capturing some faces. Yes, it's been explained that the failure rate has been quite low compared with other elections. But then these are also challenges, and some people have complained about it. It's, in some cases, smooth. In others?
Yes. Well, I wouldn't know exactly why we have that, but the good thing is the Commission also deployed the registration area technical support staff, and their function is to ensure that where there are glitches with the beavers, and of course for any device that you deploy, anything you manufacture, there will be challenges with some copies. And that is why when you import these devices, you also import with the redundancies, that is with extra copies. And you also make sure you deploy with extra copies so that if they malfunction and the malfunctioning is on a sustained basis, then you withdraw them and substitute them with new ones. And I think in some cases, what I've seen is that there was no rapid intervention by the RATEX, because once you have this kind of challenge, the right thing to do is to troubleshoot, see how you can get the beavers working, and if it doesn't work, you will now make a case for using a new one, and then you reconfigure it and suspend the election in that particular unit until perhaps the next day, or if you've already begun using that beavers and it has a challenge along the way, you bring a new one and you match the figures, So I don't know if that was that consideration was taken in the cases that were reported, but that is how it ought to have been.
Well, of course, you must also take into consideration the fact that where you have a number of voters and one beaver's machine malfunctions, certainly those anxious voters who are waiting in queue would begin to fret and think, oh, this is going to disrupt the whole exercise for us. So even if it doesn't take more than 3 or 4 minutes, a few minutes to deal with the situation, the reaction by those who are waiting in queue to do it.
2,000 voters. You become very nervous. And then what you thought you could do, you took for granted, becomes very challenging. I gave the story of a point at which I conducted an election at a polling unit in Sokoto, and there were more than 2,000 voters at that polling unit, at Sarkin Ada, that is close to the Sultan's Palace. And I did that election without any assistant. I was a presiding officer. And at the end of conducting that election, I now proceeded and collected the results for that ward. Now, this is not the kind of assignment you give to, for example, an ad hoc staff. So, but if you have the requisite training in lieu of this kind of experience, you will be calm. And you appeal to the voters also to be calm, you will be polite. And the way you carry yourself will give them the confidence and assurance also to be patient. But in some cases, we had a case in Area 10 this morning where an ad hoc staff was speaking at the voters rudely. So and once you have that kind of scenario, things will not work, they will not work out seamlessly. Already you are worked up, the voter is angry, you didn't open the PU in time, and then he's now insisting that you attend to him, and then you are being rude to him. So these are factors that come into play. But I think a lot has to do with how seriously the ad hoc staff themselves take the training, and then the extent to which they carry themselves at the point of conducting the election. All these things are important. I'm not saying it is a general thing, but there are isolated cases, and I've mentioned one now.
All right. There are also a few reports, George, about thumb printing for people. We didn't get very many of those reports, but in a few occasions we had people allege that voters had their ballot papers thumb printed for them, which of course is an offense. Yes, there are parts of the law which allow for assistance to visually
impaired voters.
Yes, where the braille is not available. But on a
I think it happened, but in very, very few areas. I don't think that will pose a major problem. But the last issue of beavers, I think is a very, very important issue, because it's common knowledge that technology and defects of, the machine, they are all synonymous. And INEC, since 2019, has been funded very well. So I don't really see the reason why they wouldn't procure more of these beavers. In case if there is a problem, they can use an alternative one, But also, more importantly, some of these ad hoc staff, they were not trained very well. Some of them receive only a few hours of training. And that's the truth. In a situation like this, I think it's important to even give them a training of 2, 3, 4 days. Some receive 3, 4 hours of training. It's not enough, for them to be able to hold on to it.
Actually, right, I'm not holding brief for INEC, but you see the case has always been made for increasing the number of days for training.
Right. Maybe that's another angle we'll look at.
There's always been a case for that, but the issue is the cost.
Okay.
If you look at the cost,
we'll look at that in greater detail as part of this discussions much later.
In respect of the beavers, I think the Commission had a redundancy of 200 copies of beavers.
Okay.
In case of any eventuality they have.
All right. As I said, we will speak in greater detail about that when as this program progresses. But returning to the matter of securing the environment where the elections took place and the role of security agencies, the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps went around to monitor the situation, and our correspondent Abdurrahman Usman Jibrila was among his entourage. Let's get to hear his findings as he accompanied the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense Corps.
We are here at Gwagwalada town, and after going to Kuje and other places in the Federal Capital Territory, with the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, going around to see for himself the conduct of the 2023 general elections. Sir, how will you rate the conduct after the assessment and considering reports received from across states of the general elections?
Well, I think, like I do say, the perfection is with God. Otherwise, I think we have seen something that is near perfect, and then so far, I think I'm highly encouraged with what I've seen. And INEC has also repeatedly said that this process is going to be very transparent, credible, fair, and free. And I think you have seen that. Even with the presence, you can see where we have been so far. Our security personnel, the police, who is the lead, then other security agencies, the civil defense, immigration, and whatever, all you can see their presence very visibly and conspicuously. And you can see the orderliness that is there, and people are doing exercising their franchise. So I think so far so good. We are good to go. We're on course.
We've been speaking with the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps after going around back to the studio.
All right, and with that report, we'll temporarily step aside from the Verdict 2023 studios. This is to make way for the news, which comes up at 9 o'clock, Weekend File. Not to worry, rest assured that at the end of Weekend File, that's at 10 o'clock, the top of the hour, the studios of Verdict 2023 will reopen, and we'll have more analyses, we'll have more of our correspondents bringing reports about what's happening across the country. So stay with us on NTA. Coming up shortly would be Weekend File, after which at 10 o'clock, the Verdict 2023 studios will reopen. I'll see you then.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's what how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with clutch with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushma Lucy Pius.
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Understanding the universal language and timeless qualities that every great art piece exudes is a quest for many. Art is a means of communication, a symbol of humanity, depicting aesthetics in various forms. Art connotes strength and visibility as a way of preserving heritage, promoting culture, and painting pictures of our daily realities. This young artist examines tales of the eyes, mind, and body through his works.
My work is more of the real life and of ordinary Nigerians, the women, the children. It's not a painful art, it's just their joys, their moments of doubt, their moments of sorrows too. I draw with raw charcoal on cloth. I just burn them and just make the charcoal.
A combination of brevity with comprehensive suggestiveness that appeals to one's sensibility. One cannot ignore the depth each art piece possesses. But how well do people appreciate and understand these artworks?
You can see they are about to cross the road. So I saw the painting that you look before you leap. The child at the mother's back is relaxed. That means she trusted the mother so much that she is capable of protecting her from any danger.
When I look at that painting or this one, it tells me something, and I'm able to understand the strength of a woman. And looking at this painting, I could easily relate with the average Nsukka woman. I'm from Nsukka. That's the strength of the Nsukka woman.
I like the media charcoal work. I've used it before, and I like the way he's using it in his pictures to create definition, to show light and shadow. Yeah. So particularly, I like this artwork because of the theme, showing independence, and because I like being an independent woman, and I believe every woman should be independent and they can be able to do anything that they desire to do.
One or two things that I'll pick here is that it teaches us about what are we proposing in the nearest futures. Look at the woman in the chair is showing that, okay, you can better yourself where you are. Not necessarily when you move to cities. So people in the rural area, they too, if you are content with what you have.
Every art piece speaks to the soul, with its peculiar references to details, although we may sometimes get lost while trying to understand its central message, and this can only be related by the artist.
This is one of my favorite pieces. The piece is actually recent. I title the work The Gaze. For some reason, something captures their attention, and whatever they are looking at, it's not making them sad, it's not making them happy. Children actually look up to their parents to see whatever they are doing. And there's this saying that history repeats itself. And so I try to use this piece to show a girl, to show the world whom she is in the light of day. And I used it to apply to relationships between people, to apply to marriages. I see openness and transparency as one of the strong keys to a successful, cordial relationship.
Every artist has a unique approach and diversity to its interpretation. However, despite its broad approach to our daily realities, art appreciation and collection still poses a major challenge in this part of the world.
Promoting art in primary schools especially, we try to encourage children from the beginning, the primary schools, the importance of arts. They will understand that it's also a profession that somebody can easily really enjoy and, express themselves through.
I think art gives a lot of story about a country or people or a nation, and yeah, we should always preserve artwork, because it will be used in future generations to tell a story of the past.
We don't really blame those that don't appreciate art. You have to have conquered, food as a problem to be able to appreciate things like luxurious things. Most of us, we live a life of survival. It starts from building ourselves as a nation first before we can actually appreciate art.
Art is no doubt a benchmark for nation building, a great assurance to sustainable growth, especially with the strings of creative expressions all around the country. If only we can look within and let every art piece we set our eyes on speak to our minds and body, then art appreciation will become more valuable.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Entel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit entel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Entel. Live more.
Hello and welcome to Weekend File. We are live in Abuja. Today, Nigeria is on the threshold of history as Nigerians go to the polls, drawing the curtain on one of the most intense campaigns in the nation's electoral history. The contest is described by electoral observers, both within and the international community, as a chance for Nigeria to send a proof of life message to Africa and the rest of the world by conducting a free, fair and credible election. Watched keenly by about 30 observer groups accredited to monitor the election as it unfolds. Now, the electorate have so far expressed a level of satisfaction on the electoral process, especially the beavers, which is being used for the first time in a general election. Although with a few hitches here and there, including late arrival of INEC officials and materials, in some places the process has, however, been seamless in most parts of the country, apart from some isolated cases of breakout of electoral violence in some parts. Tonight, Weekend File will X-ray matters arising so far within this journey for a stronger and viral democracy. My guest is Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. I am Jummai Yusuf. Let's get the news. INEC has reaffirmed its commitment to ensure every eligible voter votes and where logistics as well as security challenges noticed, voting extended. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu announced this at a media briefing in Abuja. Mayor Ogidi reports.
2023 presidential and National Assembly elections keep Nigeria awake and in a waiting mood. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu expected to monitor some polling units in the Federal Capital Territory by 12 noon, but this engagement suddenly put off and addressed the nation press briefing scheduled for 12:30 p.m. Here he comes, the usual smile absent. In a rather disturbing tone, the INEC chairman admitted the late arrival of electoral materials in some polling units, which he attributed to security and logistics challenges. Shooting at Goza, Borno State, and security challenges in parts of Imo and Abia State form part of the INEC chairman's address. Then I asked, will the late commencement of some polling units comes with an extension of closing time from 2:30 p.m.? But Mahmood was extremely careful in his reply.
But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes.
As promised, he returned 4:45 p.m., this time beaming with smile laced with pleasantries. Then to the podium and gives update on the Goza attack in Borno State, snatched beavers machines and areas elections are shifted.
We have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa. We have decided that voting in these 141 polling units, where the materials are actually intact, will take place tomorrow morning. In Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. Where issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing, is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. We have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded.
It is a challenging time for INEC. That the INEC chairman admitted. But he, however, commended INEC and the management of the commission. At least for the first time, national elections were not postponed. And this table you are seeing here with the microphones will be sitting here till midday tomorrow, 26th of February 2023, when the collation center will be formally declared open for the presidential election. From the National Collation Center, International Conference Center, Abuja, Mie Ogidi, NTA News.
Thank you, Mia. President Muhammadu Buhari has described as impressive and satisfying the arrangements put in place by critical stakeholders towards ensuring the successful conduct of the general elections. Speaking to newsmen in Daura after casting his vote in the presidential and National Assembly elections, the president expressed absolute confidence in the ability of the governing party retaining power. State House correspondent Adamu Sambu has the details.
President Muhammadu Buhari arrives Sarkin Yara Ward in the ancient town of Daura to vote in the presidential and National Assembly elections for the last time as head of state. Accompanied by his wife and First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, the president went straight to his polling unit 003 at Kofar Baru. Armed with his PVC number 187, the Nigerian leader, strictly following the accreditation processes, cross-checked his name on the voters' register, had his card verified and biometrics authenticated by beavers. The president thereafter received his ballot papers thumb-printed secretly and voted for candidates of his choice. First, the presidential, followed by senatorial and then House of Representatives. A similar exercise was also performed by his wife Aisha Buhari at the polling unit under the watchful eyes of party agents, law enforcement officials and observers. President Buhari then spoke to newsmen on his impression with the arrangements put in place for the elections across the country.
I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it, in Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
This is the first time since joining partisan politics in 2003 that President Muhammadu Buhari voted for someone else in a presidential election, as his name is not on the ballot. NTA News sought to know his experience.
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the 4th time I say God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
The president then departs for his residence to monitor developments across Nigeria, acknowledging cheers from other eligible voters. Sarkin Yara Ward in Daura Town has about 10,000 registered voters across 15 polling units, more than 900 of them in the president's Kofar Baru, Unit 003. From Daura, Katsina State, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, has cast her ballot at Sarkin Yara Ward in Daura local government area in Katsina with a call on Nigerian women and youths to remain peaceful and law-abiding throughout the exercise. State House correspondent Ali Kabir tells us more.
This is polling unit 003, Sarkin Yara Ward A of Kofar Baru, Daura, Katsina State, where the incumbent president, Muhammadu Buhari, alongside his wife, Aisha, cast their vote in the previous general elections. The president and the First Lady of Nigeria are here again for the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. The First Lady, who accompanied her husband, joined other eligible voters to exercise their civic responsibilities. She was accredited by the INEC officials as part of the requisite of the exercise and thereafter cast her vote for the presidential candidate, senatorial as well as House of Representatives. She expressed optimism with the conduct of the exercise.
Alhamdulillah, we thank the Almighty Allah for witnessing our last election in our tenure. And I'm calling on all Nigerian women and youth to be law-abiding and cast their vote peacefully and wait for the results. By the grace of God, we will get there.
This is the last time Mrs. Buhari is casting her vote as the First Lady of Nigeria, expressing optimism that she will continue to be a pillar of support to Nigerians, particularly women and children, even after relinquishing the title to the incoming First Lady for the next administration. In Daura, Katsina State, Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and his wife Olu Dalapo voted at Unit 14, Ward 1 in Ikene, Remo, Ogun State. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
Voting is about to start now.
This is Unit 14, Ward 1 on Awolowo Street, Ikene, Remo. Accreditation and voting started at about 8:30 a.m.
No problem at all. Everything is okay, peaceful.
Few minutes to 10 a.m., Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and wife Dolapo arrived at the unit. And after going through the process, the Edo proceeded to cast their votes. And the whole process lasted for about 10 minutes.
This
This polling booth, the polling booth where I voted, my own polling booth, the Ogunrege polling booth, is very peaceful. It's been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria.
113 eligible voters on the list displayed at this unit. The couple are 94th and 95th on the list. And on occasions such as this, you still find old men and women getting to the polling units armed with their PVCs earlier than the youth and ready to vote.
I have to come out because I want Nigeria to be settled. I want Nigeria to be good in position. That's why I come.
Vice President Osinbajo and wife Dolapo paid homage to two of them and received their blessings. We also went around the ancient town and found that many people were already out early, eager to participate in the election.
Yes, I get card, I will go vote.
What of your friends here?
My friends say some get them get card and go vote. Some do not get card.
We are good to go, yes.
We are in every state of the federation at the moment, moving from polling unit to polling unit, checking to see that everything is going as expected, that nobody is trading his vote by any means.
The two, after voting, retired to the Legacy Center, a center established in honor of late Ayodele Soyode, mother of the Vice President's wife, a training center that has produced thousands of men and women since inception in 2006.
This is a place where people come to get help and where a lot of training is done.
Vice President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has cast his ballot at Katazu Central Primary School polling unit, Gashua, Yobe North Senatorial District, with a call on the electorate to use their ballot wisely to elect leaders that will provide good governance in the country. Abubakar Shuaibu reports.
Katazu polling unit in Gashua is one of the 2,823 polling units in Yobe State designated by the INEC for the conduct of this year's general elections. The President of the Senate is among the electorates that came out to exercise their civic duty. President of the Senate lauded efforts of the President Muhammadu Buhari and INEC leadership for the introduction of the BVAS device into electoral process.
This is very important for democracy in Nigeria because the process cuts out any tendency for compromise, for fraud, for multiple voting and so many other things.
As time of filing this report, the conduct of the election were generally hitch-free in the senatorial district with high expectations of free, fair, and credible exercise.
This time around, the screening process, the voting is very easy. So we commend the federal government.
It's very easy. It's very easy. I appreciate it. It's very easy.
In Gashua, Abubakar Galadima Shuaibu, NTA News.
Some presidential candidates have assessed the process as generally fair. Dennis Adegunle brings us a compilation of their views as they voted in various parts of the country.
From Lagos, Abolade Salami reports that presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, commended the introduction of technology into the nation's electoral process.
I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root in the country.
Meanwhile, Kola Abiola, presidential standard-bearer of the People's Redemption Party, applauds Nigerians for their active participation in the polls.
I'm impressed with the system. I think with the BVAS, it will make a big difference and it will work.
Onotu Yakubu reports from Yola that presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, expressed confidence in the conduct of the elections, commending the technological advances in the process.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise.
From Anambra State, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi preferred to reserve comment.
For me to make an effective comment, it's too early because I need to listen to the global approach
what happened in other areas of the country.
From Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, came an appeal to the electoral umpire to consider polling units that had challenges with the BVAS machine or other hitches that caused delays in the process.
I want to appeal to INEC to be more careful, to be a little bit more patient, so that everybody, look at the number of people around, can be able to vote before they close. I think that is very important.
On the whole, the process has been adjudged to have taken a major step in the right direction. Dennis Adegunloye.
Now I'm being joined in the studio by my guest, Nick Dazang. He's the former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. You're welcome to Weekend File.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a general assessment of the process so far.
Well, in my consideration and against the background of the challenges that led up to the conduct of today's elections, I think that the elections went well. Recall that before now, the country was buffeted by a high level of insecurity. At a point between October and December, we expressed anxiety as to whether the elections would hold because of the heightened insecurity in the country. And a month or two before the conduct of the elections, there were other challenges that had to do with cash crunch and fuel scarcity. But with the support of authorities such as the Central Bank and the NNPC, INEC was able to get robust support, and we have seen today a huge turnout, particularly by youthful voters. And I must pay special tribute to Nigerian voters who showed a lot of steadfastness and resilience. Even where INEC staff did not turn up due to logistic challenges, voters turned up and waited patiently for them to set up the polling units and to start accreditation and voting. I must also pay special tribute to the security agencies. In spite of the fact that there were skirmishes here and there, you can see that on the whole, the security challenges did not affect the conduct of the elections. And in fact, where we had incidents such as in Goza, in Niger State, and so on and so forth, they did not directly impact on the elections. In the southeast, where it was feared that the elections were not likely to hold, in fact, so many voters turned out in Imo State ahead of INEC staff and waited in large numbers at polling units in various local governments, waiting for the polling units to be set up in order to vote. And even when INEC officials didn't turn up, as early as 9:30 a.m. in the morning, the voters still waited and persevered until the INEC staff came out. And the guidelines and regulations of the Independent National Electoral Commission for the conduct of the 2022 elections in sections 34 and 19 allow for voters who have turned up and have been accredited and who have queued up in the polling unit to exercise their franchise before the polling units are closed. So I'm confident that a lot of voters who turn up and did not vote in time would have been allowed to vote based on the provisions of these sections.
Indeed, critical stakeholders, including President Muhammadu Buhari, have described the process as impressive and satisfactory. Arrangement put in place by INEC. Would you say INEC is getting a pass mark here?
Well, I think it deserves more than a pass mark, but given its performance in previous off-cycle governorship elections, such as the ones that were conducted in Edo, Ondo, Ekiti, and Oshun, you could see that INEC did remarkably well in terms of opening of polls. In fact, in Ekiti and Oshun, the polls opened up to 99%, by 8:30. But what we have seen today is a serious decline, particularly in other geopolitical zones outside the southwest. It is only in the southwest where the opening of polls reached up to 65% as at 7:30 in the morning. So this is something INEC must work on against the conduct of the governorship and State House of Assembly elections. It must also work on the last link of its logistics. The Electoral Act 2022 has helped it to procure materials, sensitive and non-sensitive, in time. It was able to distribute these materials in good time, but what we saw today is that most of the INEC officials did not move from the racks, that is the registration area centers, in good time in order to open the polling units, particularly in the city center in Abuja. And now, if you go by the what had happened before and even the calibration of INEC, the electoral officials are supposed to depart the registration area centers and the super racks as early as 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Now, even if you are going to distant polling units, and if you take off by 5, you should be able to arrive there in the next 1 hour, given the fact that on election day we don't have any traffic gridlocks. So, but what we saw today is that even in polling units that are not far from the super racks and some of the racks in the FCT, such as in Area 8, by Lafia Close, the fire service, Agra Hotel, and even in areas 1 and 2, the polling units did not open on time. And it's worse in areas such as Kado and Lube, which is on the airport road. And we know that Lube particularly is an area that is prone to violence. It's an area that is noted for youthful restiveness, and this played out today. So these are challenges that INEC must address, working with the Nigeria Union of Road Transport Workers who transport their staff, and also the security agencies, so that they depart the racks or the registration area centers in good time, so that they can open the polling units in good time and then set up, address the voters, tell them about the procedure for the conduct of the elections, and now commence accreditation and voting at 8:30 as stipulated by its own guidelines and regulations.
Well, based on the information, especially on their monster electoral violence rearing its head every time election comes in Nigeria, there's information reaching us that INEC will be extending voting till tomorrow. How true is that?
Yes, there are areas in which there were challenges, where the beavers malfunctioned on a sustained basis, as a result of which elections had to be suspended. There are 1 or 2 incidents of the snatching of the beavers, and there were places where there were challenges. So the law permits INEC to suspend conduct of elections in these polling units and then conduct them the next day, instead of beginning and then you don't conclude on that day. So that and that is provided for in the Electoral Act and its guidelines and regulations. And the idea is to make sure that nobody is disenfranchised in this election.
Okay, my guest, Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, is still in the studio. We'll take a break. When we return, our conversation will continue. Do stay.
On the 29th of March to the 2nd of April 2023, the National Population Commission will be conducting a comprehensive population and housing census to generate reliable, sustainable, and up-to-date data needed for policy formulation, security, national planning, and development.
Population and housing census, you go make life better, eh? Because now him our government to give the use.
National Population and Housing Census 2023. It's your civic responsibility. Please support it. The 2023 Population and Housing Census is being conducted by the National Population Commission. Personal Data Assistants, PDAs, will be deployed countrywide for the census exercise. Nigeria's 2023 Population and Housing Census. You count. Be counted.
The African Union Development Agency, AUDA, a new partnership for African development, NEPAD, Nigeria, in line with its mandates in promoting good governance and democracy development, is calling on all citizens and eligible voters as the general election takes place to shun electoral violence, shun vote buying and selling, shun political thuggery and ballot box snatching, stop the spread of fake and unsubstantiated news, and silence the guns or drop your guns. Elections are not war, but a democratic means of choosing leaders who will build the Nigeria we want. AUDA NEPAD says, let's have a free, fair, credible, and violence-free elections. Let's conduct ourselves in line with democratic tenets and in accordance with electoral law. Let us all partner in sustaining the gains of democracy and building the Nigerian project. Vote and not fight, for your vote is more powerful than you think. This message is brought to you by AUDA NEPAD and APRM Nigeria Secretariat.
My son has always dreamt of being in the spotlight. That's why I give him Bornvita for everyday vitality that gives him the strength to pursue his dreams. Bornvita, strength to dream.
This food is delicious. Can I have my bitters now?
Okay.
What is this? Is this my bottle of bitters?
Yes. Any problem?
Any problem? No. I'm not going to take them. I want my yo-yo bitters now.
Darling, but bitters is bitters.
Look. Let me tell you. Yo-yo bitters is different. It is unique in formulation and effective in action. So take this funny stuff away and get me my yo-yo bitters now.
Yo-yo bitters is naturally enriched with ingredients that flushes out the body impurities, tackles waist pain, and resolves constipation. It is also fortified with vitamins. Yo-yo bitters boosts your body immunity against diseases and free radicals.
Because it is different in formula and action, I don't accept substitute.
Yo-yo bitters, but clean inside out.
Life is so much easier these days. Our doors are lockless. Our phones are padless. Our cars are keyless. Our AirPods are cordless. Even our cars are soon going driverless.
Thank you. So, why can't we go cashless?
Limit the amount of cash you carry around by using the eNaira, POS terminals, ATM, and USSD codes via mobile devices for your transactions the cashless way. Don't you like the soft life? Be limitless. This message is brought to you by the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Thanks for joining us. You're watching Weekend File. Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed joined eligible voters in his country home, Oro, to take part in the presidential and national assembly election with a call on Nigerians to embrace election as a way of life. Anthony Fossen reports.
006 Ward 2 Oro is the minister's polling unit. By 20 minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning, accreditation and voting had commenced simultaneously. On arrival, the minister joined the queue for almost 40 minutes before it got to his turn. Just like every other voter, he went through the procedure and cast his vote. The enthusiasm was obvious as the young, old, men and women All waited patiently for their turns. Speaking with the minister about his impression, revealed he is satisfied.
I think you can see the determination and resolve on the faces of all the voters. They've been very patient, and there's an atmosphere of conviviality. I hope and wish that this will be the same atmosphere and ambience in every other polling unit. But I think I'm very impressed with the process. Yes, it takes quite a while, but everybody has taken his own time, and there's no intimidation part of anybody.
He equally has this advice for the electorates.
We should just take voting periodically as a way of life, and we should get used to it just the way we get used to any other aspect of life. Yes, there will be preparation, there will be heightened tension. Each party would canvass and want his or one candidate to win. But I think overall, you can see that it's kind of it's a kind of anticlimax.
Aina Adeola is voting for the first time.
I'm very happy because it's my right, and it's a must for me to do it.
Speaking to some of the aged, reveal a high level of satisfaction. Anthony Forson, NTA News.
And from Umuahia, the Abia state capital, Chika Okorie, reports that elections did not start as scheduled due to late arrival of materials and INEC officials. Chika has been keeping track of the election events.
The speculations that the 2023 general elections will not take place in the southeast geopolitical zone of the country. These electorates, among other stakeholders who came out in their numbers to exercise their civic responsibilities, are optimistic that their votes will count.
Our votes will count. But the issue is that INEC materials arrived there very late. In all honesty, INEC materials arrived in my community, Okaiga and Kwego, by 11:30 a.m.
And this is a few minutes to 11. We've not even started the vote and all that.
The electors are here, they're all here. And they're ready to vote for the candidates of their choice.
To ratify the delay and ensure that the people cast their ballots, the State Police Commissioner Mustafa Mohamed Bala led the heads of other security formations to the office of the Resident Electoral Commissioner, Professor Ikesi Uzochukwu, stressing that there is no security loopholes.
IBS is very calm, security-wise. INEC has a challenge. That's why we're here to draw the attention of INEC about the logistics challenge they're having.
That threat was just a nonsense threat. People are going about, there's no violence anywhere in Abia State. And we are happy, and the turnout of voters is encouraging.
From Umuahia, Chika Okorie, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the electorate in Gombe State have adjudged the BVAS technology as a good step forward in the development of Nigeria's democracy. Emmanuel Akilia reports that the voters, including Governor Muhammad Inuwa Yahya, who cast their ballots, expressed confidence for a credible election in 2023.
Most polling units across Gombe Metropolis, the presidential and national assembly elections began as expected, with electoral officers and election materials ready for the electorates to exercise their franchise. And we have somebody who has cast his ballot already, and we are here to get his experience of how the process went, especially with the use of the BVAS machine.
To alhamdulillah, wannan zabe na bana dai gaskiya tsarin da aka yi domin irin yadda aka tsara abun yana tafiya. Domin wancan zabe bai kai iwar haka a ce mutum ya fara yin zabe ba. To amma yanzu alhamdulillah ga hini dai har nayi zabe na kuma abubuwa suna tafiya yadda ya kamata, hankali a kwance ana zabe ba tare da wani yamutsi ko wani abu ba. Sunana Yunusa Umar.
Yes, Mr. Yunusa Umar has cast his ballot, and he said, compared to previous elections, this year's election is seamless with no hitches, especially that he used the BVAS for accreditation. And so is the experience with most of the voters that we speak to at polling unit 049 and 019 at Jekadafari, downtown Gombe.
The Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and the Commonwealth Observers Mission to Nigeria's 2023 general election are happy with the peaceful and orderly atmosphere that have so far characterized the country's presidential and National Assembly elections. Timothy Yusuf reports.
Deployment of It's an interim report on the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections. The elections have so far been smooth, with minor reported hitches in delivery of voting materials and malfunctions of the BVAS machines. The security arrangements put in place are up to the task with utmost civility.
The issues of vote buying. The Situation Room received reports indicating attempt by political actors to engage in vote buying. We commend the security agencies for swift action that they have done in terms of apprehending suspected perpetrators of vote buying.
Yaga Africa also presented similar interim report with few cases of violence recorded in some parts of the country.
Yaga Africa observed that the BVAS was deployed across all polling units. In 3% of the polling unit, Yaga Africa observed the deployment of 2 or more BVAS devices. In 98% of the polling unit, the BVAS had 0 record for the total number of the accredited voters on the BVAS before the commencement of the process.
Democratic tenets denoted can only be getting better in Nigeria as a pace setter for other African countries. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Now, my guest is still in the studio, Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. I'm going to throw a question at you, coming from the report that just ended. 30 observer missions have been accredited by INEC. Why is there so much keen interest in the elections here in Nigeria?
Well, we need to recognize the place of Nigeria in Africa and in the world. Africans know that apart from the fact that Nigeria is the most populous country, Africa as continent cannot get it right unless Nigeria does. So it must play the role, the statutory role assigned to it as the undisputed leader of Africa. And one way to show this leadership is to conduct elections and to carry out a democracy project that is unsurpassed in the continent. Number 2, before now, the United Nations had projected that by 2050, the population of Nigeria shall be the 3rd biggest in the world after India and China. And we have seen that even now, as we speak, more than 60% of Nigeria's population is made up of youths. So the international community is interested in seeing the kind of leadership that will emerge from the conduct of these elections. And it is interested also in seeing whether the leadership that will emerge will be capable of leading the country in such a manner as to harness the potentials and the talents of the very young people that we have. We have also seen from the turnout that most of the voters reflect this demographic, that is the youthful demographic. And what it means is that the outcome of these elections are going to be defined and shaped by these youths. Like I've said earlier on, and referring, in fact, I quoted Frantz Fanon, who once said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission. And, it is for it to execute this mission or betray the mission. So we shall see, in due course, whether the youths who have turned out to vote in this election are going to implement this mission by having a say, by defining and framing the conduct of the elections in such a manner that it will determine their future and the future of Nigeria and Africa.
Indeed, the next 10 years is critical to Nigeria and Africa. Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. We'll take a breather. When we return, Weekend File continues. Don't go away.
It pain you. It depends us. It depends everybody. Yes. But war, bloodshed, scatter, come out, it no go solve am. This one they talk, and make them go if they want go. This one they talk, we go come out, we go. This one they say, make we scatter, make we burn, make we do everything. When you scatter finish, where you go? Okay, you go take private jet, carry your family go. But make I ask you, what about your uncle, mama, auntie, brother, sister? What about them? Remember, who throws stone for market? You don't know whether the stone go touch your own person. If the two will go come out from your mouth, you no go fit gather us together as one people. Shut up with please. War no get friend. You don't know language, you don't know anything. So if our we get too much, make we sit down at the table of dialogue. Nigeria na my own, Nigeria na your own, Nigeria na our own. Make we come together, keep them together.
Hello, madam. Would you like to join us on this mission?
Yes, but how?
Just one question. How do you keep your toilet clean?
I use regular detergent and bleach for washing and removing yellow stains. I have been using it for years.
Oh, madam, the regular detergents and bleach are used for washing clothes.
To disinfect your toilet, you need Harpic 10X. It is specially made for germs and stains removal. Harpic sticker formula settles on stains and gives 10 times better cleaning.
Wow! Now I'm convinced, Helen Paul.
Really?
Yeah.
The next house is yours.
My people, my name is Emeka Mekus Kamat. Let me get all this motor. I don't learn my lesson. Somebody come buy motor for my hand, carry big money, come give me. Now when we get bust, now my eye open. I don't know say that 419 be. Now when EFCC babam, now they come bab me too. Now he make me they warn you. All of them now when they do business like me, where they carry big money, well I go sometimes I go carry transfer, carry bring back. Yeah, make una shine in my eye because the special control unit against money laundering, when they call SCUMO, they don't want say if the money pass 5 million naira for individual, no collect them. If it pass 10 million naira for company, no collect them. Carry and go where? Bank. If you not do them like that, 250,000 naira for every day where this offense happen. Or they go suspend your license, or they go cuckoo, shut them down, pata for your hand. No talk say, I know one you.
This message is from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
We'll find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
Have a big plan, man.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at the bank.
If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing.
It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
New So Clean Concentrated Detergent. 2 times the work, 2 times the speed, 2 times the strength. To win, we know what it takes. New So Clean 30% concentrated detergent. Now with 2 times the cleaning power. So Clean. For a faster, brighter, cleaner wash. With 2 times the cleaning power. So Clean, the official regional partner of Paris Saint-Germain.
A body has been found. Possibly a child.
I think I have something.
I think it's another ritual murder.
Stop!
Hold on. That's the car we saw this morning.
So what do we know about these so-called senior cult members?
It appears their real strength lies in their members now in government, judiciary, business, and the police.
Now, this is getting interesting.
You're welcome back to Week in File. The presidential and National Assembly elections in Borno was peacefully conducted except for the security breach by insurgents in 2 polling units in Goza town of Goza local government area. Despite late arrival of election materials in some parts of the state, the election was successful. Pauline Kujevana reports.
As early as 7 o'clock in the morning, voters were already at polling units filled with enthusiasm and eagerness to participate in the presidential and National Assembly elections, despite the late arrival of INEC staff to commence the exercise.
Even if it is 12 midnight,
I will stay until I cast my ballot.
It is my civic duty as a Nigerian to vote for the betterment of this country.
It's after 11. We are still waiting for them. I will wait.
Around with INEC umpire, security operatives, and local and international observers to some polling units in MMC, Jere and Kondugo local government areas showed absence of INEC officials, and some others with INEC officials had challenge of incomplete materials and beavers accessibility, where the REC ordered immediate release of the materials and deployment of INEC staff.
Not up to 2 minutes, 2 or 3, I'm through. I feel satisfied, I feel happy, and God will perfect the rest.
Where we had small hitches, everything has been corrected. So therefore, we are happy. We had a very, very peaceful election.
I want to believe that we'll do the best to ensure a better outcome.
There are no miscreants that will cause confusion during this election, because we conducted serious mop-up, and all the black spots and where miscreants used to gather, they were mopped up.
Borno State Police Command had confirmed attacks in 2 polling units of Goza town, with 5 casualties receiving treatment at Goza General Hospitals.
In Goza particularly, there were this miscreants, they were pushed to the extreme bush. They were able to sneak and climb a very hilly mountain in Goza. And from up there, they fired, injuring about 5. They are in Goza Hospital around receiving treatment there, but there's no death. The military have taken action. They pursued these hoodlums towards the hill and they escaped. But the military are still there.
At last, election was conducted orderly and peacefully across the 5,071 polling units in Borno State, despite the attack and delays. In Maiduguri, Pauline Kujevana, NTA News.
And in Lagos, the presidential and National Assembly elections were not free from pockets of violence, as there were instances of ballot box vandalism and public unrest among voters. Kinde Adebisi reports that normalcy has since returned to the affected areas.
On arrival at Branko Street in Oshodi, there was tension in the air as some hoodlums had stormed Obisonya Junction, Agbola, polling unit 035, Owolabi Fade Street in Oshodi, Solo area of Lagos.
The hoodlums came around to snatch and burn some ballot boxes, but before the arrival of the police, they were all run away.
The ad hoc staff could not continue their duties for fear of uncertainty. And the ad hoc workers have been escorted by the police out of this environment.
We went in there, we were able to stabilize the situation and rescue the INEC officials. And you could see them here safely, at least they are safe.
Larry Bilayi, who visited Motion area of Lagos, reports that normalcy has returned to the area. In another development, prospective voters at polling unit 071, Adebayo Duarte Street, Darwin College, Lekki axis of Lagos, are baffled with the failure of INEC officials to report for duty, which impeded on their ability to exercise their franchise.
The number of people that were here before now were chasing 300. This is our right. It is our right to vote, and we've done our own duty.
Security agencies in Lagos are re-emphasizing the need to stop the spread of fake news. In Lagos, Kinde Adebisi, NTA News.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has again recorded success in the conduct of peaceful election in resettled communities of Yobe State, with considerable number of voters turning out to cast their ballots in the presidential and National Assembly polls. Yunusa Suleiman reports that Governor Mai Mala Buni was among the electorate who turned out to exercise their franchise at his hometown Buni Gari, Gujuba local government area of Yobe State.
He is about 6 kilometers away from Damaturu, Yobe State capital, and is the ancestral home of Governor Mai Mala Buni. The community was prior to 2015 under the occupation of the dreaded Boko Haram insurgents, but was emancipated by the Nigerian security forces, thus paving way for the resettlement of hundreds of displaced persons in the community and its environs. Following a relative peace being enjoyed in the area as well as the entire state, Governor Mai Mala Buni was at Bultram Yorimaram polling unit number 004 in Bunigari, where he cast his votes in the presidential and National Assembly elections.
The arrangement and the peaceful nature of the conduct, it is commendable. And more especially, I am impressed because when you look at this community, it's one of the communities that was totally wiped away by the carnage of the Boko Haram insurgency. You can say it's the epicenter of the Boko Haram insurgency. But today, you can see to yourselves, people are going about their normal businesses, and especially people are out to exercise their civic responsibility. So this is quite encouraging.
As of the time of filing in this report, the election was held across the state peacefully. In Damaturu, Yunusa Suleiman, NTA.
And from Ohekobe polling units in Umuahia local government area of Abia State comes a report that observers have found at what they described as trying to influence voters by some party officials at the area. Ifeoma Ndu Okoli reports.
I came in, I was given, I was checked, then they asked me to remove my...
There in that report. Now, despite late commencement of polling in some units, voters were peaceful and orderly while security operatives were on ground to ensure law and order. Defense correspondent Naja'atu Tijani visited Nanya and Asokoro Axis earlier today to gauge the situation.
In Nyanya, which is peaceful, serene, with men of the Nigeria Police Force, Nyanya Division, fully on ground to ensure law and order. The Nyanya Division are trying to comply with the IGP's order is that there should be no movement on election day from midnight to 6 p.m. And so these people who say they have voted and wish to go home are currently stuck at this checkpoint here.
I trekked down from Yoruba Mosque. I trekked down here. So there's no bike, there's no vehicle, there's nothing. So I have to trek.
At AYA in Asokoro district, the NTA crew comes across this checkpoint where the police means business, as even those with identification are still subjected to checks. The security forces also play a role in ensuring that order is maintained at the polling units and also keeps a keen eye on the ballot papers, boxes and all materials.
And with the presence of security men on ground, it is absolutely safe.
But like to a certain extent, I feel safe, yeah.
And then just when you look over there, you can see a gun truck, you can see an armored vehicle, and they're battle ready, just at alert. This is the norm anyway here at Mogadishu, but you could say that it's extra because of the occasion.
We'll take our third break now.
When life gets busy, you can always rely on GoTV to make things a little easier. Upgrade to the next package and we'll boost you to a higher package for free. GoTV. Love it.
And that's Weekend File for tonight. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget, in a moment from now, we'll be rejoining Cyrus Tova in the Verdict 2023 studios to continue conversation on the 2023 elections. I am Jumma Yusuf.
Look, can I get my monitor here?
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with Closhi with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used to marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushma Lucy Pius,
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U-Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download it.
Welcome back to the Verdict 2023 studios of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, Africa's largest TV network. Well, the coverage of the elections will continue right here. We took a break earlier on to bring you Weekend File, and now we're ready to go. Let me once again welcome back, of course, one of my guests, George Agbakahi, the political affairs analyst, is still here with us. George?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
And this time around, we're joined by Chief Obinna Nwaka, He is Director General, CYMS Vote Buying Monitoring and Election Observer. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll just go straight. Since you joined us at this point, we'll just go straight and ask you what you have observed so far. It's interesting. CYMS Vote Buying Monitoring. Let's start from the premise. Have you seen much of vote buying during this election?
On the issue of vote buying, we've been on board and we've been engaging Nigerians on the effects of the vote buying. Just a few days ago, we trained our volunteers on how to track and police the vote buying during the election. And following our good relationship and collaboration with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, we are delighted that the chairman himself sent a representative to witness the training and also the sensitization program, which also in that training, distribution of sensitive and sensitization material were also observed. The commission also made their own statements that they are willing, they are on ground, they are also eager to ensure that the election will be conducted in a way and manner that trading of votes will not be recorded as it used to be. You can understand that and also agree with us that before this present election, the vote buying has become a norm in Nigerian election, especially in democratic engagement. But with the effort and the support of the EFCC, what has played out today has reawakened the consciousness of Nigerians that vote buying is a thing of the past. So we also commend them. So we are on ground, we are on board across the state of the nation.
Well, a number of people feel that the current cash crunch arising from the redesign of certain denominations of the Naira must have played a key role in bringing down incidences of vote buying, since there wasn't a lot of cash flying around as you used to see in the past. Do you agree with that suggestion?
Yes, I agree with that, but at the same time is that whether cash or no cash, politicians have their way of also engaging in vote buying. Vote buying does not necessarily mean that trading money or trading cash at the polling units. But there's a way you can also involve in vote buying. It could be a means of gratification. That if I'm helping you, giving you a job, and making promises like a commitment, that yes, if I'm running for this election, the day of election, please convince your followers to vote for me, is also a vote buying. But it may not be economic vote buying. Do you understand? So, but the most important aspect that we are talking about now is that the cash itself, the cash trading at the polling units have come to an end in Nigeria.
Okay.
And we should start from now to get used to that and get prepared again for the next election.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, at this point, we'll just ask, aside of the matter of vote buying or exchange of cash or other means, what are your impressions generally about the elections?
Yes, the election is peaceful, as long as I'm concerned. I also to be in Imo State today to observe the election, because since I have been fully involved in election matters or election issue or democratic engagements right from when I started working with INEC as a coalition officer since 2011. This is the first time that I will be participating on general election to be in FCT, and simply because of my mandate and my position as a DG of CYMS. Now, from the perspective of everything that has played out today, the election is very peaceful, especially in FCT. We went round to some extent in some polling units in FCT, both in the urban and the rural areas in FCT. We were in Nyanya in the morning. We are also in Gariki. We are in Wusi. We are also in Gwarimpa, I and my team. I will tell you comfortably that the election is peaceful. And again, what I realize now is that the consciousness of the people have been reawakened. That it's not just about getting the PVC, but also voting. Not all about also voting, but also ensuring that they are also on ground until the vote is being counted. Now, let me tell you that I'm coming from my hotel to this place. But as I speak with you, election is still taking place at Gariki 2, behind the library. Do you know why? The INEC staff, they came, they reported at the polling units around 10:45 a.m. this morning, based on the reason given the logistics challenges and also. But the people, the electorate, they are so keen that they want to make sure that they cast their votes. So I and my team, we got there around 3 p.m. We did not leave that polling unit until now that I told them that I have an engagement with the media.
And voting is still going on there?
Voting is still going. Even the electorate, they have even brought in their generator to ensure, because we sensitize them. We engage them. We told them that there's need for them to remain calm. And as I speak with you, the military, the police, they are on ground to ensure that the election will continue.
All right, that's in Garki. Well, we also have reports that voting is still going on in other locations. Apo, for instance, and we have a correspondent, Joseph Otsen, who is at the Apo Legislative Quarters, and I will just go straight to him to give us an update on what's happening. Joseph, you can hear me, right? Just tell us what's going on.
Yes, Sarah, I can hear you very well. We are here at Apo Legislative Quarters Secretariat to Mechanic Village. Right now, counting is still taking place. Voting started here. They told me voting started here past 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And I spoke with the electoral officers. They said they had issues with transportation. And then when they finally got to transportation, they were finding it very difficult to locate the place. It took them time before they arrived here after 12 to set up everything to start. And it's I can see, but the electorate, they waited patiently, and many of them are still here. I can see some of them even are even lying down somewhere. Some are lying down, some are sitting, finding some comfort to ensure that they cast their votes. And as one of them here who want to speak to us, just come up here and just tell us your experience. It's like the electorate equally did a lot to ensure that this happened. So tell us your name and then what your experience here.
Okay, my name is Paul Motolum. This is Zone E, Apo Legislative Quarter, and the polling unit here is 018. Actually, the exercise started a little bit late, very late, because they came at about after 12 to 1. We started the exercise. And accreditation was, well, people organized themselves. It wasn't easy initially, but the military came and the police officers helped to organize the place. And also, the accreditation was well done. We finished late into the night. And you can see a lot of people made a lot of sacrifices. It wasn't easy. Many have gone. A lot of elderly people have to go home because it wasn't easy. At one time, rain came, and some other people also left. By and large, after the rain, a lot of people came back. I must also commend the electoral officers. They tried. They were patient, and they did their job well. You can see we don't have too much noises or skirmishes here, not too much issue. But as it is, we have finished accreditation, we have finished voting, counting is going on. Some of the things you see here, like the lighting, I have to go to my house to go and get the tables and they lack some logistics problem, but we have to provide for them. There are a lot of people here who volunteered. 2 of them or 3 of them have been, since morning, some of us have to even volunteer to buy food for the INEC officials. It's not easy. They are coppers and they are tired, they really work. So this exercise here, you can see the people over there, they are making waiting for their vote to count. Nigerians are really interested in this exercise, and everybody takes this exercise very serious. So that's why you see, even despite the time is around this time, people are still here waiting for to know how the vote went. So that is the situation in this place.
Right, Steve, that's one of the most important things about this particular polling unit. Despite the rain, despite the delay, everything here seems calm. I actually met a heavy presence of security personnel, and some of them are still here ensuring there is a law and order.
There are a lot of volunteers that really work, so we have to thank God for that. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so it's counting that is going on now at the Apo Legislative
Yes, right now
quarters.
it's counting.
Oh, it's counting, right. You know, because I thought earlier on there was talk about voting still going on because one of our guests here, Chief Obinna Waka, who is Director General of CYMS Vote Buying Monitoring and Election Observer, had told us that only a few minutes ago that voting was still going on in one of the polling units in Garki. That's right. Right. But where Joseph Otson is at the Apo Legislative Quarters, also in Abuja, it's counting that's going on. I'd like to return quickly to Chief Obinna Waka. You were explaining just before we went to Joseph Otson the situation that led to voting still being on at this time. And interestingly, you say some of the voters have come with generators and things like that so as to power, the place.
Yes, sir. Yes, I was there and we saw them based on volunteerism.
Okay.
But there's one thing I told you, those guys that were volunteering to power those generators. I told them that there's a way you want to assist this process, but you shouldn't make it to look as if you are overzealous. And one of the things that also led to that is that that polling unit is so much crowded. The total number of the registered voters in that polling unit is 2,580. And that 2,580 polling unit has only 2 beavers. You can imagine that 2 beavers are crediting 2,580, both simultaneously to also vote. It's a lot of challenges. So I engage the electorate. I say whatever challenges they are facing today, it is their own fault as well. Because as electorate, you have been passing through or facing these challenges before this election. You ought to have also engaged with the INEC to ensure that the polling unit is discongested. We have similar issue in my hometown. We don't even have this kind of crowd, the awareness and all those things. But we engaged the INEC, and INEC gave us additional of 2 or 3 polling units in my hometown. So the polling unit is so much congested. The crowd controlling system is so much poor that INEC may not even assume that the turn-up is going to be that high. Also, even despite the downpour, people were still insisting they are going to vote. Now what led to that generator instance that I'm talking about is that some overzealous electorates harass the security personnel. So the security personnel just picked offense. Sometimes when election is becoming so rowdy, officials become so as in inconvenience, and they lose that confidence in continue the exercise. So immediately some of these electors started harassing the personnel and election duty officials. So they said, no, for now, we are going to put a hold to this election. So before that time, we've been engaging the INEC, engaging the security agency, because we are working in collaboration with all the security agencies in Nigeria. The civil defense, the police, the DSS, they're all working with us. Even as I speak, the civil defense have provided my team, my colleagues, with enough security to observe this election, which the EFCC is also aware. So from that intervention, we signaled the security agencies and the military. They came after some minutes. So from that, sanity took over, and the people started going to the election in the way and manner that it should be. So we
Haruna Mohammed, who's in Kaduna. Haruna Mohammed in Kaduna, just tell us your location and let's hear what's going on where you are.
Okay, this is Kabbalah Ward 05 Rack and Collation Center. Presently, the presiding officers are still returning the results, sensitive and non-sensitive materials. Meanwhile, they await the collation officer to come and collect the results. Here, each presiding officer is expected to come before the collation officer to defend the results. From here, the results will be taken to the INEC local government office, that is Kaduna North, for final collation. In Kabbalah Ward Collation Center, we have 62 polling units here.
Okay, so
meanwhile, the Kaduna North Collation Center has 12 wards underneath it, which is Ungwan Liman, Meburuji, Gaji, Doka, Gabasawa, Kawo, Ungwan Sarki, Badarawa, Malali, Hanyum Banki, Gabasawa, and where we are currently now is Kabbalah Costin.
All right.
In the meantime, everything is going on smoothly, but they're actually waiting for the coalition.
Okay, fine. Haruna Mohammed reporting from Kabbalah in Kaduna. We'll check in much later to find out if the collation officers have so arrived and what's next. But back here in the studio, George Agbakahi, we just had this interesting development where up till now voting is still going on because of the huge numbers, 2,580 the polling unit.
Yes.
That's quite a figure.
In fact, honestly speaking, I'm pretty worried, about this development in FCT, particularly Gariki area, as well as legislative quarters. In FCT, for us to hear that they have logistic issues, whereby they're looking for generators, that's kind of unheard of. If we can see some of these things happening in FCT, what about in the hinterland, in the villages? See what I'm saying? I know pretty well that funding was never a problem for INEC.
Yeah.
The executive, the legislative arm, they funded INEC from the beginning. There was no request from INEC that was not met, by the federal government. So it's really appalling that they are still voting up till now in FCT, and apart from voting, that voters would even organize generators to be used by INEC. You see, in fact, I sincerely commend all those voters, that helped in getting these generators. I want to really thank them for their commitment, and their resoluteness, in this election. Because, for this to happen in Abuja, which is just few minutes drive to the INEC headquarters. What of Ngozo? In southern Borno, where they had a terrorist attack today, or somewhere in a Ebonyi state, or you see what I'm talking about? Okay. It's very disturbing. I believe that the INEC chairman should really look into this particular problem so that we can find a solution for the future.
All right, we'll keep exploring more about that, but at this point, let's go over now to Ibadan and link up with Kemi Akinwande, who's in the studio, right here in our Ibadan studio. And Kemi, how's it been? What updates do you have for us at this time?
Kemi, how's it been? What updates do you have for us at this time?
Thank you, Cyril, and welcome to Ibadan. It's been really peaceful in Ibadan, and today people were really enthusiastic to exercise their franchise. And already in the studio I have with me the National Coordinator, World Institute of Peace. He's the former Director, National Orientation Agency in Oyo State, Dolapo Dosumi. She will tell us more about what really transpired at the polling units. You're welcome, Dolapo Dosumi.
Thank you so much.
The Verdict 2023 studio in
It's a
Ibadan.
pleasure being here.
Now, as a national coordinator of the World Institute of Peace,
On election matters.
On election matters, all right. And now you went outside, you were able to cast your votes, you monitored as well. What were the things you observed?
Thank you so much, Kemi. Well, from the morning, very early in the morning, I observed that almost the places that I went around, the INEC officials were there on time. And what really surprised me was the enthusiasm of voters. As early as 7 o'clock, you see them trooping out, and they stayed until the INEC officials were able to settle down, display their papers, and pasted the voters list, and everything went on so smoothly. Up to this point, I've not heard of one single ugly incident in Oyo State. And then I noticed also that the so-called educated or the elites, before now, we used to assume that on election days, they will sit back at home, read their newspaper, take their coffee, enjoy their day as if it's an holiday. But today, there's a wide departure from that trend. You could see all the, educated people, they were there lined up, and at some polling units, you could see a demarcation. They demarcated a place for elderly people, and then the general one. And both lines were voting simultaneously, which I find very, very interesting. The enthusiasm, the commitment, it's very encouraging. It's a lot of improvement on the last election.
Okay, now let's just take a look at this report. The Resident Electoral Commissioner, INEC in Oyo State, went around in the morning and made some observations. Let's take a look at the report by Oyeyinka Omoli.
Joined by a combined team of heads of various security agencies in Oyo State, domestic and international election observers, National Orientation Agency, and other critical players, the INEC REC, Dr. Ramon Tella, monitored the conduct of the election in some polling units in different local government areas in Ibadan.
Not everywhere polling unit we have gone through today, that we do not experience any challenge so far. And most of the identified challenge that we normally have or emphasize in the past, we have succeeded in providing a solution.
The team was concerned about the security situation in the polling units, workability of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS machines, and other critical aspects of the exercise.
Security agencies are doing their job, and the populace, they are also going about exercising their franchise. As you can see, everyone seems to be happy.
The State Collation Center for the presidential election has been activated. From the INEC headquarters in Ibadan, Oyo State, Oyeyinka Omoli, NTA News.
Now, that report also corroborated the fact that Oyo State has been relatively peaceful since the voting exercise commenced today. So far, we have heard from Dolapo Dosumo that things really turned out well in Oyo State. Now, again, what would you say has been the impact of voter education before the election today? How did it impact in the turnout of the voters? Talking about women, talking about youth, because, you know, from INEC records, youth registered more and women, comparing them to the registration of the men, the elderly too. What would you say?
Yes, yeah, it's very, very correct that the increase in the turnout might be as a result of some factors, including voter education. But I must emphasize that the youth particularly showed more interest in this election, because in the centers that I observed, I saw that, you know, before now, the youth were very restive, you know, and they're the one that would have the loud voice and be shouting. But this time around, they were cool. They will even be encouraging you, you know, because it was hot, and sometimes there were no canopies for older people to, you know, stay under. They're the ones going around to say, please, it will soon be your turn, just bear with us. And I keep wondering what happens to the youth of Nigeria, particularly in Oyo State. They were very, very active and very orderly. I must mention that the youth cooperated a lot this time around. And also, I think because of some developments in Nigeria, it's like everybody is showing interest in who is forming the next government. I think everyone is interested. Even, you know, I mentioned that the professors, the educated ones, that before now will sit back and watch. It's a total departure from that now. They were there, and even after casting their votes, some of them stayed back to note the counting of the ballot papers and even recorded those old men. They were there sitting at a corner and they were watching carefully what was happening. So I think there's this consciousness that I want to know how I'm being governed. It must be as a result of, you know, an increase in our political education and political consciousness. I think maybe people are reacting to governance, you know. They want to see it better. They want to know who is there. They're interested in the future in the next 4 years. I think that must have played a very, very vital role in the increase of voters.
Now, the interest of more youth coming out today also resulted into having first-time voters in the metropolis and across Oyo State. Now, looking at the process of the election, especially the 2023 election that we just had today, what would you talk about? What would you say about the process? How would you assess it?
Yeah, let me first of all come in from the point of the BVAS machine, the device. You know, literally our youths are more inclined to internet, to devices, to, you know, social media. So already they're familiar with the device. And fortunately in Oyo State, at least the places that I witnessed, the BVAS were working perfectly. So they felt assured that the BVAS was working. They're familiar with the capturing, with the numbering and everything. And within a few seconds, they've been accredited and they will go on to vote. So I think because of their awareness, the consciousness on all their relationship with the social media and the devices, it makes it simple for them. It makes it acceptable. They were even the ones telling the older ones that, you know, put your head straight, look straight into the device and things like that. And I think it's a plus to the process. So the process, to me, is just fine. And to think that this is the first time, and for us to have achieved this level of success, you can be sure that the next one will be almost perfect.
So would you now say that INEC has overcome most of the hiccups over the years?
Well, I wouldn't say that they have totally overcome. A device is a machine. It can always go haywire anytime. But for now, for what I see today, the beavers added a lot of value to this election process. It added a lot of, value. We have gone past the day of looking through the electoral register and ticking and this, It's for me, it looks like Nigeria is, we're arriving gradually at some level of development. If we now stand in front of a computer and snap and, the machine will say successful, meaning that you have been accredited. It's different from when you trace by biro and now you start thinking and say it's you, it's not me. And it's practically impossible to impersonate with these beavers. So it's a big plus to the process. I like it, and I think it's good for us in Nigeria.
No, definitely you are saying that you really appreciate what Nigeria is becoming.
Yeah, we're coming up. Let's
take a look at another report. The Oyo State Governor went out this morning to exercise his franchise.
Speaking to newsmen shortly after voting at the Presidential and National Assembly elections, Governor Seyi Makinde described the voting process as speedy and efficient. He also commended the electoral umpire, INEC, for the improvement noticed in the process.
The accreditation process was seamless, and people are conducting themselves very well. I think democracy has come to stay in Nigeria.
At Ward 5, Ibadan North, Ikolaba High School, and Ward 10, Unit 1, Elero Meta, Okiofa, Babasale. Some electorates, after casting their vote, have commended the use of bimodal voters accreditation system, BVAS, for the exercise.
We have adequate number of security covering this particular area. And even other areas I've gone to, there are adequate security. And I doubt if there could be any violence in any place, with what I've seen so far.
No hiccups at all. The BVAS worked perfectly. So we thank God. We have been praying for many years for this election. And we say that the will of God will be done.
I'm satisfied, more especially with the security level we can find, that everywhere is at peace and there is no bombing or killing anywhere. Some people have made up their mind to vote. In places where people have made up their mind, they're out there voting.
Counting and sorting are currently ongoing at the time of filing this report. In Ibadan, Ayomiku Ajibola, NTA News.
From that report, the governor just mentioned that democracy has come to stay. Yes, it has come to stay. So, but Dolapo Dosunmu, you know that there were reports from other places across the country, not from Oyo State now, about allegations of ballot snatching, stealing the beavers, or hijacking it. What would you say to this when we talk about democracy has come to stay?
Yeah, democracy has come to stay is a fact. But that does not remove the fact that, like I said, this is the first time that this BVAS device is being used for our election process. And it's given that you can't just start it and get it 100%. In those little areas that some still believe that they can snatch ballot, even if you snatch the whole ballot paper, I don't think it will be of use. Maybe they are not aware that there are checks and balances built into this process. If they know, that means that they really want to be a spoiler. But you can excuse it that, okay, maybe they really do not know. And for instance, where it's being reported that the device were being hijacked, or stolen, or, taken away, it means that one was a deliberate action to sabotage that process. It's not of education, no. It's a deliberate attempt to sabotage the process. So, and in any society, in a developing country like Nigeria, you still will find pockets of things like that until we are able to totally, overcome this.
Now, would you say that the social media has a role to play in this, talking about irregularities on the social media, some reports like vote rigging? I wouldn't say we have experienced vote rigging from reports we've heard across the country, but the social media has a role to play in this too, because we are using technology. What would you want to say to this?
Well, maybe is the nature, excuse me, is the nature of the people patronizing social media. They feel that it is easier to sell the negative stories out there than the positive ones. If you look at the trendy stories, they will talk more about the ballot hijack, the device stealing, the skirmishes here and there is what is being reported mostly. But I must say that also what I find trending is that a lot of these political office holders up there, they take pride in going through to the social media to say that they have delivered their voting units. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. You find stories like so occupying this position delivered to his party. That also is a trend presently. Maybe in an attempt to convince the head of the, the leader of the leadership of the party that they are on ground. But I find it's a trend that each political office holder wants people to know that, oh, okay, I won my polling unit. And whoever is occupying the position and loses in the unit is also being reported that so lost in the polling unit. But more is about, heralding these ugly ones. And I think it will serve a dual purpose, because the more they report it, people will always condemn it. Okay. So the areas that are reported that they have a hijack and thuggery and things like that, it will be reported. And it will go down in the history or in posterity that this area, there were a little bit of problems during this election. And I think it won't happen the next time.
Thank you very much for
You're most welcome
to Verdict 2023 in the Ibadan studio. And at the moment, collation continues in Oyo State. It's over to you, Cyril.
Right, Kemi, just before you leave the stage, I just like to say a word or two to your guest there, if she's still with you. The last time we interacted in a forum like this was in 2019, when she was the NOA director right there in Oyo State. So it's good to see you again, Mrs. Dolapo Dosunmu. Still talking about election matters and awareness. So based on what you have seen 2023, from what the scenario was like in 2019, how would you rate the awareness of the electorate? It's been reported widely that many more youths and women particularly are taking more interest in what's happening. How would you rate that? More interest in what's happening. How would you rate that?
Honestly, I think I've mentioned it, that we see a lot of improvement in the participation in 2023, particularly the youths and the women. We have more of youths. Like I said, this set of youths, before in 2019, they were the ones restless at the polling units, playing around, disturbing everybody. But this time around, they were more serious, coordinated, and determined to be part of this process. I said it that even where there were shortcomings, there are little the inconveniences, they're the ones that are saying, oh, it's just for our country, just bear with us. And you see them appealing to the other ones to just bear with them. So I think it is more of a determination to be part of forming the next government. I think they want to make a difference. They want to be part of this process to achieve their aim. I think they have a purpose. They have a vision to be part of this government, and they are pursuing it vigorously. Because the way they came out today, I was amazed, And some of them even brought their parents, which is not like that in 2019. So I think the consciousness to be part of the government, incoming government, is more likely to be a major factor.
Right. Thank you so very much. It's good to see you again. Thank you. And let's also say a big thank you to Kemi Akinwande in Ibadan for bringing us that guest. Thank you, Kemi. And we'll check in later on and see what other updates you have. Thank you very much. Well, back here, it's a good point to take over to Chief Obinna Waka, who is the Director General of CYMS. By the way, that's a Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization. And so the youths are a moving force at this time. And, well, a lot of awareness and sensitization has gone on into this. And perhaps that's why we're seeing the numbers increasing and wanting to take part in determining how the country is run.
Yeah. Yes, sir. As a DGCYMS and also a youth, I have never been impressed in my life since my democratic engagement, other than today. From what I saw on the field, I'm so much impressed. In fact, I would like to say that the youth or the young people, they are the true heroes of democracy. Why am I saying this? If you look at the figure, the demographic of registered voters in Nigeria today as we speak, is over 90,469,008. And if it comes to this figure, the youth population itself, the young people from the 18 years to 49 years, they made up of 70 million, which is approximately 75%. So the awareness himself, these young people are also part. Not to talk about the voting process himself. So we are highly impressed with their participation. And from what I've seen on the field, we've come to realize that the young people should not be taken for granted anymore in this country, because they have made a voice, they have made their own stand, and they have made their own point clear that, yes, they want to be part of the formation of the government. They also want to be part of the formation of every processes and policies that is happening, because you cannot take away the policy and the formulation of government out from the young people, because there's nothing like creating any policy when you are not as factoring the image, the interest of the young people on board. But this 2023 election did not give young people or the youth opportunity to strive personally in political offices, despite the not too young to wrong bill that had been signed, that was signed by Mr. President, because of the finance and the enabling environment. The enabling environment does not mean that the country is secured and all those things. But the young people, with their own personal political ambition, just to make sure that they participate actively in civic engagement in this 2023 general election. We have been on the field even before now. The last election that held in Kano rerun election, I was in Kano during the governorship rerun election. From what I saw today was what I saw in Kano. In Kano, you will see no less than 3,000 registered voters in a polling unit, and over 2,000 voters will be there waiting to cast their vote. Will also be there to ensure that their vote is being counted before they leave. I have never experienced such before until today. What I saw in Gariki, what I saw in Airport Road, Akko Estate, what I saw also in Nyanya. The awareness was so high, and the people I was seeing were the young people. You will see young people moving from one polling unit to another, energizing themselves, encouraging themselves, do not leave, do not leave. In fact, I saw one of the guys that, in fact, one of the launderer that assists me in taking care of my clothes. A guy that stays far away at Karu. I saw the guy at Gariki. I was asking, what are you doing here? I said, this is where he came to vote. This is your own polling unit. You can imagine somebody that took the risk. The guy shouldn't be up to 25 years. But I saw him there. I was so impressed. So the awareness from the young people was very high. And it's high time that the country should start taking the young people very serious when it comes to the issue of democratic engagement. Yeah. Because their population is not taking advantage, and they are taking advantage of their population. And what is playing out today in nationwide is the young people lending their voice, the young people participating, and the young people also being on the field.
George Agbakahi, the tide is changing.
Right. I think truly the political awareness in respect of the youth engaging in partisan politics cannot be overemphasized. And is pretty well shown in this electioneering campaign. I think it all started during the NSAS movement, you know, when they came out and demonstrated and stuff like that. But however, I think the major political parties, you know, in my view, also did a lot of work, you know, in mobilizing and encouraging the youth to participate actively in politics, particularly the candidacy of Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, you know. But the issue now is this: we have to wait and know if the number of youths that participated in this will bring out a lot of vote for their individual candidates. We are all aware that in the past, the youth will come out and engage, you know, in partisan politics, but at the end, you will find out that many of them will not come to vote. I think in the same vein, the women folks are also to be noted in terms of this political awareness. You will find out that a lot of women are also participating actively in this election. You know, but unfortunately, at the same time, there are not too many women candidates. As a matter of fact, there are only about 1,553 female candidates in the general election. And you also find out that the major political parties do not recruit the female candidates to participate. It's all these other smaller parties that field women, you know, in all these political campaigns. But that's a big problem. Can you imagine that in a whole country like Nigeria, we only have one female gubernatorial candidate, I believe, in Taraba State, by a major, in Adamawa State, yes, by a major political party.
Despite court issues.
Yes. Exactly.
As a candidate.
Yeah, quite unlike in other advanced countries where you see so many women contesting for governors, for senators, and even winning the election.
Yeah.
I know there are problems of, you know, tradition, there are problems of religion, you know, so but we need to do a whole lot to bridge the gap.
All right, at this point, let's go over to Makurdi Center, where Ademola Adeoye is sitting in tonight. Demo, good to see you. And, sitting in tonight. Demo, good to see you. What's happening with Makurdi Benue State General? Demo.
Good to see you too, Cyril, and welcome to Makurdi, the Benue State capital. The situation here has been very peaceful, but I have in the studio with me the resident electoral commissioner for Benue State, Professor Samuel Egu. You're welcome. Again, okay, you've been to most, if not all, of the polling units today and the 3 senatorial districts. What is your assessment of today's election? Conduct.
Yeah, when we start on this note, the last success meeting that we had in Benue State, It says it's co-chair.
Are you doing anything about this?
Myself and the police commissioner was on Wednesday. I will take a very important decision to do joint monitoring of the election. And the model we adopted was like a mobile situation room. We split ourselves into two groups, the police commissioner and the heads of other security agencies. And myself were on the same entourage, beginning from Kasinara, we went to Ukum, ended up at Logo, before crossing the river to Buruku, and then returned to Makodi. The other group went to Benue South, and that was led by the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of operations. Now, it was very clear that the process went generally very well. The first significant aspect of that was the functionality of the beavers, which is the major instrument that INEC has deployed in this election and meant to, change the narrative of election this time around. The security agencies leaders that I went with insisted that they would like to see the process of accreditation and voting. And in all the cases that we saw, they passed through beavers accreditation very smoothly. Secondly, there was orderliness in the context of a fairly large turnout. So I think people conducted themselves. And we also noticed a very strong presence of the youth population. Many of them not just voting, but willing to protect their votes. I spoke to so many of them. I said, have you voted? They said, we have, but why are you still here? Or they said, we are in the next phase, of protecting our mandates. So I think this was very useful. But there were challenges. There were challenges that we cannot deny. For example, while I was in this zone, I heard disturbing news of late, kickoff of voting in Makodi town, which for me was not acceptable, given the preparation for logistics. And I think after this particular election, we need to return back to the drawing board and have internal conversation, because that should not happen. Although in terms of deviation from central tendency, this was quite small, but this is not my standard, particularly considering the commitment we have made to open our polls at 8:30. So we are going to draw useful lessons from the exercise of today. And in 2 weeks' time, I can tell you, we'll have a completely different outing.
Okay, before you continue, you said you went around with the police commissioner, and I think we have that report. Maybe we quickly take that report, then we continue the conversation. Benue State Commissioner of Police Wale Abbas had visited Logo, Ukum and Katsina Ala and guaranteed prospective voters of their safety during and after the elections. The Commissioner of Police said they will deal with anyone who intends to disrupt the exercise. Correspondent Tena Umar reports that the Commissioner of Police was accompanied by the Resident Electoral Commissioner, INEC in Benue State, Professor Samegu, and heads of other sister security agencies.
People should come out. Here we are, you can see the number of policemen, the number of other security agencies that are present. That's to tell you that nobody should fear. Everybody should come out and do whatever they want to do, cast their vote without fear of anything. The voting is going on, and you have seen it, devoid of any violence. And we are going to maintain that. We are giving our words, and we are open on it. And by the grace of God, we will have it good.
Okay. The assurance I will give to people here is to reiterate what we did or said yesterday. Yesterday, we had a meeting with all the major stakeholders, all the political parties and their candidates. We held a meeting at the area commander's office. They gave us a lowdown of the challenges they are having in terms of security, and we immediately addressed them. I connected with the Commissioner of Police in charge of Benue Command, and he immediately addressed them. And it's part of why we're giving you that assurance that the elections will go on smoothly without any hitch as far as security is concerned.
As we can see, even almost all the head of security agencies here in Benue State, we are working together in order to see that we have a successful election exercise this year around. We are collaborating much and we are giving our own quota towards achieving that success. Thank you.
It is very, very tight. We are doing everything possible to ensure that there's credible and fair election today, to the glory of God. Nothing whatsoever will make this a not to happen because our security men are already on ground and everywhere is peaceful and calm.
For us, this is a very normal thing. We have seen mix-up in result sheets. Something belonging to Ogbadibo is in Otupo, and these matters have been highlighted since yesterday. And we are aggregating all the complaints. As at this morning, they have all been addressed. And of course, in this type of process, you expect that there will be one problem or the other. The important thing is the capacity and the goodwill to resolve them, and we are doing that.
Yeah, that was your movement earlier today. And we noticed that a lot of people have actually commended INEC for the deployment of beavers for this election. But a few places, in some few places, the beavers could not function well in terms of capturing, the faces of the electorate. How were you able to resolve that challenge?
In preparing for this election, INEC decided to deploy beavers, but also anticipated the possibility of malfunctioning beavers along the way. And for that purpose, we trained a crop of ad hoc staff that we call the RACTEX. They are not just people who operate the beavers. Beyond the knowledge of operating beavers, they can attend to malfunctioning beavers. And we took them through a long process of training. And just a week to the election, we had 3 days dedicated to the training of RACTEX. Then we have another layer of people at the local government level. So the RACTEX work at RA level or the ward level, while the upper layer is the LG techs, who finally at the local government level also supervise the RACTEX. Now, in many places where beavers did not work, those who restored the beavers were the RACTEX who were trained for that purpose. We also had additional beavers what we call the backup beavers, which were readily available. So where, for example, after trying to make a particular beavers work, and we find out that it is not working, we ask for replacements. And by the standard that we put in place, RACTEX and the LG, technicians were supposed to be mobile. So polling units that had problem will contact the SPO, the supervisory presiding officer, who had the overall responsibility of coordinating, the process at the RA level.
We have these officers in each of the senatorial districts because of the distance of when you contact them before they get to the place where the complaint is being made.
No, it's organized on RA basis.
Okay.
So in Benue, we have 276 RAs.
Okay.
So we then deployed 276, RACTEX.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you have 23 local governments. Then there are also LG techs at that level.
Okay.
So, and the idea is that the SPO is mobile.
All right.
The idea is that a vehicle is dedicated to the RACTEX to enable them move from one polling unit to another to resolve the problem of beavers.
Okay. Yeah. Now, besides the issue of beavers, there was also this issue of your officers getting to the polling units late. I mean, some polling units, they were reported that the voters were there early by 7, And your men didn't get there until about 9, 10, 8:30. What could be responsible for that?
Well, I alluded to this disturbing development. I mean, by the preparations we made, we ought to have, moved away from this kind of a situation where even in Makurdi town, with the INEC office located in North Bank, polling units will not open by 10 o'clock. I mean, this is a sacrilege as far as my own expectation is concerned. And there will be a number of factors responsible for this. What I would like to say is that moving forward, we need to insist on accountability, even within our own system. And I'm happy that Nigerians, especially the youths, are beginning to demonstrate what citizenship means by saying, in many cases, that, oh, you came out at 11, you came out at 12, we are no more voting today. Come back and we'll do the voting tomorrow. And I think we have to make...
You had cases like that today?
In one particular RA, and this is part of the report that we are compiling, because we want to have aggregate picture of what happened all over the states, because that has consequences in terms of going back to specific polling units to vote. The next day. But the timeline will eventually be determined by INEC, by the commission itself, because it also has consequence for funding. And so I don't know what the commission would want us to do. But we will be prepared.
So you have some areas where election did not hold today and will be held tomorrow.
We have places where elections did not hold, pockets of places, depending upon the type of the election. If, for example, we are dealing with Senate, we are dealing with House of Rep, and the number of people expected to vote in those polling units would be substantial enough to make a difference, between outcome at these different levels. We will have no choice but to return to those units to conduct the election. But as I said, if we were already preparing the minds of people in these units that they will be voting, if it is tomorrow, we are willing to communicate, but we will also consult with INEC headquarters if they have better wisdom in terms of the timing to do it.
How many of these units? You don't have the numbers yet.
As I talk to you, we are harvesting this on the platform that we have established with the EOs. And the whole idea is not to speculate, but to be able to give a figure that is accurate, that is, something that we can move forward with.
The turnout of election today has been widely commended, but before you discuss that, let me just take this story. The national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dr. Iyorchia Ayu, has described the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections as peaceful and orderly in Benue State. The national chairman, while expressing his views at the end of the voting exercise, said though there were pockets of complaints in some quarters, the exercise was generally credible. Tena Uma reports.
I'm at Ayu village, Igoro Council Ward, in Boko local government area of Benue State. Boko is under the Benue Northwest Senatorial District, where the presidential and National Assembly elections has just taken place. And with me is the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dr. Iyorchia Ayu, who will throw us more light on his feelings about the just concluded elections. So I would like to hear from you. What's your feeling about the exercise that has just ended?
Well, I was largely confined to my own polling unit, but in my polling unit, the election was very, very peaceful. The electoral officers were very professional. The security people cooperated, and there was no incident whatsoever. So I would say that in my polling unit, since I was confined to only one polling unit, that polling unit, the elections were free and fair. But I receive reports generally across Benue State, and in many places I understand the elections are going on well.
Unlike before, when we have cases of late accreditation of voters, late arrival of materials, and let's look at the INEC's preparation for this exercise. What's your feeling about it?
Well, generally there's a lot of improvement by INEC, but I, as the national chairman of my party, I receive reports of certain lapses, and there are serious lapses. For example, there are many wards where my party is not even on the ballot box. There are also wards like in Edo where I receive reports of the name of the ward being swapped. A different word is given the name, and again PDP symbols. And I have taken this up with the chairman of INEC. So I hope INEC will look into those lapses.
Thank you very much. We've heard from the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dr. Yoche Ayub, and he has expressed optimism that the 2023 presidential and national assembly elections will be successful. From Teayu village in Boko local government area of Benue State, I am Dana Uma, NT News.
You just heard the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party there, and he mentioned some of the challenges, like some parties were not even on the ballot paper. What could be responsible for that, and how were you able to correct that?
Well, I think these are issues that are beyond, me as a resident electoral commissioner. But I think what is quite instructive about the comment of the national chairman of PDP is the admission that we are making progress in terms of our procedures, in terms of the integrity of the process, and in terms of increasing public confidence and trust, which actually is a pillar of democratic election. But I also know, having worked in INEC for these past years, that INEC is a learning institution. And I think in this country, it's an island of a pocket of effectiveness in terms of listening to Nigerians, in terms of absorbing criticisms, and turning that into a point of strength in terms of how we have been able to also improve on our system. And the challenges we need to address are those that we know. One, for example, if you are deploying technology, you need to be very thorough in the training of the users, because technology on its own cannot change the story. The human factor is important. So I always like to emphasize the human agency. Okay. So you really need to pay attention to questions of capacity and also standing by your merits. So if you have done training of ad hoc staff, if you have given them tests at the end of the training, you use that assessment to do your recruitment and try to safeguard that process from being corrupted by external influence. Okay. And I think this is the kind of lesson that we need to learn, in deploying this technology. But let me also say, in the context of Benue and what I have seen today, that we need to single out the security agencies in the states for standing for credible elections, for being very, very professional. I've attended some of their operational and the kind of contributions that I have seen from the different agencies and their understanding of the division of labor among them in the electoral process, has, rubbed on our performance today. And I can tell you that if we can continue to put pressure, I keep saying that sovereignty belongs to the people. and that it is a duty of Nigerians to continue to put pressure on INEC, you know, to be responsible, to be responsive, and to be accountable to the Nigerian people. And that is the secret of the success that we have recorded in the last 3 electoral cycles. Okay. And today raises the possibility that we can really go beyond where we are.
Okay, I know that today's election has been adjudged very credible, but we still heard of stories of snatching of ballot boxes in some flash point areas. Did you get a report?
Yeah, we do. Okay. In fact, I think we were in Ukum today, and shortly after we left, some young men entered the polling units, you know, shot into the air, collected the beavers and smashed it, and went away with the ballot box. But the military reacted, you know, because they are not supposed to be within the polling unit. Well, they were quickly mobilized, you know, and they were able to recover the ballot box.
Were the guys arrested?
Well, this is something that I haven't been told conclusively. Okay. But I was in this mobile situation room with the Commissioner of Police when this news came. Okay, so if he was arrested or not arrested, or if anything happens to him, that is the part that security agencies have to handle. Okay, but the point I really want to make is that a lot of this is coming from maybe lack of awareness, because by the rule today, if you snatch a ballot box, the polling unit gets 0. So nobody benefits from that. But it is also possible that people are doing it as a deliberate strategy of suppressing votes, you know, for those who they think are winning against their own candidates. Because once you do that and the unit scores 0, so the loser is actually the winning candidate at that point.
Professor Ego,
yeah.
We need to go back to Abuja studios right now. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
We do hope that the next election, that is the governorship election, be far better than what we had today. Thank you.
That will happen in Benin.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Cyril, in Abuja.
All right. Thank you very much, Ademola. All right. Makudi, Benue State. Back here in Abuja Studios, just taking off from the last statements by the INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner in Benue State about those or someone who came into a polling unit, shot in the air, smashed the beavers, and took the ballot box, and somehow the ballot box was recovered. But the issue here is such disruptions lead to the polling unit scoring a 0. So the question is, who benefits from that, and who is the loser? It turns out the winning candidate at that point in time is the loser. So some people may use that to disrupt to disrupt the process and make sure that someone they believe is winning loses out. What can be done about that?
I think such act of violence usually is politically motivated, you know, because the electoral law says that where there is such violence, either it's cancelled or 0. So based on that, you know, it's politics. And mind you that even though democracy could be seen as government of the people, by the people, for the people, but practically speaking, Nigerian democracy, in my view, is predicated, you know, on the nature of struggle that exists in our society. That is why our politics has become a do-or-die affair, in the sense that political actors look for all necessary means to win election. You know, it's not only in Benue, it's almost like all over the country. You know, we are all aware of what happened in, is it not in Enugu State, where a Labour Party candidate was murdered together with his aides. I think all these things, to me, they are all politically motivated, and it is wrong. You know, that's why I had said earlier on, you know, in this presentation, that the political actors are the problem we are having. It's not INEC. It's not the security agencies. It's politicians. And the government need to set example, with some of them, so as to serve as a deterrent to others.
Well, this is one issue that many Nigerians have expressed a very strong opinion about, and you disrupt a process simply because you think someone else is going to be the winner. And so it's like, let's all lose. What can be done? George has talked about making an example of people who do such, to serve as a deterrent.
Yes, just like during our training and press briefing, we propose and also as a charge the federal government, especially the organizers of peace accord, that they should ensure the vote buying program or also activity while signing the bill or while signing the peace accord, so that the consciousness of whoever becomes the president will be there, that yes, this is one of the things that we need to fight. Now, on that other note, most of these people they are using, they are not even aware. They don't even know the implication or what the Electoral Act that has been signed into law, the strength of the Electoral Act, how it also protects the beavers. The beavers is an electronic gadget, and even if you snatch the ballot box, the beavers is also there. I was in one polling unit today, and one of the electorates was trying to mislead other people, telling them that some INEC officials came to the polling unit, that they were trying to use the beavers they had with them to start conducting the election with a different code. So people were trying to start foaming and start raising unnecessary concern. Before you know it, there will be crisis in that polling. So I engaged them. I told them that there's no how the beaver that is meant to be in polling unit 002 will work for polling unit 003. It is not possible, because everything has been well programmed in such a way that it will work accordingly. So I took my time to engage the electorate. I made them understand that this is not how it's going to be, that the electorate should just allow me to sensitize them for them to understand how these beavers work. So most of these people that politicians engage to perpetuate their acts, they are not well informed. Now, Mr. President made a statement some days ago, even during the signing of the peace accord, that he gave a directive to the military that whoever that is being caught in that act of trying to snatch a ballot box, they should deal with them ruthlessly. It's an executive order. You know, as a commander, the chief of armed force, the military listens to him. And from what we heard yesterday, or is it today? Okay, we are seeing it today.
Yeah.
That some people were shot in one of the states in the North Central while trying to obstruct the voting process, or while trying to, penetrate illegally into one community or the other. So the only way that these issues can be solved is when there is a proper orientation. Most of what that are young people that are doing well today as leaders, in one way or the other, some people who are the so-called politicians that are even engaging these young people, they were in those same direction before, but they became informed. They became leaders today, and they're also doing the same thing. So we need to be orientated. These people need to be oriented. They need to be guided. So many things are not be put in place before this general election. Like even this transfer of PVC, and even right now that the conjunction of the polling units that we're experiencing today, INEC are sending text message to people that you're meant to vote. If you're not meant to vote, you should go to this polling unit. What about the people in the rural areas? They are not even properly orientated. So many of them will be disenfranchised from voting because of this lack of awareness. So if the aged people, the people who does not even have access with their phone today as we speak, maybe because of poor electricity and all those things. So now we talk about adults who they are engaging to go and carry all these products. So what we need to do is that they need orientation. The National Orientation Agency needs to be collaborating with the INEC to be orientating the young people, because these are the people they are using in this act that we are talking about. So need to be properly guided that this is wrong. So there's no amount of election that is going to hold. If you do not engage these people, they will not, because if they fail to be responsible, the same people are going to be responsible for their irresponsibility. So the politicians need to be engaging them in the right direction.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, at this point in time, we'll take a short break. The studios of Verdict 2023 will continue after this break, but I'll be taking a breather myself. And as soon as we come back from the break, Benny Adams will be sitting in to continue the discussion on Verdict 2023. So stay with us. We'll be right back, but this time with Benny Adams.
Your Excellency, I would like to know your impression. Are you satisfied with the arrangement put in place for this election across the country?
Yes, I'm very impressed because I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it in so many number of states. In Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
What is your advice to Nigerians as they await the announcement of the results?
Yes, Nigerians should make sure that they have been respected. That means the candidates they want to vote for, they are allowed to vote for him. It is a pity there is only one woman candidate as a governorship from Adamawa State. So the women should kindly follow our APC presidential candidate, and everybody knows him.
This is the first time since 2003 that your name is not on the ballot. How has been the experience?
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the 4th time I said, God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
Been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your Excellency, can you comment on the air surrounding these elections? Yes, we've seen the Naira redesign policy perhaps choking, what we used to know about the influence of money politics. This atmosphere, is it a good legacy President Muhammadu will be leaving?
I think to the extent that it was meant vote buying, I think it's a worthwhile exercise. But then I think as far as the accessibility of the new currency to the ordinary man, I think it needs to be done. I'm very optimistic. Very optimistic.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9mobile Experience Center.
9mobile. Here for you. Here.
My show. How do you do, my friend?
Get 1 hour of YouTube data for 50 naira or 3 hours for 130 naira on the MTN network. Simply dial *131 *8 *1# today.
Tell her why it's okay, make it relax like it's your by day. Anything you want to do it on, if you do, I'm no need to delay. You don't need to stress yourself, eh? You got that world in your hand. Living like a baby girl for life, make the people know. If you wanna buy your headtime, oh yes. Easy access, now one time. Oh yes. Everything break it there, oh yes. Oh yeah, 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 oh yes. My MTN,
Download my MTN NG app and get 1 gigabyte free. Also, get up to 2 gigabytes when you recharge 500 naira and above with your debit card on the app. Plus 10% extra on every recharge on my MTN NG app.
It is the verdict coming to you. Network service of the NTA, the largest TV network in Africa. And as the conversations were ongoing, I've taken over from Cyril. I am Benny Adams, bringing you updates. Before I get to continue the conversation with our guests, George Agbakahi and Chief Obinna Nwaka, we have Joseph Oten somewhere in Apo Legislative Quarters, where we received reports earlier that the process was still ongoing. Let's get to join him to get to know what is actually happening at this moment. Joseph.
All right, Benny, this is Apo Village, polling unit 020. Voting is still going on. Let's see a good number here. A long queue. What I meant to understand that voting started around 10 a.m., but up to now, they are still on. Down there, you'll see there's accreditation going on there. The accreditation still have a long line. When you are done with accreditation, you come straight to vote here, and the voting still also have a good number on the line. The electoral officers are so busy, some of them couldn't even talk to me, but I meant to understand that they have all their materials intact. For now, they don't have issues with voting materials. But the electorate here, you can see there are a lot of, some of them here, there's a lot of, a little bit of tussle, and some trying to shunt the line. But if you have few security personnel around who they are coordinating themselves with some of the electorate, trying to restore, put law and order. I have an electoral observer here who is also with us. Can you just come forward and who will just tell us some of the things he has observed? Is will connect to development.
Yeah. Well, it's very, very disturbing what we are seeing here. This is a polling unit with about over 4,050 registered voters here. And what is even more disturbing about this polling unit is that there are over 7 to 8 other polling units within the range of 1 kilometer around here, the newly created polling units. And in this polling units, they have less than 100 persons that has been allocated to this polling units. And here we have one polling unit with 4,000 persons with just about 9 INEC ad hoc staff. As it is, there is no light here. We understand that there is a citizen that brought this generator here at this time, and the citizens have provided lights in here. I think, what I really think is, this is 30 minutes to 12 midnight. The whole place is dark. I will call on the Nigerian police force to also provide extra security around this place. And if possible, I will even call on the Resident Electoral Commissioner of INEC FCT to make more deployment of his core staff, INEC core staff or supervisors, to come and support what they are doing here. And I understand this has been going on here since 10 o'clock a.m. when they opened polls here till now. And they still have on the queue hundreds of people who are yet to vote. How long will this, when would they ever get done with this? I think INEC need to come here. So at the end of the day, because of the poor lighting around here, we will not have a security crisis around here where the ballots, all the ballots that are fully stuffed probably will get destroyed, and all the effort that have been put into this polling today may go to waste.
One of the critical questions, you have been as an election observer, you have been doing this for years. One of the critical questions some of the electorate have been asking me is that if this goes after 12 noon, that means they'll be voting on the 26th of February, and many of them are wondering what happens to their votes.
No, so you know, for me, this voting is still in line with INEC guideline, because what the INEC guideline says is that the voting hours starts from 8:30 till 2:30 p.m. But at 2:30, if there are still people on the queue, voting will go on, not minding when the people on the queue finish. So even if these people, there is still numbers on this queue till probably 1 or 2 a.m., people will still be on this queue, and INEC will be here available to let them vote. But I think the bigger challenge is the deployment of the beavers. Here we have a polling unit with 4,050 persons, and we only have 4 beavers to attend to this much number of people. 4 beavers. But whereas there are polling units around all these places, newly created polling units, with 1 beavers for just about 80 persons. I think that what they would have done for this kind of place is to provide a lot of beavers. And this gives credence to what we talked about, the turnaround time of the beavers to accredit 1 person. We've said this before, that if the beavers is so effective and the beavers accredits 1 person in 1 minute and 30 seconds, in 1 hour the beavers will only be able to accredit only 40 persons. It means that in 6 hours the beavers will only be able to accredit only 240 persons.
Right,
so in a polling unit where you have 4,000 persons, I mean, you can't do much than the crisis we are seeing.
It's all right, we need to get back to the studio and continue with the discussion in the studio. Okay, that's the situation up here. It has not been easy. People, a lot of, the tussle is still there. The tussle is still there. That's the situation. It's not been easy. Everybody is determined to vote, and that's, some say they will still be patient.
Thank you so very much, Joseph Otsen. That was Joseph Otsen from Apo Village, giving us an update of what is happening there, where people are determined to actually exercise their franchise by casting their ballot. Well, let's join Kaduna Network Center, where we have Abdullahi Rigachukun standing by to also give us update from that end. Abdullahi, if you can hear me, it's over to you. Let's get to know what is happening in Kaduna and environs.
Thank you very much, Benny Adams, and welcome to the Verdict Studio in Kaduna Network Center. Of course, like in any other or most states in the Federation, voting process right from the distribution of voting materials, the accreditation of voters, voting, election ballots, as well as counting have been concluded in many areas across Kaduna State. We are now at the stage of collation at wards and local government levels. Of course, with me in the studio to shed light on some of the developments on the field during the voting, 2 prominent personalities. By my right, we have Professor Kabir Mato, a political scientist and presently member of Kaduna State Executive Council. You are most welcome to this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening.
We also have Madam Abdurrahman Hassan, of course, our colleague in the media from the FRCM, but now he's wearing two caps, a domestic election observer. Of course, you have been going around, you went around and you have seen it yourself. You're most welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Before we delve into the discussion proper, let us now take a report on the election where Muhammad Umar Ajingi reports that counting of ballots at various polling units in Kaduna State was conducted peacefully in presence of party agents, foreign and domestic observers.
Marnona polling unit here at Ungwansarki in Kaduna State, from the stage of the accreditation to the time of casting of ballot, and also to this period where the presiding officers are counting in some of this vote. It has been peaceful here so far. There was no record of any violence whatsoever. And of course, the Vivas machine did not malfunction here. I've interviewed a number of persons from morning till this hour as I'm talking to you, and no one has complained of the functioning of the Vivas machine.
Everything is moving smoothly, inshallah, and we are expecting it to be end without any disruption or any problem.
I think people now know their right. Before, you can come to them and tell them that, hey, vote for so-so person and don't vote for so-so person. But now, even if you tell them, they will tell you that no, we know our right, we know who to vote, and we know who not to vote. So I think this is free and fair election being seen so far.
Everything is smooth and generally peaceful across the state. We had initial challenges in the morning, but all the reports I've been receiving while we were here that everything is going very well across the state, and INEC must be commended for the level of organization, and the security agencies must be appreciated for the efforts they have put in that have ensured we generally throughout Nigeria have had free and fair elections so far. We await the result with great expectations.
We're meant to understand that the presiding officers from here will take this result to the collation center for the collation officer to make comparison of this result sheet, manual result sheet they presented before him, as well as that the electronically transmitted result, as well as that.
Of course, my take from one of the female respondents in that report by Muhammad Umar Ajingi is the fact that voters now know their right. Of course, that informs the enthusiasm by voters. Let me go to Professor Kabir Matu. How would you assess the conduct of the electorates at the various polling units and the level of enthusiasm being exhibited by the electorates?
Well, thank you very much. I think the election generally, as has been accepted, was peaceful, and the massive improvements that we have noticed arising from the developments that INEC has put in place to ensure that the right results are released at the end of the election. Have further strengthening the hope that truly, I think, elections is taking place in Nigeria, and it's only when you have election that you will talk about, democracy. So what I think in Kaduna today and in several parts of the country is the fact that there has been an enhancement, in the entire electoral processes, and beyond, singing praises of INEC and any other party in this election. I think the most important people to be praised here, I think, are the Nigerian citizens that are now coming to terms.
Do we now say that there is a kind of behavioral change?
I think our behaviors towards election is changing, even if gradually. Okay. People now are resorting to going to the polling station to cast their votes for their, preferred candidates without any intimidation. And I think everybody seems to be accepting that, and I think that's the spirit that the democracy itself is anchored in. So I believe that the election, as far as the 2023 Presidential National Assembly elections are concerned, have greatly improved.
Okay.
from what we saw. I was in Ocean State, for instance, during the last gubernatorial election. But I can see, from what I observed today, that there has been some substantial improvement, in the way people conduct themselves during elections, and even the instruments that INEC has provided for this.
Before I go to Malam Abdulrahman, I think I still need to ask you this question, which is in connection to this. Of course, does this enthusiasm have anything to do with voter education, awareness?
Well, I will say with all sense of sincerity that it does not appear that the political class or the political party in Nigeria is interested in putting at the forefront of its activities the question of voter education. I think the education is naturally emerging from the experience that Nigerians are acquiring from the successive 5 or 6 elections that were conducted from 1999 to date. And some of us have said this time and time and again that you don't achieve the objective of a free, fair, and credible election at once. It has to go gradual. Before this election, the major item on the agenda was the question of vote buying. Today, probably as a result of the change in currency and so many other factors, politicians are still going to the electorate with one form of inducement or the other. And there is no way anybody can stop that anyway. We have seen where foodstuff and other materials were distributed to people queuing up to cast their votes, and by and large, that has to some extent, contributed in the pattern of voting behaviors for different individuals in different parts of the country.
Thank you, Prof. Let me go to the domestic observer in the person of Abdurrahman Hassan. Of course, you went around some local governments within Kaduna Metropolis and also the outskirts of Kaduna. Tell us your assessment or your observation on the level of commitment by security agents, all relevant stakeholders, including you, the observers, especially in making sure that the election is hitch-free and especially in hard-to-reach areas.
No. Well, actually, I went to about 3 local governments, the Kaduna North, Kaduna South, and Igabi local governments. And what I observe is, generally, if I can give the general assessment, is the election is successful, but there are certain, problems which I believe had to do with the logistics of conducting the election, because some of the polling units didn't start the election till around 3 p.m. I think I think it's polling unit number 058 in Badarawa. They started their election by 3 because the materials and the staff, INEC staff, arrived there around that time. Similarly, there is also another polling unit in Malali, polling unit 041, which also the materials arrived around 1 p.m. So that's why, even as I was coming to this program, there are still people at some of the polling stations within Malali, Badarawa access.
That's around
9 p.m., yes. There are people there, meaning they are still either conducting, because I didn't stop to cross-check, either conducting the election or counting the votes.
Ballots.
Yes.
Okay. So what about the security? What's your assessment of it?
Actually, there is adequate.
Very civil or rigid?
No, it was very civil, because all the security officers within the polling units do not have any weapon, on them. So it was really very civic, and there is no any problem or whatever, or any problem, that comes up within the polling units that I've visited.
Election observation is about networking, and I believe you have a link with other observers elsewhere, domestic, foreign, and the rest of them.
Yes.
Of course. Did you receive any information or any report of either ballot snatching or electoral violence and the rest of it from any part of the state?
from the colleagues who worked it, I haven't received any of such information.
All right, let me come back to the Prof. Of course, from the use of electronic voting system, we have now seen an improvement in the entire electoral process. Are we likely to see the outcome, a different outcome from the previous past elections in Nigeria, and talking about acceptability of probably the results?
Well, I think yes. I don't understand what you mean by outcome, but I think at the end of this process, it is likely that Nigerians are going to, be more comfortable with the outcome of the elections because of the relative, peaceful atmosphere in which it was conducted, and of course also you can see that from the preliminary reports that you get, especially on social media, tend to indicate that, different candidates are doing differently in different parts of the country. And so at the end of the day, maybe one of the things that this election may prop up at the end of the day will be that it will no longer be a two-party affair, it may be a three-party affair. That is it. But on a whole, I think it's important to say that I do believe sincerely that Nigerians will be more comfortable with this result because there are very few incidences of, antisocial activities from the reports that we are receiving across, the length and breadth of this country. So it's an election that, in my view, it's going to produce a winner that will be credible. That's in terms of the presidency, and in terms of the one particular thing that I also want to observe about the pattern of election this time around is the apparent sophistication of the voter. They are to select between various candidates. So it's no longer a matter that is predominantly a political party. Yes, you may see the dominance of a particular political party in a particular area, but you also see some semblances of people, electing at various degrees. The various candidates of various political parties.
What, in your own view, bring about that?
Again, it's the routine. Nigerians are becoming increasingly aware of their rights and what is expected of them in a democratic process or during elections. It's just about supporting who you want to support and then casting your vote for that individual without necessarily, mincing words or even getting into unnecessary argument with any other person. So I think we are making progress. If we put it together, you will see that successively, especially from the time of Goodluck Jonathan till now, we've been having an incremental progress as far as the conduct of elections are concerned in this country.
All right. Let us now take this report and we'll come back to continue with the discussion. Voters in Kaduna South local government area have applauded the Independent National Electoral Commission for conducting a credible election. Adamu Sunday reports that the voters are optimistic that their votes will count even as election results are being collated.
The atmosphere is calm and peaceful, with all staff on election duty surrounded by voters as election results are being collated and counted in the presence of party agents and security officials. Some of the voters who spoke to NTA News say the 2023 election is one of the best in the history of this country.
I am very, very happy to see how this process started. Despite they started late, we started casting the vote around 9:30 to 10. But however, we're done, and you can see they're just counting the ballot papers now. It's one of the most peaceful and perfect elections I've ever seen in this country.
I'm positive that my preferred candidate is going to win at this polling station. I'm very happy about that. So I just expect that at the end of the day, after all the collation, everything will be peaceful. We just pray for peace because no candidate is worth the blood of any Nigerian.
They say they will wait patiently at the polling units until the election results are announced. Adamu Sunday, NTA News.
Thank you, Adamu Sunday. And now let me turn to Malam Abdurrahman Hassan. Of course, if given the opportunity, having observed all the processes, if given the opportunity to advance suggestions on ways to improve the election in Nigeria to suit our own peculiarities, what will be your suggestion to the INEC and to the Nigerian government?
I think the first thing to consider is voter education, because from some of the polling units I visited, it's unfortunate that some of the voters, even within Kaduna Metropolis, couldn't identify the party of their choice. So you see, this means maybe from the part of the all the stakeholders, including INEC, National Orientation Agency, and the parties, need to do more, in voter education, to educate them on how to identify the respective parties of the party of one's choice. Okay. Because that has been a very, very serious problem, because it is a place whereby in a polling station you cannot, it's against the law to tell somebody that this is the party you should vote for. So I think I have seen that such problem. And secondly, the issue of logistics. The issue of logistics, the far local governments, I learned they start the election in good time. Okay. But the metropolitan local governments, that's where the main problem is. In spite of the nearness, close to the, yes, but they start, most of the polling stations start late. Because most of the polling stations starts, if you are the three local governments I mentioned earlier, starts around 9. They start around 9, but I have mentioned to you that some of them even, cross to the afternoon before they even start.
All right. Let me come back to Prof. Of course, we have seen the involvement of anti-graft agencies in this particular election. The EFCC officials were seen moving around the polling units, probably to make some inquiries and arrests. How do you think this will translate in ensuring a credible election in Nigeria moving forward?
Well, I think it's counterproductive. It's counterproductive in the sense that there's an attempt to over-militarize, the entire electoral process. I wonder what EFCC will be doing, at the polling station when people are casting the to be able to arrest people who are giving money for election, or those who are distributing, foodstuff and other materials. So I think really, as far as, this is concerned, I think the police, the civil defense and other, civil security outfits are sufficient to be able to handle this much more than, attempting to introduce some major fear on the part of the citizens. Because the moment you see an EFCC person wearing the jacket getting into the polling station, the concept of, freedom of atmosphere that is supposed to exist there won't be there. It won't be there. So I think there is a need for government to really take this very seriously, and we have seen it in this election. It hasn't done much. It has only succeeded in scaring more voters. Okay. So I think during the gubernatorial elections, the EFCC officials should not be there.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabir Nautu, for coming to shed light on the development during the elections today, and Malam Abdurrahman Hassan, domestic observer, for coming. Let me now hand you over to our Sokoto Verdict 2023 studio for the continuation of the program.
Well, thank you for coming. This is 2023 Verdict studio in the seat of the Caliphate. I have in this studio to discuss issues as they unfold in the election period. The Commissioner of Police, Sokoto State Command, Muhammad Hussein Gumel, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Also with me, there's a political scientist with Usman Danford University, Sokoto, Professor Tanko Yahya Baba. Prof, you are welcome.
It's my pleasure.
Let us take some reports before we engage into the discussions. Traditional and religious leaders in Sokoto have stressed the need for Nigerians to be patriotic, peaceful, and law-abiding during and after the elections in the country. The leaders were speaking on the need for the conduct of peaceful elections in Nigeria. The report. Rosemary has a report on the sorting and counting of ballot papers in polling units in Dangeshuni local government area of Sokoto West Senatorial District. The report. Okay, now we have it there. To our discussion, the CP, you deployed 7,437 security personnel comprising of the police and other security agencies, in addition to the military, to provide adequate security throughout the process at the polling units across the state. I believe you must have gone around some local government areas to monitor the conduct of the election. What was the security situation during your monitoring of the exercise?
Thank you very much. Good evening, Nigerians. Well, like you said, deployment has been made early enough this morning to police 10,002 polling units across the state of Sokoto. This number did not include other agencies like the military and other intelligent outfits. If you put it together, the total number of security personnel have superseded the number given to you as 3,700. It may be even above 4,000 security officials. Well, immediately the accreditation and before the commencement of voting begins, the security officials, you know, we are operating a kind of multi-agency security practice in the state under the auspices of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security. We divided ourselves and all the agencies went round to conduct checks on these polling units and registration centers to see what our security officials are doing. Glory be to God, we saw a lot of improvement in terms of provision of this security. We saw compliance by members of the public, the citizens, the voters, especially when it comes to the issue of restitution orders. Like I saw in the report preceding the leaders have called on citizens of Sokoto State to obey the law and cooperate with security agencies. And that is one thing that you cannot take away from the citizens of Sokoto State. They are very good in terms of obeying their leaders. So that has helped us to in place a robust security network in the state. The election has taken place from the accreditation to voting, now the counting at the various collection centers. So glory be to God, everybody saw the level of, misdemeanor, a kind of disobedience to the provision of the electoral law, were quite minimal, in the sense that people obey the law. Although there is no society in the world that is free of crime, there are little skirmishes here and there, but most of those challenges were surmountable. There was collective effort by all the security agencies in the state to ensure that those places where those challenges arose are overcome, and really it went very well.
No, thank you, CP. Prof. Tanko Yahya, you have been following elections and the political activities in the country, being a political scientist with a higher institution here in Sokoto. What is your assessment about today's election?
Well, to begin with, I will say that first thing first, the turnout of voters was quite massive, impressive as it were. You could see the enthusiasm in Nigerian voters, electorate, early enough making it to their polling units where they have registered, where they are due to vote, very early in the morning. And not only that, very patient, waiting anxiously for the arrival of electoral officials. And of course, we have heard even from reports in other states, and it's also no, Sokoto State is also no exception. We've seen some delays in the delivery of electoral materials and arrival of electoral officials. Yet again, we have seen patience on the part of voters who waited anxiously for the arrival, and when these materials and electoral officials arrived, we have seen also some levels of orderliness in the way in which voters conducted themselves in polling units, and we could also see that the impact of voter education, of orientation and sensitization and mobilization of voters in terms of the new innovation that electoral umpire, that is to say the Independent National Electoral Commission has made in terms of use and deployment of new technology. The BVAS Bimodal Voter Aggregation System, which now verifies voters, both by their fingerprints and by also their facial outlook. This has actually helped in no small measure in reducing the time by which voters are accredited, and this has also helped in enhancing the credibility of that process and trust and accountability of the electoral institution, and that explains why the security challenge, the security officials will have to deal with only a few breaches, if you like, of security in quite across different parts of the state where elections are taking place. But we also have seen a number of places where there have been large concentration of voters in particular areas, or some voting points, slated and scheduled closer to each other, which create, a crowd, mammoth crowd, in a place that makes it easier for security of those areas to be breached.
In fact, what led some voters to complain of some delay by operating the BVAS and the accreditation process?
Yeah, I think it's not, sometimes when we talk about operational challenges that has to do with technology, this is given. No matter how perfect, how well you are planned and prepared to use technology, sometimes you can experience those hitches. But I think what has happened, particularly in Sokoto State, is not a thing of huge concern, because we have seen areas or voting points where complaints emerge in terms of use of that very particular instrument, distress calls put on, and rapid response from the electoral umpire received, and those machines, when they could not actually be operated, technical personnel deployed by INEC came to the rescue of those electoral
officials. But what we are saying in essence is that areas, polling units and voting points that have large number of voters in it creates such apprehension, such anxiety, such concerns about the delays, about the time it takes for each and every voter that have made himself available to the polling unit to get accredited in the first place, and to also have the opportunity to cast his ballot.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
CP, there were some chaotic situations that transpired in some polling units in Gobira area of Sokoto's local government, and in Gododi village of Rabah local government. What actually happened, and how are you able to overcome such situations?
Thank you very much. Quite really, Prof has already mentioned one of the points that made the mammoth crowd developing in some of these locations you mentioned. Okay. Usually the polling units, basically, probably by consideration, early decided to put this polling unit closer to each other so that there should be a kind of a better security arrangement to police multiple polling units. But in every innovation, there is bound to be a kind of challenge. That is a challenge we now experience. By the time these voting centers are in one place, the crowd will continue to develop. And you know, by nature of human being, when you are too many in a particular place, the tendency of controlling yourself and controlling other people is always weak. So that was what developed. But with the kind of strategy we call convoy patrol, we were able to surmount it. Convoy in the sense that security officials come in large number to all these places that once we receive a distress call, we normally deploy like 7 to 10 vehicles from different security agencies.
Do we see elections held in those centers thereafter?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Part of the provisions of the Electoral Roll 2022 as amended is the provision of assistive facilities and the priority voting for the persons with disabilities, pregnant women, and the aged persons. What is your perception about such provisions?
Yeah, I think this is an innovation that guarantees inclusion of the vulnerable groups, if you like. These categories of people are people that need special attention and special support, people with special needs. And the effort is to ensure that their rights to vote, particularly in periods of elections, that is usually crowded, that is usually very, in some ways, very staggering and frightening for people living with disability, the aged, and so on and so forth. The electoral law, the new Electoral Act 2022 provided that these categories of people should be given special attention. First, the pregnant women, the people living with disability, the aged, should be given due consideration when it comes to voting. Meaning that if people are already assembled in the polling unit, the electoral officials and the security agents should look out for the aged, should look out for the pregnant women, should look out for the people living with disability. For that, they are now accredited first before any other categories of people, and then given the opportunity to also cast their ballot before. This creates now room for these categories of people to feel some sense of importance and some sense of inclusion and priority in terms of sympathy for the condition in which they are, and that the society and the political system will not lose these very particular people in terms of their decision to make choices and express their preferences between and among individuals, parties, and coalitions that are vying for positions across different levels of governance.
Okay, CP, some parts of Sokoto Eastern Sectoral Zone have flashpoints in terms of insecurity. What provisions have you made to those parts that those flashpoints for elections to hold, and how did it hold?
Thank you very much. I'm sure you are talking of the high-risk voting centers.
Yes.
In some part of the state, particularly the eastern part of Sokoto. Even in our security deployment plan, we consider these places, we share them, we sectorize them in conjunction with the military and the Nigerian Air Force. We in place a greater security environment for the voting and the election generally to take place without anybody being attacked or without anybody being intimidated. And that has kept us on our toes, and the election really went in all the local governments of Sokoto State, without exception.
Prof, what is the lessons you think we learn, or we are learning from the 2023 Presidential and National Assembly elections?
Yeah, one big lesson that we have learned, demonetization of the electoral system.
Okay.
And this is a huge development.
Okay.
And I think we have seen and noticed that the influence of money in our electoral system is now on the decrease, and that people do not wait for politicians to induce them with money before they vote. We thought all before now that the turnout will be low, largely on account that politicians have limited access to funds. And such limitation of funds will now influence the decision of the voters not to appear on the voting points and not to cast their ballot. But the contrary has happened. We have seen many people patiently waiting, making themselves available to the polling units and insisting of casting their ballot even without inducement. Of course, we have seen pockets of breaches of this electoral law that frown at inducement. We have seen materials distributed in few places and so on and so forth. But the hard fact to be told that for now, if this development continues in this manner, the influence of money in our electoral process will be on a decrease, and Nigerians will have the chance to think and elect people of their choice on the basis of credibility.
And their votes count.
And the votes will count.
Well, to our second report, Osman Beru has a report on the sorting and accounting of ballots in some polling units in the Ngeshuni local government area of Sokoto West Senatorial District. The report.
Despite late arrival of election materials at most of the polling units in the Ngeshuni local government, the exercise was peaceful. At Dombo Primary 025 and 003 polling units, voting is over while sorting and counting of ballot papers has commenced in the presence of party agents and security personnel. One of the INEC presiding officer who spoke to NTA News said the process was peaceful.
The exercise was so friendly. There was we didn't have any fights, we didn't have any misunderstanding. It was friendly.
We don't have any challenges. We thank God for everything, because anything that anybody is doing, you have to put God front. So we thank God. May God be the glory.
The final results will be announced at the collation centers in Sokoto. Osman Zuer, NTA News.
Traditional leaders and religious leaders in Sokoto have stressed the need for Nigerians to be patriotic, peaceful, and law-abiding during and after the elections in the country. The leaders were speaking on the need for the conduct of peaceful election in Nigeria. The report. Traditional religious leaders in Sokoto have called on Nigerians to be patriotic, peaceful, and law-abiding during and after the general elections in the spirit of peace and national development. They stress that election is not a do-or-die affair, calling on Nigerians to respect the will of one another in elected leaders without violence. The leaders also admonished the security personnel to be resolute in securing the lives and the property of people and not to coerce or intimidate the citizenry while discharging their civic right.
As the fathers, we continue to mobilize
the support from our religious leaders to reach benefit of peaceful coexistence.
I appeal to all Nigerians that we come out and very committedly vote people that we feel in conscience will be able to help us pilot the affairs of this country in the manner that all will be happy with, and in a manner that we will continue to grow in prosperity in this country.
So if you are a Muslim, you must also carry that symbol of peace wherever you are going. You should not speak what will bring violence or trouble in the society. You should not also act, use his hand to cause trouble in the society. So my advice is that each and every Muslim should be peaceful during the conduct of the election and even beyond the conduct of the election.
CP, now what are the major challenges in handling matters of security during election times?
Well, one of the major challenges is the issue of understanding between the political heavyweights and the security officials. Sometimes that lack of understanding used to bring a sort of suspicion, and that led to rumor. By the time rumors start flying, people tend to get up to get afraid, as if something is going to happen. During this very time today, we have received so many calls just for the callers to know if it is true. Some bad things are likely to happen in some polling stations. But at the end of the day, we find out that those rumors are unfounded. It has no basis. Despite the fact that before the commencement of the voting, we had interaction with the political heavyweights I mentioned earlier. We have sensitized them. We told them that there are certain things they should avoid so that they can sanitize the system. Unfortunately, in some areas, some of these heavyweights would like, for example, to always, after voting at their voting centers, they want to go around. INEC is the custodian of the election. Every political party has a party agent in every polling unit. There is no reason why a candidate should take the law into his hand by going around from one polling unit to another. And obviously, this is the major challenges that are causing a lot of confusion in most of these places.
Well, thank you. This CP time is against us. Well, thank you, Prof, for coming. And back to Benny Adams in Abuja for continuation of discussions on.
Thank you very much. That was a detailed update from Sokoto. Before we went to Sokoto, we had updates from Kaduna, and before Kaduna, we also had the Apple Village incident. But before we bring you updates of happenings in other states across the country, I want to continue conversation in the studio where we want to kind of discuss some of those issues. And I'll start with you, George Agbakahi. If you had listened to that situation in Apple Village, talking about almost hundreds of people still queuing up as of some hours. A few hours before we went to Kaduna and Sokoto, you have about 4,000 persons having to go through the service of 4 beavers. The issue here is, if those hundreds we saw are still on queue, it means voting has spilled from Saturday to Sunday because it is morning now. And the issue there is, we've had INEC reach out to voters in those polling units where we have congested potential voters to say we are going to decongest these polling units or these centers to lesser polling units around. But if that was done, though some have objected to it, but if that was done, why are we still having this scenario, particularly in Abuja?
Yeah, you know, this has been discussed earlier on, and like I said before, it is truly worrisome that this is happening in Abuja. You know, in Apo legislative quarters, there was a particular polling unit that had a similar incident. About 2,500 voters in that particular polling unit. And similar incident. They are still there. They have not finished. Now, in Apo village, we have 4,000 voters. And over almost 1,000 or more have not yet voted. This is pretty sad, you know. But the issue is this. I am pretty aware that INEC sent text messages, you know, to voters that if you are in a congested polling unit, you are advised to go to a particular unit that is not congested. But however, probably many of the voters did not either get that message or something. I personally got a message like that.
Or some objected to it.
Yes.
Because we had, when we listened earlier on to the INEC chairman in his briefing in the afternoon, he actually mentioned a close friend of his who had to call him to say, why did you have to take me off from here to another polling unit? Because there were reports that some voters actually went to where they are used to voting and discovered that they were not captured on the list. Then some of them got to know that they actually had some polling units close by to their vicinities. A lot of enlightenment went there, apart from TV jingles, programming, a whole lot. But like he said, some objected to it, but some have seen the need now. For us not to cry over spilled milk, what is the way to go? This also points to the issue of voter education. INEC has done its part. Have we had enough from, the media has also done its part, have we had enough from the political parties?
Not really. I think the issue of voter education is one that the political parties themselves have to be involved in. It's not only INEC, it's not only media. Political education and political mobilization are also functions of political parties, you know. But in our Nigerian setting, the political parties don't like getting involved in political education. You know, if it's in America, you see political parties advising the electorates on where to vote. You know, they advise them on issues regarding electoral matters. But over here, it's not the same. But another point I want to mention is this. Part of the reason of what is going on in that Apo village polling unit as well as legislative quarters is because of the fact that the polling materials were delivered late. The INEC staff arrived late to the polling stations. In fact, we just heard that they started around 11 o'clock. They started 10 o'clock. That's part of the problem. And also, INEC need to decongest. They need to decentralize, you know, the polling units in terms of the number of voters in a particular unit. Because 4,000 is a lot in a particular polling unit. Even if they need to either make it to be a constitutional thing in the electoral law that no polling station should have more than 1,500 voters. I think that would also help. 4,000 is a whole lot.
Okay, still talking about the Apo legislative area, let's not overflog it, but do just a point there. The issue of logistics, since the return of democracy in 1999, logistics for INEC has been an issue. We've seen improvement in about 6 election cycles, but to say this is happening in Abuja metropolis, is that something to worry about?
Yes, it's pretty worrisome. If this could happen in Abuja metropolis, which is less than 5-10 minutes to the INEC headquarters, what about in the villages? What about in the hinterland? You know, or even in the creek, in River State, in Bayelsa State, and in Delta State. So it's something that is worrisome. And like I said earlier, the INEC chairman really need to look into the circumstances that led to this stalemate in Apo legislative quarters and Apo village police station.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. Chief Obinna Onwaka, you have been on the field. You are in charge of monitoring. Vote buying has also been there. I will say from the return of democracy from 1999, vote buying has become part of the system, though there has been efforts to ensure that it dies down. But it keeps, the ugly head keeps coming on and off. It's becoming so very glaring with different dimensions. Even with the introduction of technology in the system, where we moved from the card reader now to the beavers, that made it so difficult for some level of manipulation. But then the inducement has also gone sophisticated, where we have seen in these elections, has been alleged, we see food items, food commodities bearing political parties or pictures of candidates being given to electorates. That's some form of inducement. I would say it's an allegation for now, apart from arrests being made by the EFCC. What have you seen on location, and what is the way to go from here?
Okay, when it comes to the issue of corruption, we can define it, or we can separate it in two formats. One is economic corruption and non-economic corruption. Before now, there has been non-economic corruption, which has to do with distribution of materials to induce voters, such as rice, bag of rice, branded bag of rice in the name of political party or candidate. Those ones has been on since the introduction of democracy. Now, this issue of the economic corruption, which has to do with what the EFCC are ensuring that they combat, that has to do with trading of votes, inducement of voters at the polling units. And we all know that these issues have brought a lot of both local and international embarrassment to our electionary process. You can all recall that we have a lot of international and foreign observers who are on ground watching us. And since the return of democracy, since 1999 that we will have an election, there has never been an election where we have the presence of foreign observers, except this election. And most of them, they have this mindset or this notion that we want to come and see what we have been hearing. But to their own shock, they did not witness anything that has to do with vote buying. We visited a lot of polling units here in FCT, and we cannot say there's a where we come across a trading of votes. Unlike previous election, you will see a lot of politicians. No, not even the major contenders itself. Party agents, they give party agent money to come and induce voters. But today, people are voting their conscience. People are going to the polling unit to cast their votes. So the vote buying has come to its needs automatically in Nigeria electoral process. Before this time, I would say that the awareness and the orientation on vote buying has been very, very high. The EFCC have put in a lot of efforts to arrive at this stage. And the people who are also involved in this vote buying act, their consciousness have been also be awakened that this is the time that we need to take our future. This is the time for us to be part of the formation of the next administration or the government decision in process of policy formulation. So those people that they use in indulging in this act have rejected it. So when the youth reject atrocity, that means the nation is coming to a right formation, a right direction. So the vote buying, as we have been experiencing it before, it is not what we experience today. Despite our preparation to nail, to prosecute, and to also arrest people who are indulging in this act, let us say that we are embarrassed. We are even in shock, despite the fact that we went into the field with a lot of shock observers on our own side. All the polling units that we have observed today, the security agencies were also there. The essence is not just for them to be combating the people that want to carry, made away with ballot boxes and all those things, but to also man any issue that has to do with vote buying. But the the job was so stressless, was so stress-free, that they don't have anything to do much than to just to portray themselves in a civil way. You can see that there's no form of militarization.
Yes, which is to say we're actually making progress.
The progress...
It is a process, and we are gaining traction.
The progress is huger than what we even expect on the field, because even the INEC chairman himself never expected that we are going to, as in accounts or record these huge success when it comes to the issue of combating vote buying.
Talking about the INEC chairman, he earlier had a briefing in the morning, and he promised an update which he gave in the afternoon. Let's now have that briefing of Professor Mahmoud Jega giving us a situation around the country.
Goza is in Borno State, and I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. Some people were injured and they're in hospital. We wish them a speedy recovery, but no destruction of INEC facilities and no disruption of the electoral process. So that is the update on Goza. Unfortunately, we continue to lose some of the bimodal voter accreditation system devices. I reported in the morning the loss of devices in Delta and in Safana local government area of Katsina State. But unfortunately, we also lost 3 BVAS machines in Ayamelum in Anambra State. But we have recovered from all these losses because we have contingency arrangement to respond to any such attack. There were issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing in Abia. The polling units will remain open well beyond the appointed hour until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes. In Imo, the process is ongoing except a few RAs or PUs marred by insecurity and thuggery spread across 7 local government areas. And the situation in Kebbi State is stable. Voting is going on mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but earlier it affected Birnin Kebbi and a part of Argungu, but mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but voting is ongoing. But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa, where in 4 wards, wards 4, 6, 8, and 14, involving 141 polling units, the process was disrupted. We remobilized security. The situation is calm for us to proceed with the process, but the youth corps members express some apprehension of going back. So we met with the security agencies and we have decided that voting in these 141 polling units where the materials are actually intact will take place tomorrow morning. Remember, we're not only doing presidential election, but we're also doing senatorial and federal constituencies. So it's good as much as possible to recover and conduct the elections so that we can conclude the processes. So the youth corps members who are going to serve as presiding officers and other categories of ad hoc staff are agreeable to the election holding in these locations tomorrow. In Lagos, we have been closely following the situation in Okota, Mofoluku, Oshodi, and Elegushi. We have been able to normalize the situation in a number of places, including Ikate, where voting is ongoing. So we'll keep our eyes on the processes in the other areas that I have mentioned. Polling units in a large number of areas closed, and sorting and counting of ballot papers have commenced. Between the last briefing and this one, we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded at the polling units. I would also like to say that in Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. One of the parties whose acronym is on the result sheets, but the logo is not on the ballot paper, in a federal constituency, after meeting with the stakeholders, the decision was taken, since the materials are intact, to countermand the election. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. That is in the next 2 weeks. We are determined that no Nigerian should and would be disenfranchised. So we have been responding to some of the situations as they arise, and we are going to do so overnight. There may be no opportunity for us to brief Nigerians again between now and tomorrow, but if need be, we'll make an announcement and do a briefing before we then open the collation center tomorrow. So this is the update on the situation nationally. But as I said, observers, the media, and all others are also keeping their eyes on the processes and would like to hear from you what you have seen and what more we need to do. In my earlier briefing, I said that the technology actually optimally performed, generally speaking. We're really happy nationwide. This is the first deployment in a major national election, and the technology has given a good account of itself. Yes, we have lost ballot boxes here and there, but it appears that the target of thuggery is now the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS. But we will continue to protect the process and will continue to proceed courageously to ensure that we conclude this in a very free, fair, and credible manner. We are willing to listen to your comments and take suggestions and observations. But as I said, we are in the middle of the election. So we'll take a maximum of 3 interventions because we have to go back to the situation room and to continue to monitor the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, INEC. Please, if you want to ask any question, maybe make your observations or make any comment, kindly indicate. The mic will be brought to you.
Good evening, Chairman.
My name is Harry Awurumibe. I report for Prompt News, online newspapers. Mine is, you mentioned when you were briefing us that beavers, from the information you have gathered across the nation, have performed optimally. But then the bad guys are targeting beavers. And knowing now, and you've met with the chiefs of security, now counting has started. And those beavers are going to be brought to racks. And the bad guys, especially in Lagos, and I'm from Imo State, Okigwe in particular, Olo, Osu, they're going to target the beavers and hijack them. What are you doing about that?
Libu Hall or Zobolo, where the ad hoc workers did not come, but voters volunteered and started the work. So incidentally, in some places, they voted, they did the accreditation and waited for some hours before they started voting. So what will be the outcome of the results from that place? Thank you.
Follow up, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Ogochukwu Okurunkwa and I report for Radio Nigeria. A colleague of mine that went to vote at Tungamaje FCT Health Center polling unit said that out of the 5 polling units, that thugs came and made away ballot boxes belonging to 007 and 014. He now said that the people now mobilized and started beating them before the police came, dispersed the people, and later now went out again with the ballot boxes and the ad hoc staff. So for people that were supposed to vote at 007 and 014, voting ended for them. So she's now asking, will there be another opportunity for them to vote, or is that the end of the voting experience for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Please
Sorry, just follow up, sir.
Honorable Chairman to answer those questions, please.
Okay, sorry, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are many people who have many good questions to ask and suggestions to make. But we are in the middle of an election. And we have to go back to our situation room. That's why we have limited the interventions to 3. I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for us to respond, to hear from Nigerians. After all, in our situation room, we have the ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center. And through our social media handles, you can still contact us live and direct, and we will be able to respond to the issues you have raised. And so many Nigerians have been responding and drawing our attention to situations to which we have in turn also been responding. So I crave your indulgence. I'll respond to these 3 quick interventions, and then we go back to our situation room. The first one is the security of the beavers, particularly now that we are going to the next stage. At the polling units, remember, after the ballot papers have been sorted out and counted, and the result sheets duly signed by the presiding officers and the agents of political parties, will snap the picture of that result sheet and upload on the IREV portal. So the question is, what happens? This is partly why I said in my opening statement that we met with the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense. Yes, people are targeting the beavers, but remember also, in our planning for the election, we have made contingency arrangement. In none of these areas where the beavers was targeted was election not held as a result of the absence of the beavers. The highest number came, as I said, from Safana local government area of Katsina State. And as I said earlier in my first briefing, the police, working with the commission, have arrested the hoodlums and recovered 3 out of the 6 beavers, and the manhunt for the other people is ongoing. So we have taken sufficient measures to make sure that we protect the beavers' machines. Remember, we will use the same machines in the next 2 weeks for the governorship and state assembly elections. So we're not joking with this situation at all. It's critical to the conduct of credible elections. Princess from the Anambra Broadcasting Service, results emanating from a primary school where voters volunteered to conduct the election. I know that the commission appreciates the work of volunteers. That's why we rely on ad hoc staff or temporary staff. But these are staff engaged by the commission, not staff who engage themselves on behalf of the commission as good Samaritans. So I'm not aware of the specific details of this situation you describe in Anambra, but as soon as we go back to the situation room, I will place a call to our resident electoral commissioner in Anambra State. So we'll find a way of dealing with this situation. Finally, the issue of Tunga Maji, raised by our sister from Radio Nigeria, that thugs made away with some of the election materials before voting could be concluded. So are we now going to resume voting in these locations again? So what we'll do immediately after this meeting is to call our resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory and find out exactly what the situation is. Surely, if there are still voters on the queue at Tunga Maji, what I have described earlier will apply to that location as well. Anybody who was on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes well beyond the official closing hours of the polling unit. So we'll find out as soon as we leave this place. So once again, I thank you and I thank Nigerians for their understanding and patience. We are making really very, very steady progress and will continue to ensure that nothing truncates our democracy or truncates the will of the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our commitment is to the Nigerian people. I thank you very much. But before we close, in case there is need to issue another statement again, we will at short notice inform the media because they are here. But as a matter of course, I would like to invite you at midday tomorrow for the official opening of the National Collation Center for the 2023 general elections. We hope later tomorrow we expect to have some of the results of the election coming from the states, particularly for the presidential election. So the situation room, the collation center for the presidential election will be opened at midday tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th.
Well, that was the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud, in his last broadcast earlier yesterday. That was his last broadcast before midday today, where we expect the opening of the National Collation Center. Let's, George Agbakahi, can you, from what you've heard the INEC chairman say, what would you say about the INEC situation room where information comes in and is being processed and responses are being given? From this briefing, it's an update from my earlier briefing which happened in the morning. What's your assessment of this activity so far and the issues raised? A quick one before we join our international studios for the news.
Yeah, I believe the INEC chairman was being very upfront with a reassuring message to Nigerians, about the ongoing election process. And I think he's quite believable. He's very sincere, you know, and I think Nigerians have that trust in him, you know. Most of the questions that were asked, you know, to him, some of the questions are questions that he has said that he will talk to the electoral commissioners in those particular states, you know, to find out what's happening. So I think he made a pretty good speech.
Okay, back to Chief Obinna Nwaka. From what he said, there was an incident of voters volunteering to take on with the exercise in the absence of the real electoral officers that were trained, the ad hoc staff that were trained. Did you, peradventure, come across that kind of scenario while you were on the field?
Yes, we came across that in different polling units. But, you know, somehow it triggers attention of other electorates, because sometimes those kind of voluntarism comes with an ulterior motive to pacify and also encourage the people who they feel that they are supporting to be on the field. And secondly is that another way is that this volunteerism is another show of love in ensuring that INEC is being assisted to carry on with their mandates, because there's no way we'll come here to conclude and not to adjure that the ad hoc staff are not even enough for this process. Because there are some polling units you go use, just like they analyze 4,000 voters, and they have about 4 beavers. Just like another polling is like 1,000 voters is assigned to 1 beavers. And if you look at it, 4 presiding officers or so, or accreditation officers are being assigned to accredit 1,000 people. So they also need people to volunteer to carry out those assignments. But their volunteerism, just like the INEC chairman said, they are the ones that engaged, not you coming to engage. If you
They've not been engaged by INEC,
yeah,
not been trained.
Yeah.
So by law,
yeah,
by law, they are not
because
permitted.
you may have the spirit to do it, but you are not trained to do it. There's a level of a training. There's a level that you go through capacity building. Just like as I encountered one of the people who were volunteering to assist. If a particular man allowed his own wife to go into the voting process to cast her own vote, when the people who were on the queue, even the special citizens were asking that, who is this woman? Who is this man? They were raising alarm. Okay. The man could not even defend that this woman is my wife. Or not. The man kept quiet. So I myself, as an observer, yes, you don't expect me to say is his wife. I just kept quiet to allow the process to go.
Chief Obinna will continue the conversation as we are about to join our international studios for the news at 1 a.m. It's been Verdict 2023 coming to you on the network service of the NTA. Well, at this point, the Verdict studio will return after the news at 1 a.m.
can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. We are live in Abuja, Nigeria's capital. My name is Obiageli Ugoke. Now the headlines. President Buhari cast vote in hometown just as eligible Nigerians across the nation turn out to exercise their franchise. Commonwealth Observer Mission commend conduct of elections amid pockets of challenges. Plus, parts of Federal Capital Territory experience pre-onset rainfall. Thank you very much for joining us. Now the details. INEC reaffirms its commitment to ensure every eligible voter votes, and where logistics as well as security challenges noticed, voting extended. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu announces at a media briefing in Abuja. Mie Ogide brings us the details.
84, 85, 86.
2023 presidential and National Assembly elections keep Nigeria awake and in a waiting mood. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu expected to monitor some polling units in the Federal Capital Territory by 12 noon, but this engagement suddenly put off and addressed the nation press briefing scheduled for 12:30 p.m. Here he comes, the usual smile absent. In a rather disturbing tone, the INEC chairman admitted the late arrival of electoral materials in some polling units, which he attributed to security and logistics challenges. Shooting at Goza, Borno State, and security challenges in parts of Imo and Abia State form part of the INEC chairman's address. Then I asked, will the late commencement of some polling units comes with an extension of closing time from 2:30 p.m.? But Mahmoud was extremely careful in his reply.
But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes.
As promised, he returned 4:45 p.m., this time beaming with smile laced with pleasantries. Then to the podium and gives update on the Goza attack in Borno State, snatched beavers machines, and areas elections are shifted.
But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa. We have decided that voting in these 141 polling units, where the materials are actually intact, will take place tomorrow morning. In Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. Where issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kepi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing, is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 1881 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded.
It is a challenging time for INEC. That the INEC chairman admitted. But he, however, commended INEC and the management of the commission. At least for the first time, national elections were not postponed. And this table you are seeing here with the microphones will be sitting here till midday tomorrow, 26th of February 2023, when the collation center will be formally declared open for the presidential election. From the National Collation Center, International Conference Center, Abuja, Mie Ogidi, NTA News.
While President Muhammadu Buhari has described as impressive and satisfying the arrangements put in place by critical stakeholders towards ensuring the successful conduct of the general elections, speaking to newsmen in Daura after casting his votes in the presidential and National Assembly elections, the president expressed absolute confidence in the ability of the governing party in retaining power. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo has the details.
President Muhammadu Buhari arrives Sarki Yara Ward in the ancient town of Daura to vote in a presidential and National Assembly elections for the last time as head of state. Accompanied by his wife and First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, the president went straight to his polling unit 003 at Kofar Baru. Armed with his PVC number 187, the Nigerian leader, strictly following the accreditation processes, cross-checked his name on the voters' register, had his card verified and biometrics authenticated by beavers. The president thereafter received his ballot papers thumb-printed secretly and voted for candidates of his choice. First, the presidential, followed by senatorial and then House of Representatives. A similar exercise was also performed by his wife Aisha Buhari at the polling unit under the watchful eyes of party agents, law enforcement officials and observers. President Buhari then spoke to newsmen on his impression with the arrangements put in place for the elections across the country.
I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it, in Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
This is the first time since joining partisan politics in 2003 that President Muhammadu Buhari voted for someone else in a presidential election, as his name is not on the ballot. NTA News sought to know his experience.
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times, and then the 4th time I said God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
The president then departs for his residence to monitor developments across Nigeria, acknowledging cheers from other eligible voters. Sarki Yara Ward in Daura town has about 10,000 registered voters across 15 polling units, more than 900 of them in the president's Kofar Baru, Unit 003. From Daura, Katsina State, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
Still from Daura, the First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, cast a ballot at Sarki Yara Ward in Daura local government area of Katsina State with a call on Nigerian women and youth to remain peaceful and law-abiding throughout the exercise. State House correspondent Aliyu Kabiru now reports.
This is polling unit 003, Sarki Yara Ward A of Kofar Baru, Daura, Katsina State, It is one of the most significant polling units in the country where the incumbent President Muhammadu Buhari alongside his wife Aisha cast their vote in the previous general elections. The President and the First Lady of Nigeria are here again for the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. The First Lady, who accompanied her husband, joined other eligible voters to exercise their civic responsibilities. She was accredited by the INEC officials as part of the requisite of the exercise and thereafter cast her vote for the presidential candidate, senatorial as well as House of Representatives. She expressed optimism with the conduct of the exercise.
Alhamdulillah, we thank the Almighty Allah for witnessing our last election in our tenure. And we hope and pray that the APC will win. We are certain, inshallah, APC will win. And I'm calling on all Nigerian women and youth to be law-abiding and cast their vote peacefully and wait for the results. By the grace of God, we will get there.
This is the last time Mrs. Buhari is casting her vote as the First Lady of Nigeria, expressing optimism that she will continue to be a pillar of support to Nigerians, particularly women and children, even after relinquishing the title to the incoming First Lady for the next administration. In Daura, Katsina State, Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
Still on voting, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and his wife Olutalakpo voted at Unit 14, Ward 1 in Ikene Remo, Ogun State. State House correspondent Jide Onifade reports.
This is Unit 14, Ward 1 on Awolowo Street, Ikene Remo. Accreditation and voting started at about 8:30 a.m.
No problem at all. Everything is okay, peaceful. No problem.
Few minutes to 10 a.m., Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and wife Dolakpo arrived at the unit. And after going through the process, the Ido proceeded to cast their votes. And the whole process lasted for about 10 minutes.
It's been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 113 eligible voters on the list displayed at this unit. The couple are 94th and 95th on the list. And on occasions such as this, you still find old men and women getting to the polling units armed with their PVCs earlier than the youth and ready to vote.
I have to come out because I want Nigeria to be settled. I want Nigeria to be good in position. That's why I come.
Vice President Osinbajo and wife Dolakpo paid homage to two of them and received their blessings. The two, after voting, retired to the Legacy Center, a center established in honor of late Ayodele Soyode, mother of the Vice President's wife, a training center that has produced thousands of men and women since inception in 2006.
This is a place where people come to get help and where a lot of training is done.
From Ikene Remo in Ogun.
In the meantime, former President Olusegun Obasanjo says he is impressed about the introduction and workability of the B-Model Voters Accreditation System, BVAS. The former president gave his impression after casting his ballot at Unit 2, Ward 11, Sokori, Abeokuta North Local Government Area of Ogun State.
I came in, I was given, I was checked. Then they asked me to remove my glasses, and I removed my glasses, and then my picture appeared. That's a new one, if that will happen all over the country, I think we are making progress in that regard. And of course, Election is the beginning of good governance for any country.
And from Mina, former head of state General Salami Abubakar has described the voting process as easy, smooth and seamless, while calling on Nigerians to extend the peaceful conduct beyond the process and accept the outcome of the elections. The elder statesman stated this after exercising his franchise alongside his family members at the Uphill polling unit in Mina, Niger State.
Former head of state General Abdulsalami Abubakar, alongside his family members, arrived his polling unit to cast his ballot. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who spoke to journalists after the exercise, commended the electoral body for making the process easier.
The procedure I have seen is very comfortable. It is very easy. Once they identify you, they give you voting cards, and then you go, you cast your vote. I think from what I have seen, everything is going on smoothly and peacefully. With Nigerians and Nigerians should vote according to their conscience. Please, nobody should sell his vote or her vote. And also, when the result is declared, I hope we will maintain the peace in the country.
Earlier, NTA News caught up with heads of security personnel in Niger State.
From the place that we have visited so far, everything is fine. The people, the electorates, they are conducting themselves very fine, and the process is going on smoothly.
As at the time of filing this report, Mina, the Niger State capital, was peaceful. It is hoped that the atmosphere will be maintained to the end of the exercise. In Mina, Hussaina Musa, NTA News.
And the Information and Cultural Minister Lai Mohammed joined eligible voters in his country home, Oro, Kwara State, to take part in the Presidential and National Assembly election with a call on Nigerians to embrace elections as a way of life. Anthony Folson reports.
Polling Unit 006 Ward 2 Oro is the minister's polling unit. By 20 minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning, accreditation and voting had commenced simultaneously. On arrival, the minister joined the queue for almost 40 minutes before it got to his turn. Just like every other voter, he went through the procedure and cast his vote. The enthusiasm was obvious as the young, old, men and women all waited patiently for their turns. Speaking with the minister about his impression, revealed he is satisfied.
I think you can see the determination and resolve on the faces of all the voters. They've been very patient, and there's an atmosphere of conviviality. I hope and wish that this will be the same atmosphere and ambience in every other polling unit. But I think I'm very impressed with the process. Yes, it takes quite a while, but everybody has taken his own time, and there's no intimidation on the part of anybody.
He equally has this advice for the electorates.
We should just take voting periodically as a way of life, and we should get used to it, just the way we get used to any other aspect of life. Yes, there will be preparation, there will be heightened tension. Each party would canvass and want his or own candidate to win. But I think overall, you can see that it's kind of it's a kind of anticlimax.
Aina Adiola is voting for the first time.
I'm very happy because it's my right, and it's a must for me to do it.
Speaking to some of the aged, revealed a high level of satisfaction. Anthony Forson, NTA News.
Some presidential candidates have assessed the process as generally fair. Dennis Adengoloye brings us a compilation of their views as they voted in various parts of the country.
From Lagos, Abolade Salami reports that presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, commended the introduction of technology into the nation's electoral process.
I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace
maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root in the country.
Meanwhile, Kola Abiola, presidential standard bearer of the People's Redemption Party, applauds Nigerians for their active participation in the polls.
I'm impressed with the system. I think with the BVAS, it will make a big difference and it will work.
Onotu Yakubu reports from Yola that presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, expressed confidence in the conduct of the elections, commending the technological advances in the process.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise.
From Anambra State, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi preferred to reserve comment.
For me to make an effective comment, it's too early because I need to listen to the global approach, what happened in other areas of the country.
From Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, came an appeal to the electoral umpire to consider polling units that had challenges with the BVAS machine or other hitches that caused delays in the process.
I want to appeal to INEC to be more careful, to be a little bit more patient, so that everybody, look at the number of people around, can be able to vote before they close. I think that is very important.
On the whole, the process has been adjudged to have taken a major step in the right direction. Dennis Adegunloye, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We have more reports when we come back after the timeouts. Stay tuned.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
Have a big plan, Mommy.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai. If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing. It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election results you wish to view. You can also use the filter button to make the search easier, and voila! You can now monitor election results in real time. With IREV, every Nigerian can be part of the entire election process. Your vote counts. Use it wisely. INEC, making your votes count. Consolidating our democracy. This message is supported by the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, EU SDGN.
Thanks for staying with us. Electorates turn out en masse for the presidential and National Assembly elections in various local government areas of Katsina State. However, there was a delay in distribution of materials and shortages of ballot papers for the National Assembly's elections for Mbani and Bindawa constituency. Abidu Yunusa has the details.
In Dutsinma and Kofi local government areas, the election was conducted peacefully with large turnout of electorates. The elections started as scheduled.
So they are very hopeful that this election will bring out positive change to Nigeria, and I pray to Almighty Allah to make it possible.
However, In Mani and Bindawa local government areas, the elections started well behind the schedule as there was a shortage of ballot papers for House of Assembly elections for Mani Bindawa constituency.
There was an accordance. We reached an agreement with them. Let everybody knows these 8,000 plus papers are out. So eventually, if something happens, that's a record.
We all agreed. They said we should have a common understanding that let the election hold.
Similarly, in most polling units in Rimi and Charanchi local government areas, the election didn't start as scheduled due to late distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials. In Katsina, Abidu Inusa, NTA News.
Labour Party National Chairman addresses press, raises concern over refusal by some INEC officials to uphold results.
Report reaching us has it that INEC officials in Lagos, in Delta, in Rivers, and in several other states have refused to upload the presidential election results. The law is categorical. It's clear that after declaration of results, the result will be uploaded by the beavers into the server of INEC so that it will stop and prevent the manipulation of election results. What we have seen clearly today is a serious show of impunity of the highest order that we've seen. A situation where they have refused to upload results, and report has it that as we speak, in Yaba office of INEC, negotiation is going on between APC and INEC on how the results will be changed and rigged. This is unacceptable to us because we believe that we've won those elections in those areas, and those results ought to be uploaded immediately. Not allowing for INEC officials in these areas to refuse to upload these results, we suspect a serious foul play. Apart from the uploading of results, generally in a local government in Abia State, we saw a situation where our presidential Labour Party was not on the presidential ballot papers that were distributed in Abia State. We have also recorded a very high level of
Some challenges were experienced in parts of the country owing to late accreditation of prospective voters. Correspondent Dino Joshua Justice reports that the delay in Takum local government area of Taraba State was due to mix-up of sensitive materials form, which is the presidential result sheets.
High visibility of security personnel all around the town restricted vehicular movement as only essential workers were allowed to pass through. In 3 polling units visited, Rogo Ward, Konfaseriki Duse Ward, and Tikari 1, the agitated prospective voters complained that the delay has changed their plan for the day.
We are here since around 6 in the morning, so we are not hear anything about it. We don't have anything to say now because we do not they are not come to say anything about the election.
We are just feeling very bad. We are feeling very bad about the situation that we are now. We're supposed to start in this thing around 8, but up to now we don't even start anything.
We are now in another polling unit. Here is Kofan Seriki Duse Ward. We are with Maman. Can you tell us exactly what happened?
Yes, this morning at about 8 o'clock I came to my polling unit. Here is Kofan Seriki polling unit to cast my vote. I couldn't get any one of the INEC officials. And the rumors we are hearing is that the result sheet of the INEC material is missing, that of Takum local government area. At the end of the day, if we are not able to send, we will march to the police station and tell them what happened to us.
That yesterday they have not bring ballot paper for president. Why other states are doing? I don't know what is happening to Taraba State.
At the INEC local government headquarters Takum, the INEC ad hoc officials and security personnel were seen waiting for the sorting out of the missing form.
This is around 9:25 in the morning. This is about now the ad hoc officials, other electoral officers are taking off. This is about 9:35 in the morning. Having sorted out the missing link, that is from EC8A, the electoral officer assured the people that there will be extension of voting time, that they will not stop accreditation until the last man standing. From Takum local government headquarters, Taraba State, I am Edino Joshua Justice, NTA News.
Thank you, Odino. The electorate in Gombe State adjudged the BVAS technology as a good step in the development of Nigeria's democracy. Emmanuel Akila reports that the voters, including Governor Muhammadu Inuwa, who cast their ballot, expressed confidence for a credible election in 2023.
They come with their permanent voters card to exercise their civic duty in the presidential and National Assembly elections. In the polling units we visit in Gombe, the Gombe State capital, no hitches hampered the election process. Everything is going on without hitches. The electorate, who hold the verdict in their hands, are happy with the level of development of Nigeria's electoral process.
Going forward, I urge INEC to be more innovative so that such initiatives will be introduced, and that when we digitalize all processes, I think we'll have it easier for everybody.
This one is very successfully and very clearly, very easy, no problem.
Security agencies are visible in all the polling units visited in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In Gombe, Emmanuel Akila, NTA News.
And from Owerri, voters and candidates of the major political parties have commended Independent National Electoral Commission for conducting what they described as smooth presidential and National Assembly elections in the state. Kingsley Ononiwo reports that the polls were held under peaceful atmosphere, devoid of rancor and acrimony.
Though the elections started late in most of the polling centers monitored by NTA News in the 3 senatorial districts of Imo State due to late arrival of INEC officials and materials, but that did not stop the enthusiastic voters from casting their ballots. Some of the voters expressed satisfaction with the exercise and commended INEC officials for providing a level playing ground for all and sundry.
Our polling booths here, everybody is peaceful.
That is very fantastic. I love the way they do that.
I'm happy with the way things are going. In the same vein, some of the candidates, despite complaining of late arrival of election materials in some of the polling centers, commended the transparent conduct of the polls.
There wasn't any issue at all. Wasn't any issue. It was a good one. I commend INEC for this, and I hope the process will go smoothly like this everywhere.
No, I didn't encounter any problem with my beavers, because as soon as I gave them my card, they found it on the register, and then they put the beavers on my face, and it showed that I'm the same person, and it ticked good on its own.
I don't think there's any security issue here, as you can see. We don't have security issues. Everything is going on peacefully.
The conduct so far has been so good.
It is the expectations of the voters that the remaining part of the 2023 general elections will be conducted in similar manner. In Owerri, Kingsley Ononiwo, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. We take another break. More news in a moment. Please stay with us.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
I have a big plan, Mommy.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai. If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing. It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election results you wish to view. You can also use the filter button to make the search easier, and voila! You can now monitor election results in real time. With IREV, every Nigerian can be part of the entire election process. Your vote counts. Use it wisely. INEC, making your votes count. Consolidating our democracy. This message is supported by the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, EU-SDGN.
You're welcome back. Election observers monitoring the presidential and National Assembly elections in Gombe State have given the process a pass mark in terms of logistics and peaceful conduct. Emmanuel Akila has a situation report.
An important aspect of the presidential and National Assembly elections has been concluded. That is the casting of ballots. Now, what is happening here at polling unit 109, investment quarters, Shongo Idrisa Primary School, is the collation of the ballots. What have you observed so far in the conduct of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections?
All right, so far we've been here since 10:30 a.m. and so far it has been peaceful. And one of the good things over here is that it has been orderly. The people now understand that casting their votes is all about being peaceful and exercising your rights. So they've been orderly and it's been peaceful. The only problem we encountered earlier on was the materials arriving late.
In 2019, there was the use of the card reader, but in 2023, it is the beavers. What have you observed about that machine?
Beavers is the best. Fast, clear, and simple.
At polling booth 111 Garko Ward in Shongo Idrisa Primary School, Akko local government, the ballots have been collected and the results are being announced by the electoral officers under the watchful eyes of party agents and election observers.
Thank you, Akila, for that report. The Nigerian Bar Association has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the 2023 presidential and parliamentary elections. President of the association, Yakubu Meikau, SAN, stated this while speaking with judiciary correspondents on the preliminary reports on the NBA Situation Room. Dele Atumbi reports.
Situation Room in Abuja has over 1,000 accredited observers all over the country. The association notes that election commenced at the scheduled time in about 75% of all the polling units across the country. The Nigerian Bar Association is also impressed with the turnout of the electorate for the election. The peaceful conduct of the exercise also attracted the attention of the most respected bar in Africa.
Our observers have reported that about 75% of the polling units across the country, accreditation and voting have commenced in orderly and peaceful manner. I can also attest to that in the several polling units that I personally visited, and also the observers within the Federal Capital Territory just came back, visited not less than 35 polling units. And in all of these polling units, elections are going on peacefully in orderly manner, and that is highly commendable. We also observed what I would consider about 100% compliance with respect to restriction of movement in FCT, and also the reports that we're getting from other parts of the country.
The NBA appealed to the electoral umpire to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised due to late arrival of election materials. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
And from Civil Society Situation Room, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and the Commonwealth Observer Mission to Nigeria's 2023 general elections are happy with the peaceful and orderly atmosphere that have so far characterized the country's presidential and National Assembly elections. Timothy Yusuf reports.
It's an interim report on the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections. Elections have so far been smooth, with minor reported hitches in delivery of voting materials and malfunctions of the BVAS machines. The security arrangements put in place are up to the task with utmost civility.
The issues of vote buying. The Situation Room received reports indicating attempt by political actors to engage in vote buying. We commend the security agencies for swift action that they have done in terms of apprehending suspected perpetrators of vote buying.
Yaga Africa also presented similar interim report with few cases of violence recorded in some parts of the country.
Yaga Africa observed that the BVAS was deployed across all polling units. In 3% of the polling unit, Yaga Africa observed the deployment of 2 or more BVAS devices. In 98% of the polling unit, the BVAS had 0 record for the total number of the accredited voters on the BVAS before the commencement of the process.
Democratic tenets, they noted, can only be getting better in Nigeria as a pace setter for other African countries. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Despite late commencement of polling in some units, voters were peaceful and orderly while security operatives were on ground to ensure law and order. Defense correspondent Naja Atutijani visited Nyanya and the Sokoro axis earlier and now reports.
Peaceful, serene, with men of the Nigeria Police Force, Nyanya Division, fully on ground to ensure law and order. The Nyanya Division are trying to comply with the IGP's order is that there should be no movement on election day from midnight to 6 p.m. And so these people who say they have voted and wish to go home are currently stuck at this checkpoint here.
I trekked down from Yoruba Mosque. I trekked down here. So there's no bike, there's no vehicle, there's nothing. So I have to trek.
At AYA in Asokoro district, the NTA crew comes across this checkpoint where the police means business, as even those with identification are still subjected to checks. The security forces also play a role in ensuring that order is maintained at the polling units and also keeps a keen eye on the ballot papers, boxes and all materials.
And with the presence of security men on ground, it is absolutely safe.
But like to a certain extent, I feel safe, yeah.
And then just when you look over there, you can see a gun truck, you can see an armored vehicle, and they're battle ready, just at alert. This is the norm anyway here at Mogadishu, but you could say that it's extra because of the occasion.
Earlier in the day, our correspondent Abdulrahman Usman Jabrila was on the entourage of the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps on election monitoring, and here are his findings.
At Gwagwalada town, and after going to Kuje and other places in the Federal Capital Territory, with the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, going around to see for himself the conduct of the 2023 general elections. Sir, how will you rate the conduct after the assessment and considering reports received from across states of the general elections?
Well, I think, like I do say, the perfection is with God.
Otherwise, I think we have seen something that is near perfect, you know. And then so far, I think I'm highly encouraged with what I've seen. And INEC has also repeatedly said that this process is going to be very transparent, credible, fair, and free. And I think you have seen that. Even with the presence, you can see where we have been so far. Our security personnel, the police, who is the lead, then other security agencies, the civil defense, immigration, and whatever, all you can see their presence very visibly and conspicuously. And you can see the orderliness that is there, and people are doing exercising their franchise. So I think so far so good. We are good to go. We're on course.
We've been speaking with the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps after going around back to the studio.
Take our last break. More reports when we return. Just stay tuned.
It is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
I have a big plan, man.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai. If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check everything within. It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election results you wish to view. You can also use the filter button to make the search easier, and voila! You can now monitor election results in real time. With IREV, every Nigerian can be part of the entire election process. Your vote counts. Use it wisely. INEC, making your votes count. Consolidating our democracy. This message is supported by the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, EU SDGN.
You're welcome back. Election in Birnin Kebbi State capital started about 2 hours late. Correspondent Usman Abdullahi Shehu reports that Governor Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, while exercising his franchise at the May Alelu polling unit, admonished the public to exercise patience in carrying out their civic responsibility.
From the cash crunch stress to the perennial fuel scarcity, the next was that of election delay in Kebbi State capital. None of the polling units in Birnin Kebbi metropolis witnessed the commencement of the 2023 Presidential and National Assembly elections in accordance with the INEC time of 8:30 a.m. because of the late arrival of election officials and materials. Governor Bagudu and his wives were also out to increase their chances of winning the election.
The outturn in most places that I passed on my way here, and indeed on places where I was being informed that voting has started.
That come this day, we shall by God's grace return this country to the path of deepening democracy. That promise of keeping to the terms of democratic norms has been established as made by the President.
Patiently waiting voters expected the election empire will extend the time to allow them exercise their civic right, but no one was allowed to join the queue after 2:40 p.m. In Birnin Kebbi, Usman Abdullahi Shehu, NTA News.
Away from that, the Nigeria Meteorological Agency says the rain recorded in some parts of Abuja on election day is pre-onset rainfall for the year 2023. The rain, which started about past 4, lasted almost 30 minutes in the central area of the Federal Capital Territory. Director General of the Nigeria Meteorological Agency, Professor Mansour Matazu, in a chat with correspondent Musa Babaliu, said the rainy season is yet to commence. He says what triggered the rain is abundant solar energy coupled with the Harmattan dust, which served as condensation nuclei, leading to the short-lived storm. Based on the 2023 NIMET prediction, the rainy season is expected to begin in early March around Niger Delta, South states. And to environment matters now, climate change and the cascading impact on the environment, economy and security dominated discussions at the recently concluded African Union Summit in Addis Ababa. Moving beyond talks, President Muhammadu Buhari committed Nigeria to host the Sahel Region Climate Fund. Onyenge Finefis reports.
Kenya to Ethiopia. The Sahel region covers countries situate between the Sahara to the north and Sudan Savannah to the south. The climate in the region is hot, dry, and has vast arid and semi-arid landscapes. At the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC COP22 in Marrakesh, Morocco, African countries in the Sahel region initiated the Sahel Climate Commission to tackle vulnerabilities caused by climate change, including water resource scarcity, agricultural losses, deforestation, threats to livelihoods and communities, and the recurring insecurities aggravated by the changing climate. Financing, however, remains a challenge confronting the realization of the goals of the Sahel Climate Commission. On the margins of the just concluded 36th session of the African Union Summit, Nigeria got the approval of heads of state and government of the Sahel Region Climate Commission to host the Secretariat of the Sahel Climate Fund.
Nigeria pledges to host the Secretariat of the Sahel Climate Fund, equip and provide accommodation to the top management staff of the fund.
It is a push by President Muhammadu Buhari to vigorously ramp financing for the Sahel region to fund climate action initiatives in the Sahel for the benefit of the environment and indeed the millions of people whose livelihoods depend on the fast deteriorating ecosystem of the region.
And Nigeria has also played an active part in the establishment of the commission and is very pleased and privileged to be given the opportunity to host the Sahel Climate Fund in Nigeria. What it shows and what it demonstrates is that brotherhood. This shows that we have inclusivity in the commission. We also have elements of equity and fairness to spread whatever benefits that the commission and organs of that commission will give to our people.
Hosting the Sahel Climate Fund gives Nigeria the opportunity to also localize funding to green states in the Sahel belt, improve security situation, and better the lives and livelihoods of Nigerians living in the Sahel. In Abuja, Onengiye Fineface, NTA News.
Next is a check on weather prospect for Nigeria in some cities of the world. That's the news package for now. We will hand over to our Nigeria Decide studio in just a moment. Please don't go away. Stay tuned. I am Obiageli Ugoke. Thank you very much for your time.
You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk, app for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
In 2018, the federal government of Nigeria banned the sales and use of codeine syrup as a painkiller drug because of its misuse and addiction by the youths. Since that action was taken, what has been the situation of drugs and substance abuse in the country? Join me on this episode as we look into the world of drugs and substance abuse. My name is Nneka Michael. It is no longer news that some youths engage in drugs and substance abuse for numerous purposes, which in turn have consequences in their lives. Let's take a look at this feature on the reality of drug abuse.
Nigeria's growing youth population indicates that there is an abundance of human capital needed for development in every sphere of the nation. On the other hand, this thriving youth population has also been a burden in progress due to their involvement in other illicit activities. In 2018, the federal government of Nigeria banned the use of cough syrups containing painkiller codeine because of the misuse and addiction by the youths. With this ban, youths no longer have access to the drugs for pleasure purposes.
The essence of eradicating drug abuse is to be able to curtail, to remove and then reduce the level in which people are rushing and engaging in drugs, and at the same time to enable them leave crimes. Because through drug abuse, there is increments in crime. You could hear people complaining, snatching my bag. Some people being robbed, they get killed, gang-related problem.
Unfortunately, drug abuse has become a common phenomenon among the youths.
First of all, when they don't follow the right channel.
Well, I'm saying a warm welcome back to the Verdict 2023 studios, where we've been giving you updates from across the country about happenings from yesterday, talking about Saturday the 25th, where we've had the elections for the presidential and National Assembly elections. And we've been taking a look at happenings across the country from the start of the process, talking about the voting, to now the collation process is what we're looking up to, though the reports we've had earlier before we went on a break was that voting was still ongoing up till this morning, early this morning. But we are going to be having more discussions on how the process have gone, not just in Abuja, but across the states, across the country. And I have with me in the studio distinguished guests. I have by my immediate left Dr. Mainasara Kogo Umar. He is international analyst on governance and nation building. Welcome to Verdict 2023.
Happy democracy in Nigeria. It's always my honor to contribute here. Thank you.
Good to have you.
Good. Thank you.
And to my far left is Bola Bakare. He is of the Truth Be Told Network. Mr. Bakare, you're welcome to Verdict 2023.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. And I can make you a promise, Nigerians will hear a lot of truth about what's really going on.
And that truth will be told tonight.
That's right. Of course, yes.
Good. I want to start with that truth, talking about Bola Bakare, Truth Be Told Network.
Yeah.
Can you tell us the truth of what you've seen from the beginning of today, from 8:30, where the process was supposed to begin, up to 2:30, supposedly, though I understand some polling units across the country did not start at exactly 8:30 to end at 2:30. The reports we got before coming on this break, it was an hour break. We had some centers, plus the FCT, particularly in Apple Village area. We had a voting up to later this night. And when we joined our centers in Kaduna, we had the guests in the studio there tell us that up to 10 p.m. of Saturday, voting was still ongoing. But that is not to say the process was not smooth. But let's just get to hear from you. Truth be told, tell us the truth. What did you observe out there today?
Thank you, my brother. From the perspective of truth, let's start with INEC. INEC is doing a fantastic job. And before Nigerians come out to come and castrate INEC being inadequate, I would like to say we should look at ourselves first. I repeat what I said earlier. INEC is doing a fantastic job. The onus is now on us as Nigerians. That's why I want to tell us the truth. Because you run an inference to what is happening in Apo. There is something wrong with us Nigerians. When we listen, at times we don't listen well. When we look, at times we don't see what we are looking at properly. The case of Apo in question now is a case of people being there, 4,000 of them being there late into this morning, based on one simple fact. When INEC was relaying out the information and guidelines to Nigerians that please move from this PU to the next PU that will probably take you maybe 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes work, while there are less people, Nigerians don't move. Little wonder, if you remember, as a very astute Nigerian, which I'm sure most of all are, INEC deleted 240 PUs based on the fact that electorate, we did not go there to say, okay, I want to register at this PU, I'll be back to cast my vote. Nigerians did not go there, INEC was forced to cancel it. The same applies in a case of Apo that we are running inferences to. If Nigerians had listened, because some of those that talked earlier in the report said, why is this happening to us? Whereas there are PUs around the corner where there are less than 80 people. I will say this to you truthfully as a Nigerian. Why didn't you make that change to a PU where there are less people? But the watchword here is INEC is doing a fantastic job. Life is work in progress. There is no perfect situation anywhere. And I don't think any perfect situation is going to occur anywhere on earth. We are all imperfect human beings. The whole world is imperfect. We are doing our best as is. If you allow me to move now to the case of some other states too, where we're having bits and pieces of information, let me run an inference to Edo State, where we have Esan North, Esan South,
and one other, and
Igwebe. What happened there was what we call the mistake in the printing of the ballot. There was a political party that did not show up on the ballot. And the INEC chairman told us loud and clear, a mistake has been made here. What we're going to do is, by March 11, the new ballot will have been printed, and those that could not exercise their franchise as of today will join those that are going to do the governorship and the state's houses of assembly. That is what I call being futuristic. The chairman is looking at the mistakes, is tackling them head on, and is informing Nigerians accordingly. What will bother me now is, if people do not listen to what the INEC chairman said, as at today, that by March 11, you have the right to come and exercise your franchise. I wouldn't like a situation where you come out and say INEC is not doing a good job. INEC is doing a good job. All that is left to us as Nigerians is to listen and listen well to the guidelines that are being reeled out. Let me pause here for a little bit.
Okay, thank you so very much, Bola Bakare. Dr. Menasara Kogo, you've heard from Bola Bakare. He has given a pass mark to INEC for what they've been able to do, and not just for what they've put on ground before the election day, which was 25th. Let's talk about it yesterday because we are in another day, Sunday, 2026. We have also seen, apart from what they have put on ground, and the process started, some very smoothly, some with little hitches. They've gone back to give us an assessment of what has gone on from the beginning of the day in the chairman's address to the press that was close to 5 p.m. yesterday. In your observation overall, how would you assess the process so far?
Well, my brother has said it fantastically very well, that it's an excellent process, and it has demonstrated the dogged resilience of Nigerians towards partaking in the entrenchment of democracy. Number one, I must commend the citizenry for the portrayal of unprecedented type of patience. In all the elections before this time around, you hardly have this type of incidents without some rancor. But this one, the citizens are so orderly, peaceful, patient. Everybody is there, prepared to wait to whichever time it may come for him to exercise his franchise. It's showing that Nigeria's democracy has really grown to a full-fledged level of maturity. 24 years down the line in democratic experiment, and then going by the way, the manner the citizenry have really taken it up. Everybody wants to exercise his franchise. Everybody wants to be a stakeholder in entrenching history today, or rather this period about that we are talking about. So I must commend the patience of the citizenry, and I must equally as well commend the continued innovations by INEC, bringing about strategies and methods that will ease in all the hiccups and the difficulties being experienced hitherto. So it is a commendable moment for both INEC. It is a point of marriage of a national commitment towards enriching democratic tenets, deepening democracy more deeper, building a democratic culture in the country whereby citizens are really conscious that they are the real stakeholders in democratic entrenchment, bearing in mind the constitutional provision under Section 14, subsection 1 that says that sovereignty belongs to the people. Now, people are now ready to come out and then be the cross-bearers of this sovereignty. And apart from that, too, you must commend the civility with which all the stakeholders in the election, talking about security agencies, talking about international and domestic observers, talking about the INEC officers themselves, and most fundamentally the journalists. Everybody is talking in the sense of common brotherhood as common brothers, without seeing any incidents of any maltreatment or whatever. And the political parties too are playing the game with utmost strategies of sportsmanship. I didn't see expression of any rivalry or anything that would bring about the negativity in the way the elections have been conducted so far. Now, if you look at it from the length and breadth of the country, averagely there seems to be greater preponderance of peace in the way the elections got conducted, and the good name of Nigeria has been written in gold regarding this particular election, especially in the eye of the international community, the high-powered international community that happens to come to witness these elections, especially the observers from the United Nations Organization, from the European Union, from the African Union, from the different continents of the world. Most of them, so many of them are even former presidents if you look at them. So at that level, they are trying to see whether or not Nigeria's democracy has reached the level of maturity, which we have really demonstrated that we have indeed reached the level of maturity. Those technical hiccups, like my brother said, are natural. You can't expect a teeming population of about 220 million with voters capacity of about 97 million people to come and conduct this thing without having one pinch or the other. But that one is inconsequential, going by the generality of the seeming peace, harmonious way everybody is trying. Perhaps that is even the main factor behind us celebrating the first rainfall in the year in the Federal Capital Territory, which is the center of the nation, showing us the blessings of Almighty God in the way we have united ourselves in the spirit of Nigeria's logo under Section 15, subsection 1, that says unity and faith, peace and progress. So Nigerians, the electoral umpire, the political parties, everybody is united in trying to entrench peace and development of Nigeria by the instrumentality of the democratic elections.
Okay, thank you so very much, Mr. Kuku there and Mr. Bola, for your contributions. I want to draw your attention to this particular demographic, talking about the youth group from age 18 to 37. Mr. Kuku, you alluded to a large turnout, patronage.
Yes.
Apart from participation in the electoral process, you actually mentioned a good number of international observers who have come to see what Nigeria is doing. It was not just about the information they get to hear, but what is on ground. And coming on ground, what is your impression? That is to Mr. Kugu now. What is your impression of this particular age group from 18 to 34? From reports we had earlier in the day, we had a good number of first-time voters whom were eager. Whether at their polling units the materials actually came early or not, they waited through the process. There was enthusiasm being expressed in the sense that, okay, this is the first time I'm doing this. Whatever the odds, I'm going to stay through it. What is your assessment of this? They happen to have the highest percentage of registered voters. Let's not go into those who collected their PVCs. The number is just about 87 million from the 93 million we have here. If you look at this percentage, it is 39.65%, higher than the middle age, which we have 35.75%, as well as 18.95%, and the least 5.66%. What's your impression of this demograph?
Yes, it's a futuristic postulation of the future prospects of Nigeria. The future is being determined by the degree of the youthness you have in the country. For example, when you see about almost 40% of the distance, then you will believe that we have a potentially good future waiting for us. And the youth age bracket is a bracket whereby the potency of their educational attainment, talking about the degree of exuberance and the urge for nationalism, for them to partake in nation building. You must remember very well the events of the last 2 years, the NSAS. That one was a provoked, feeling of a sense of neglect by the youth. The youth are the potential future leaders of the country, and then they are the potential manpower of the present day and indeed the future. The quality of the youth you have will determine what eventually is a future plan for the country. Unfortunately, it's one of the areas in Nigeria we are not very good at, issue area or planning. We are not good at in the area of planning. But these young men, the potentiality they have, especially the portrayal of the degree of ingenuity when it comes to matters of intelligence. These are young men that have what it takes to really take Nigeria to the correct level of balance with those development countries in the world. When you see what they are doing independent of any governmental assistance in the area of technology, in the area of development of science, in the area of commerce, in the area of international trade, in the area of so many things, then you believe that Nigeria holds a future awaiting for it. And it is very important that the youth partake, because if you don't partake in the democratic processes, the tendency is that you may not have the basis to say you are entrenching any stake in whatever is coming up. This is a historical moment whereby all hands should be in deck towards making history. History regarding what we have been experiencing in the past 24 years of our democratic experiment, so that these young men will now have the basis upon which, since in the matter of next 8 years, they will graduate into middle-aged group. You understand? So they have the opportunity now to partake in the history of determining what will be the picture of the type of governance they want to see as from this particular period and the above. Who and who should be the people that will govern them? If everybody among the youth brackets is satisfied with the quality of the leadership we are having currently, it is an opportunity for the young men to rededicate that mandate and then replicate what they did previous years before. If they are not satisfied, it's an opportunity for them to open a new sphere of, annals of history, whereby they will now be able to determine who they'll be. The agitations over the years, if you look at it very well, are agitations regarding opportunities for development. Young men have been at the receiving end of the neglect in unemployment. Young men have been at the angle of neglect in terms of political participation. Remember even what President Muhammadu Buhari evolved, this issue of not too young to run, and so many other things, but unfortunately there are some other technical bottlenecks that are thwarting the zeal of the young men to participate in decision making. Talking about the contractocratic capitalist type of political experiment we are now in, whereby you cannot even be a candidate until you are able to muzzle out some serious millions of naira to be able to buy an expression of interest from of which so many of the young men are automatically, technically disqualified because they do not have such type of money.
Technically knocked out.
Yes, because they do not have such money to be able to partake. They either end up as either surrogates of those money bags, or they end up as only making noise. Because if you don't have what it takes to really partake in it, apart from even the almost 100 million for taking about the ruling party, which is even more than the total emoluments of the president for 4 years. Apart from that, you'll discover that so many of them have been used by the politicians as cannon fodder. Now their eyes have been opened owing to the educational attainments, owing to the level of literacy they have acquired, owing to the exposure they have gotten through the e-technological means of communications by which they are pairing with their own peers all over the globe. So as a result of which they are opening their eyes and saying,
okay,
enough.
Dr. Menasera
Yes.
Kogo, thank you so very much for your submission at this time.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari, looking at that age range, if you have been on the field today, are you impressed with the turnout of this particular age range, or you are discouraged? And whichever way, what does that portend for the future of not just leadership, but also development and prosperity of Nigeria? Not forgetting the fact that President Muhammadu Buhari had introduced not too young to run. So aside from actively participating in the electoral process, you can also stand as a candidate as a youth. What has that done for the democratic progress of Nigeria as it is today?
Thank you once again. Honestly, and I can say it truthfully, I'm happy with what our kids are doing these days. That number, 37 million, is quite impressive. 1. 2, they are beginning to come out. And like my brother Kogo said, he said, well, in another 8 years, they will have grown to become participants in our political process. But let me say one thing to them, for starters. You, the young ones, you can afford to say, I do not have the money to pick up a form. I do not have the wherewithal, maybe the naira, to do any other thing. But one thing I want to tell you for free is, for everything in life, you need a mentor. You need somebody to teach you. Just the same way like you went to school, you did your SSCE, you went to your university, and then you graduated. Somebody taught you. Most of you are very frequent, are very conversant with what is happening all over the world. Before Obama became the president of America, I will tell you this, he was busy following Bill Clinton. While Bill Clinton was going on, he was a senator. While Clinton was going on his campaign, at times Obama was helping to carry his jacket on his arm. All the while, he was learning the trade of serious politicking. Little wonder he became the president of America when most people would never have given it a thought that a black man would become the president of America. It did, because he had a mentor. I am saying this to you. You need to understudy someone. Don't look at that aspect of saying, no, they're all money bags. He's going to chaperone me. He's going to tell me to do things I don't like. For God's sake, have some respect in your own intellect. Know the person you are following. Know the qualities of the person you want to learn from. Capitalize on the integrity he has, that he portrays. If anything is good, you can see it. If anything is good, you can feel it. I am happy for you because you guys are beginning to come out loud and clear and in good numbers. If you look at that number that we're trying to bandy right here, this time around we have about 93 million, of which maybe 87 million have collected their PVCs. It is a very fantastic number. We've never had it this good. And that is because most of you guys have decided to come out. Life does not happen in one day. It is a life form, one step after the other. You've grown now. You've come out now to exercise your franchise of that one man, one vote. Don't stop there. Grow up some more. Did you hear me? Grow up some more. You need to grow up some more so that you'll be able to achieve the Nigerians that I am a grandfather as I speak. The Nigerians that I want. You guys are going to achieve it. But for you to achieve it, you need to learn the ropes. You need to be educated. Most of you are out there on the streets. You wake up in the morning, you want to say Jackpot syndrome. I want to go seek greener pastures elsewhere. Most of you are so smart upstairs, you use your smarts for negativity. But what we are saying is, as positive thinkers that we are, I want you, our youth, to please, please, and please become positive thinkers that will take Nigeria to the next level. And I'll give this to you. You are beginning to do that right now. The numbers of you that have come out to say, yes, I am going to exercise my franchise. Nigeria must change. We need a change. We can effect the change. Your numbers are saying it. Let your numbers prove it, that change that is going to come. It might not be now that, okay, you're not making a fantastic impact now. But honestly, as a grandfather, I am beginning to listen to you guys more. Because you're beginning to make sensible waves that will get Nigeria to a better position. And we are talking about democracy here. And what gives us democracy is elections. And elections we are talking about today because we've had one. We are going to have another one by March 11. And then you are good participants. Like we heard from all the clips of the studio of the station here, there are a few excited ones of you who have maybe just got to be 18 or just 19, and most of them are excited that, yes, this is the time for us. I'm happy to come out. I'm happy to that my franchise of one man, one vote. I really want to do it. And we, the grown ones, we are giving you an advice. Go ahead, do the right thing. Learn the ropes. I will repeat that again. Go ahead, learn the ropes, and do the right thing. It is a wrong one. Like my brother Coco said, for you to be a cannon fodder, to be used by somebody, if you are used by somebody, it shows you don't have common sense. But we are giving you the accolade that you guys are smarter these days. Use that sense and even advise us by saying, excuse me, sir, during your own time, it was good. But during our own time, things have gone nuclear. Most of us cannot even use these devices very well. You guys are smarter than we are. You can teach us a few tricks based on all these Androids and the rest of them. Bring all those to the fore and make sure it is positive and not negative. I am happy about the numbers we are seeing. I am happy that with time, these your numbers and the fact that President Muhammadu Buhari agreed to the element of not too young to run. Honestly, we are waiting for you to come and run. But make sure you're good guys.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. Having made your submissions and having declared that you're actually a grandfather, I'm sure Dr. Menasara should be in that age range.
Yeah, we are in the third quarter.
Dr. Menasara, you're talking about mentorship
yes,
and learning the rope.
Yes.
So what are our youths actually learning today? Aside the opportunity the President Muhammadu Buhari has provided the not too young to run opportunity, there is the flip side where we have our youth being engaged in thuggery during elections. We are taught by this time in 2023 we should not be having such cases, but we still recorded incidences where we had ballot boxes being searched in spite of the warnings. The president has warned, the chief of defense staff has warned, talking about bloody nose and going further for whoever will attempt. The youth still dared. What are we learning as youth? What should we learn? What should we do going forward?
Well, in all honesty, all those actions by the young men are products of intensity of the disillusionment. As a result of necessities, you understand, all these octogenarians you are seeing in the country, when they were young men, during the struggle for the independence of Nigeria, young men, the youth, were the champions for the liberation of Nigeria's independence. Young men were the ones that constituted, you know, right from the prime minister, right from the head of state, almost 80 to 90% of all the ministers, heads of ambassadorial diplomatic missions across the globe representing Nigeria. You understand? The young men were the ones that set the foundational tempo for Nigeria's development. And whosoever you see there as an octogenarian, when he was a young man, he enjoyed free education, free scholarship. At that time, so many of them, immediately you graduate, you should be at a level of owning a motor vehicle of yourself, a house of yourself. You understand? And employment was there waiting for you at the point of your graduation. You understand? But most of these people that have become, you know, Mr. X, Mr. Y, Mr. Z, that have become Mr. Somebody in Nigeria of today, have decided to use the left leg to throw away the ladder that they use in climbing up. So much so that now it is only a son of Mr. Somebody that will be able to enjoy those type of accolades that they enjoyed when they were young men. So the youth are really, to be frank and sincere, they have every basis to really ventilate their disillusionment because the nation is not giving them the fair treatment they deserve in today's Nigeria. Nigeria is more wealthy now than in the 1960s. Nigeria has more potentiality to do whatever they can, but the ability to cater for the young men now, even employment now. Look at the sorry state of situation of market situation of employment of young men now in the country in such a way that it's either you are on the basis of one patronage or one consideration or the other. But in those days, all these big men did not suffer that one. So that is one of the reasons behind the agitation by the young men. They are seeing their peers in other parts of the world, how they are being treated. Like I said earlier on, the quality of the young men you breed today will be the pointer to the type of matured leadership you are grooming for tomorrow. Nigeria has all it takes to be able to, to have, not to have disgruntled young men, because you have what it takes in terms of the money, you have what it takes in terms of the resources, you have all it takes. What is the reason why the old men cannot revive all our ailing industries? What is the reason why the young men cannot be able to really bankroll back those periods where young men were being pampered and treated? It was in those days when you tell a young man that you are a future leader tomorrow, he will say yes, he believes in it. But today, when there are technical bottlenecks for him to even succeed in enjoying the living of today, how sure is he will even see tomorrow, talk less of becoming the leader in tomorrow's Nigeria? So in all honesty, the young men have every reason. They have really satisfied the obedience that needed to be given to the old men during their teenage days. In their educational pursuit, they have succeeded. There are so many of them with first class that have ended up without getting anywhere to fold their thesis. Investments, capital for them to be sustaining is almost impossible in the country, owing by the inflationary trend and the difficulty on the side of the government to be able to peg the interest rate regarding bank something. Nobody who is even in his sincere senses, this young man, can even approach any bank for any loan. Besides, where is even the collateral for him to even advance? So, in all honesty, there has not been balanced justice for our young men. And that is the reason behind this eruption of anger from time to time. And the earlier the old men see it as a signal for them to adjust the way they are handling the future generations of the country, I think the better. Yes.
Okay, before I get back to Mr. Bola Bakari of Truth Be Told, there is an issue. Before we resumed this session, there was an issue with a particular polling unit where 4,000 people were struggling to get accredited and voted with 4 beavers, which Mr. Bakari, kind of as at 12 midnight yesterday, they were still voting. It actually spilled over till today. And as we're talking now, there's every likelihood that the process is still ongoing. Without pronunciation from INEC to say the process should continue from Saturday 25th to Sunday 26th by the provisions of the Electoral Act. Does this process, is this process legal? Does their vote still count?
It still counts. Section 65 of the Electoral Act has given INEC the ambience to be able to extend the period to that particular time. It is in order because when you look at it, technically speaking, it is not the fault of the citizenry. It is not their fault.
Voting actually started 10 a.m.
Yes. What happened is that INEC, in its own wisdom, decided that any polling center that exceeds 500, they will be able to now take the excess of the number to be able to create a new polling center near that environment. But there is deficiency on the side of INEC to inform the people that we have succeeded in moving you to so district. But that case of the Apo village area is a different case because the citizenry have not been taken to any of the new centers. Their names are still there in the 4,000 something number. They have not been taken to new centers. Had it been they have been taken to new centers, they will have disintegrated and that will have eased the something. Even if you take them, there are incidents whereby you discover so many centers there, you will see the electoral officers there idle. Because those people who have been transferred to those areas have not been informed by INEC that you have been moved from so district. They will end up going there after checking the district, they discover their names will not be in the list. And as a result of which they will technically be disenfranchised. So it is not their responsibility, but it's a technical error. 1 out of millions, like my brother said. It is something that we should condone. That is the reason why I'm praising the resilience of the citizenry there. No matter how late it is, they want to really partake in entrenching their democratic rights, in entrenching their civic obligation in line with sections 21, 23, and 24 of the Constitution. It is really highly commendable, the civilized way they are exercising patience. It doesn't take anything out of them if they exercise patience just for a period of 24 hours to exercise their franchise, because it is a determining point of what will be your future in the next 8 years or in the next 4 years, as the case may be. Right. So this point should be a point of consideration. Whosoever will emerge as a senator, whosoever will emerge as a member House of Representatives, whosoever will emerge as the president of the Federal Republic, these type of areas should be marked so that when it comes, you should be able to give them, premier consideration regarding the democratic dividends that you are supposed to bring about because of their portrayal of decency and civility and the dogged determination they have there in entrenching their civic right in being part and parcel of the historical development of bringing new people on board. These are the type of areas that really the government should be concerned when eventually you are voted into power. You should consider, the labor that they have suffered there. They spent the whole night, the whole day when there was even down power. They were there, they stayed there without anybody raising any point of dissentiment. They said that they want to exercise their civil right. I think it's highly commendable. The orderly way they are doing it, The matured way they are doing it is highly commendable. All other parts of the country should emulate this type of this, and then should be able to acknowledge that there is a technical human error in anything we do. It is not.
It's not a perfect system.
Yes, exactly.
It's a work in progress.
Yes. So,
but taking a look at that, another concern.
Yes.
The information we have out there is that these beavers are actually configured to work for 8 hours on a stretch. Which is to say, voting is supposed to start 8:30 normally and end 2:30.
Yes.
But in situations whereby the materials were not able to be deployed at such time, the moment you put on the beavers, it only records or works for these 8 hours. How true is that? Can you confirm that?
No. INEC, one of those areas INEC is keenly concerned about is in the areas of beavers. Consistently, they have been mobile. INEC has been mobile regarding the beavers, so that whenever anyone has a case of malfunction, you understand, they will quickly go with their engineers to rectify it, or they will quickly go with the engineers to bring about a new one. So by the time the 8 hours is finishing, based on the experience, because INEC has already taken judicial notice of the case of Apo, and I'm sure they are making remedial measures ahead of the decision. They will not allow the decision to finish without bringing some additional beavers to take care of that. I don't think that one is a problem. INEC is really up and doing. We have what do I call it? We have a revived INEC nowadays, a revolutionary INEC that is really
talking about
of the nation.
Talking about before we get to Dr. Bola Bakari, Mr. Bola Bakari of Truth Be Told, talking about getting beavers to continue a process, we have an issue which was decided at a tribunal in the case of Osun State, where a beavers starts the process and another beavers continues, and at some point the counting of the first beavers matters and the second beavers is just one of the ways. My question at this point is the issue of beavers. We've had pockets of schemances here and there where the beavers were taken off. The beavers are now the target of thugs. What happens to the data in such beavers in cases where elections have started but could not continue, and these beavers are in the hands of thugs?
Well, these are some of the areas that both INEC and the exercise is conducted, the mock exercise is conducted. It neglected to take into cognizance. These are some of the areas, because politicians are evolving new strategies, continuous strategies to really outsmart whatever technological sophistication you have evolved on board. You know, these beavers are more or less like the spirits of the body of INEC when you come to issue of election. It goes about serving about 8 different purposes. Number one, to authenticate the validity of the INEC PBC card you are bringing. That is number one. Number two, to validate that yes, it's your fingerprint. Number three, to validate that yes, it's your own picture that is there. Number four, to be able to, have the recordings regarding the proceedings, the results there. The other one is to be able to use it to transmit the
results.
Now, politicians now discover that it is now useless for you to go about, stealing ballot boxes. Because even if you steal ballot box, so far those results are intact regarding what the agents of the political parties have signed and what is there in the beavers. You understand? You are just stealing rubbish. Because if those details are there and nobody is, disputing it there, then you have stolen a useless something. And then I expected that security should be reinforced in all the electoral polling centers. We have been into electoral monitoring in many countries. We discovered that, you will discover that like 100 or 200 meters away from the polling center, there will be armed law enforcement officials sitting there. The moment you come in a manner that is suspicious, they will apprehend you. They will not even allow you to go near the polling unit. Unfortunately, our electoral act puts INEC as a precedent regarding the coordination of security matters at the vicinity of the polling center. Because INEC, the presiding officer, is the one that will now direct, say, do this or do that, never minding the presence of the security forces, which is wrong fundamentally. Because by the provision of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under Section 153 K, L, and M, and Section 212 to 214, it necessitates the security apparatus within the land border on the police. And it says where the police, that is under Section 216 to 219, where the police is inadequate or incapable, then the police can then request for other security agencies to come. But here you said that the presiding officer is the coordinator of the security matters there. It is fundamentally wrong, even though it is provided by the Electoral Act. But any law that you make that is inconsistent with the provision of the Constitution, to the extent of such inconsistencies as per Sections 1 and 2 of the Constitution, it is null and void and of no effect. And the same thing too, you give prosecutorial power to INEC under the Electoral Act. That INEC is the one to prosecute. That is another area of fundamental error too. It is equally wrong, because whereas Section 174 of the Constitution talks about, especially subsections A, B, and C, talks about the power of the Attorney General or his representative, either at the federal or at the state level, to prosecute. Now you said INEC. How can INEC prosecute such offenders? Number one, INEC is not a lawyer, INEC is not a security officer, and the overwhelming number of cases, take the case of the primary elections under Section 29 of the Electoral Act. There are about 5,800 cases hanging on the neck of INEC alone, on the primaries alone. You understand? What of the cost of the prosecuting those things? So INEC is really overwhelmed. Election should be seen as the totality of the Commonwealth's responsibility of every stakeholder. All the security agents should partake in it. All the legal arm of the government, the prosecutorial officials should partake in. Everybody should be there up and doing. If we have such type of things, then no idiot can come there at the polling center to come and steal viewers and then run away, and then you cannot apprehend him there in such a situation. Even the citizenry have the responsibility under the provisions of Sections 21, 23, and 24 of the Constitution to be able to apprehend and hand over to the security agencies. So we expect to see symbiotic Commonwealth relationship regarding security network. This should be a lesson that should be taken into cognizance when we come to a fortnight election period that is coming for the governorship and the state assemblies, or for those areas whose elections will be repeated. This should be a very serious point of reference. Do not allow criminality to even take place in the first place. You should be able to apprehend it before it happens by stationing security, armed security, this in 100, 200 meters away there from the scene, so that the moment they are coming, normally they come, even if they come, they take, by the time they are going, you can apprehend them. But when you leave the place porous and then you allow all sorts kind of things, but the politicians too should lead by example. There are so many things that that under Section 114 to 129 of the Electoral Act are flagrant offenses against the law. But you see politicians committing it, some senior politicians, somebody will go with his handset when it is against the law for you to go with the handset to your polling booth. Somebody will even snap himself, say he's voting for so party. It is flagrant violation of the decision. I believe the Electoral Act should act in tandem with the extant rules.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menasara. Back to Bola Bakare. You mentioned earlier the Japa syndrome. I want to say, before this, you had commended the INEC, you have commended the process, not just you, but also Menasara here have said the turnout has been awesome, particularly active participation of the youth constituency. From what you have said, from what INEC has been able to do, from the card reader, stepping up the technology to the beavers that we have today, and with that some sort of assurances that what we used to have in the past in terms of manipulating the process is not going to be possible now. Do you think the youth constituency is much more convinced that when you cast your ballot, is going to count, which is to say we're having a better Nigeria in the process, to the point that there is no need to go out there talking about the jackpot thing, but to stay back and build the system the way it should be.
Thanks once again. And then on a truthful note, I want to repeat that again. I want to give it to our youths for coming out and then speaking up and then being able to make their lives into the work in progress that we want, that will give us a better Nigeria. The jackpot thing is a personal thing. Everybody has a right to go anywhere. Even in Nigeria, Lagos is flooded. There are over 20 million people in Lagos. Everybody is leaving his village to go to Lagos. You can't stop anybody from going to Lagos. He has that right to go anywhere he likes. So also they have a right to travel out, but in most cases they overdo it. They suffer along the line, they trek across the desert, they get capsized in boats crossing the Mediterranean, and a lot of things like that. But what I'm saying to them is that Nigeria is a land of opportunities. Good things are in Nigeria, good things are going to happen to Nigeria, and for God's sake, hear me and read my lips. You are the leaders of tomorrow, even today, and you are the ones that are going to make those good things happen in Nigeria. How will you do that if you jackpot? So don't jackpot. Stay here and then make better things. In terms of INEC and what INEC is doing and then the challenges that INEC is going through, yeah, it's part of life too. But if you remember what INEC chairman said, Kubo said, he said for every situation they have on hand, they always have a contingency plan. There was this case of 6 beavers being stolen. He said they were able to go after them and retrieve 3, and that the security apparatus is after the other 3. But the thing I want to emphasize on is the fact that for everything that happens, they have a contingency plan. There is a backup. Because we have 4 beavers doesn't mean they don't have like 6. If it's not there at the PU, it will be somewhere close by, where we call the racks. It might be at the racks level where they can easily call in that, okay, like you said earlier, that there are instances where maybe after a few hours it can go bad. The working hours is above 8. Where just 8 hours is just on the average. It can go 10, it can go 12. But the thing is, there is a backup at the rack that they can call up and then they bring it in. But all in all, the idea is INEC needs the support of everybody, from we, the electorate, to the political parties. My brother was saying it out here that it was castrating politicians. The politicians are full of it. That they come up with a lot of things just to shortchange the system, short-circuit the system to get what they want. Prior to this, we were doing carry ballot box, go and thumbprint in your house and bring and swap the ballot box. But these days, you can't do that. It becomes useless. And if you remember, quite lately, INEC has been able to do about 5, 6 off-season elections. And if you notice them, there has been improvement along the line. The last that happened in Osun was still an improvement because at the end of the when the loser took the case to court, the beavers were brought to the fore, and then there was some manipulation. Human manipulation, not the technicality of the machine itself. It is human manipulation. Because as we know, there is the paper factor that is going to be filled. There is what you have in the beavers itself that can be copied, can be sent. But because it is a human being that is running it, it can have 2 results, which was what happened. There were 2 results that did not gel with the beavers. The element of overvoting means what is on paper, what is handwritten, is different from what is in the beavers machine. So honestly, we are on a learning curve. Things are getting better for us. INEC is doing a good job. INEC is improving on itself on a daily basis. And honestly, like my brother said, I'll repeat that. We, the Nigerians, we need to be part of that change that is going to make things better. The politicians that want to, our politics in Nigeria, we still use that bad language. Our politics is a do or die affair. We go to any length to make sure we win. But these days, those any lengths are being shortened because the beavers will shortchange you along the line. And I guess it's high time we give INEC accolade for doing a good job. Honest, we need to even listen to what the professor, the chairman, said. One thing they say in their own place, the moment a man admits to his mistake, it shows that he is ready to make amends and then learn and do better. The chairman is quick to say, oh, we made a mistake here. We are going to rectify it. We are working on it. These are the solutions of what we're going to do. Like in the case of the 3 states in Edo, where they made a mistake in not printing one of the parties.
Esan South.
And Igwebe.
Yeah, Igwebe.
One political party did not show. The man said, I'm sorry for that. It's a mistake. But the thing is, we are going to print another one that is going to include everybody, but you will come for your own, you will come and exercise your franchise on March the 11th when they are doing the governorship and the state houses of assembly. These are innovative things. These are forward-looking. These are futuristic outfits that INEC is going through. And then for everything and anything to work well, all hands must be on deck. INEC must be on deck. The government of the day must be on deck. The electorate must be on deck. And most of all, the political parties and the grandmasters, the politicians. We must aspire to make things work. Like my brother said, he said for every innovation that comes up, some people somewhere are looking for ways of short-circuiting that new innovation, because that is what they live on. But if we agree that collectively we are going to make Nigeria a better place, a great nation, we must agree as a people to come together and make Nigeria great.
Okay, so much praises for the electoral umpire from Mr. Bakari
we want them to
down
do good.
to
That's why we
Nasara, which is to say, well, possibly we're not yet there, but it is a journey, it is a process, and we are getting there. And I want to ask, from what you've seen of INEC from a situation room, getting to understand what is happening on the field, getting feedback, and making frantic and immediate efforts to address such issues, would you say INEC is doing what they should do vis-a-vis the process of voter education? You understand, from where we had over-congested voters in a polling unit, I keep making reference to the Apple village issue, where a lot of people were given the opportunity to shift their polling units to a lesser congested area, and some they end up large, and they are going through what they are going through. In terms of voter education, is it about INEC? I've said it earlier, INEC is doing its own best, the media is doing its own best, our political parties doing enough, and there is an agency of government, the National Orientation Agency. What are we supposed to do as stakeholders to ensure that from what is being witnessed in this particular cycle should not repeat in the next cycle?
You see, the doctrine of collectivism, must be embraced by all and sundry if we want to have perfection in our electoral experiment. I really sympathize or pity INEC. I really pity INEC because the humongous nature of the challenges being posed on INEC is really too much on the side of the electoral umpire. For example, if you look at the challenges INEC is facing, number one, if you take it from the angle of the voters' cards alone, INEC offices, so many of them have been bungled, so many of INEC offices have been burnt, so many of their machines and PBC cards have been stolen, some mutilated, some burnt. You understand? Talking about the inability of the political parties to really cooperate with INEC on so many spheres. When you talk about issue of political education, voter education, the number one function of political party, talking about section 221 to 227 of the Constitution, the number one function of political party is education and sensitization of the citizenry. Political parties have abdicated from that responsibilities. Their own major preoccupation now is, how do I win election? How do I win election is the strategy, and to a political party, the interest of the political party is, how do I raise revenue through the instrumentality of the electoral processes? And that is the reason why you will see them putting a lot of money regarding when they said that my brother here should contest for presidency or senatorial or gubernatorial. You will discover that the money they are putting there, from the angle of even the exorbitance there, you discover that their interest is just to rake the money. So a politician in Nigeria, his own interest is, how do I win election? Whether it's by rigging, whether it's by use of paramodial sentiments, whether it's by use of whatever this in his interest is, how do I win election? How do I sustain myself on seat? How do I ensure that my crony is the one to succeed me so as to cover my misdeeds? And yes, that is the reason why you will see that a politician, I always say, a politician is not the best person that will bring development to any nation. If you are looking for development of the nation, look for statesmen, not politicians. Look for statesmen. A statesman is somebody that has the interest of the nation. He can die for the nation. He can die for the citizenry. His interest is in the letters of the unity of the country. His interest as a statesman is to leave a good name that will continue to be cherished and be remembered after 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, and the rest. Most of the politicians that were statesmen, you will discover that they don't leave anything while they are alive. By the time they are leaving the world. Most of them, those are the statesmen that really sacrifice themselves to build the nation. But when you are talking of modern day politician, you see a politician coming to Abuja in a taxi, he will end up becoming a prestigious owner of private jets. Or when he is going to back to his village at the end of his tenure, he will be escorted by 3 to 4 dozen vehicles with bamboozled sirens on the way. And then you will see somebody coming with squatting with my brother. At the end of it, he will be a prestigious owner of so many luxurious estates within Maitama and Abuja. We see so many of them. So politicians are always looking at easy cut towards getting into office. The fundamental function of political party, like I said, number one is education of the citizenry. Then talking about the press under Section 22 of the Constitution, they are doing wonderfully well. As a matter of fact, the journalists in Nigeria need to be praised. The government needs to look into it, give them their correct position as the fourth estate of the realm, because they are crossing over their lives. They don't have any insurance, they don't have any emolument. So many of the media houses in the country do not have adequacy of social welfare, talk less of their basic emoluments. Look into it and revolutionize them and recognize them, and they are correct something. Imagine, for example, during the case of coronavirus, supposing we don't have media, imagine how many people will have lost their lives without knowing. Or imagine whatever is going on, you don't even have media to even inform you what is going on. So media should be cherished. Then another thing that should be taken very seriously is that political parties are leaving everything on INEC, for INEC to regulate certain things while they are the ones subverting it. Take the case of sections 94 and 97 of the Electoral Act. Section 94 says, do not start electioneering campaign until it is 150 days to elections. But since last year, they have been campaigning in flagrant violation of that. Or section 97 that says, do not campaign on the basis of sentiments, on the basis of paramodial consideration, tribal, ethnic, religious, geopolitical belongings. These have been the major points of their electioneering campaign this year, which is most dishonorable, most disappointing, and most unstatesmanship in Nigeria. This is the first time since Nigeria's independence that politics of cleavages based on sentimentalism has dominated the spheres, instead of dominating the spheres with politics based on issues, which is in flagrant violation of the constitutional provisions of sections 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 23, and 24 of the Constitution. All these provisions prohibits doing anything on the altar of primordial sentiments of religion, tribe, geopolitical belonging. As a matter of fact, section 15 subsection 1 clearly says that the motto of Nigeria is unity and faith, peace and progress. So that unity is what we should need, but politicians have balkanized the nation along these primordial divides more than ever before in the history of the.
But are we experiencing a situation whereby there is a divergence from this particular trend of thoughts and action to a better one with the reforms that we are getting to have?
No, I do not. I do not see any divergence. As a matter of fact, these are only the areas they are, technically indoctrinating the younger ones, so that they are potentially building a future based on sentimentalism. It is most unfortunate. This is the real stark truth, and the politicians should really learn to be statesmen rather than being politicians.
Well, Menasra, you've raised a lot of issues. We are going to continue the conversation, but at this point, let's take a reaction from the chairman of the Labour Party, where the Labour Party national chairman addresses the press on concerns over refusal by some INEC officials to upload results. Let's have that report.
Report reaching us has it that INEC officials in Lagos, in Delta, in Rivers, and in several other states have refused to upload the presidential election results. The law is categorical. It's clear that after declaration of results, the result will be uploaded by the beavers into the server of INEC, so that it will stop and prevent the manipulation of election results. What we have seen clearly today is a serious show of impunity of the highest order that we've seen. A situation where they have refused to upload results, and report has it that as we speak, in Yaba office of INEC, negotiation is going on between APC and INEC on how the results will be changed and rigged. This is unacceptable to us, because we believe that we've won those elections in those areas, and those results ought to be uploaded immediately. Not allowing for INEC officials in these areas to refuse to upload these results, we suspect a serious foul play. Apart from the uploading of results, generally in a local government in Abia State, we saw a situation where our presidential Labour Party was not on the presidential ballot papers that were distributed in Abia State. We have also recorded a very high level of attacks in Lagos, where our supporters were prevented from going to vote. In some instances where where voting took place, results were snatched, ballot boxes were snatched. In some instances, beavers were also snatched, and this is very, very disturbing to us. In Rivers particularly, we also saw situations where people were attacked, ballot boxes were snatched. We believe that we've won those elections in those areas, and those results ought to be uploaded immediately. Not allowing for INEC officials in these areas to refuse to upload these results, we suspect a serious foul play. Apart from the uploading of results, generally in a local government in Abia State, we saw a situation where our presidential Labour Party was not on the presidential ballot papers that were distributed in Abia State.
Well, that was Julius Bure, Labour Party chairman, raising concerns about the conduct so far. From Julius, there we are moving to the Tipper Garage night voting, where we have presidential and National Assembly elections continued into the night at the Tipper Garage 2 polling unit in Gwarimpa Estate in the Federal Capital Territory. Odiri Ogboru Arutere, who visited the polling unit, reports that electorate provided some generating sets talking about power and chairs to ensure that no one is disenfranchised as the voting gets into the night. Let's have a look at that.
As you can see, this community, they are very lucky. They are the one that provided generator for us because of the way they are exercising in order to vote for their choice candidate. So all of them, they are waiting, and the people that have come around to get it. But the people on queue, they are too strong, they are many. So that's why we continue now. But by the grace of God, we believe that we finish very soon. And as you can see, I'm here to the promise given to us by INEC that the reason they transferred us from training unit to this place that actually they will have blood takers and polling units. But yes, I can tell you there are over 900 in this polling unit. Staying here from morning to night, it's a lot of time to wait, but nonetheless, we are doing it for a reason. And all we pray that our vote will count. And once our vote counts, all things that pass here today, the tribulation, the stress we do in the past, we will not finish any longer. Please, we shouting out INEC, please just make our vote count. And that I wouldn't want to tell you the bad party of voting here online, but please, vote wisely. And once we say vote wisely, you know what to do. Please vote wisely. INEC, they are doing pretty well. And Mr. Henry and Elena, they are doing pretty well, but they can do better. You don't need to stay in hold because
And we understand that Tipo Garage 2 polling unit has more than 2,600 registrants who started voting since morning. Well, from Tipo Garage in Gwarinpa in the Federal Capital Territory here in Abuja, we move over to Zamfara, where we have an overview of the conduct of today's presidential and National Assembly election in Zamfara State. And Jamilu Ibrahim has that at this point.
It was a spirit of enthusiasm among the more than 1.9 million registered voters in Zamfara State, and they reported to the 30,529 polling units across the 40 local government areas of the state to exercise their civic responsibility. Though the electoral officers arrived late at most of the polling units in Zamfara West Senatorial District, the voting exercise was conducted peacefully.
No any trouble for here. Yes. No problem for here.
I am the first person to cast my vote in this polling unit. And at the same time, I think the delay nevertheless, because when you look at the queue here, you know, people are casting their vote easily and without any problem at all.
The exercise was very nice because there is no any problem.
The conduct has been very, very peaceful in a very peaceful and conducive atmosphere. Unlike other or previous elections that have been conducted with rancors and chaos and, acrimonies as well as conflict among people.
Zamfara State Governor Bello Muhammad and the former governor of the state Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar, alongside their wives, who also participated in the exercise at their respective polling units, uploaded INEC for a job well done.
I did not even spend 2 minutes. I was accredited and I voted. Therefore, this is a very good initiative, which I believe will continue with this technology.
And the machine is effectively working. Within 1 minute, my own has been done, and then I cast my vote. So it's very efficient, and really the INEC has introduced a very good, effective working tool.
There were, however, some handful cases of malfunctioning of the VIVAS machines at some of the polling units across the senatorial district, which seriously affected the speed of the exercise. Meanwhile, reports from across the 40 local government areas of Zamfara State show that the election was generally conducted peacefully and recorded massive turnout of the electorate, and the exercise continues late in the evening at some of the polling units. In Gusau, Jamilu Ibrahim, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Jamil from Gusau there, and from Gusau in Zamfara State. We move over to Lokoja, where voters in some polling units, particularly in Ajaokuta and Lokoja local government areas of Kogi State, have expressed bitterness over the delay in arrival of election materials. Francis Odojo, who monitored the process, reports that Ganaja polling unit was most affected.
Lokoja, the Kogi State capital, a transit state, connecting 9 states of the Federation, went calm, with roads deserted and shops closed except for the essential workers and voters seen assembling at polling units and performing one duty or the other. However, most of the polling units visited experienced delay in the arrival of election materials. The worst hit was Ganaja polling unit 009 and other polling units carved out of the polling unit, which is one of the largest polling units in Ajaokuta and Lokoja local government areas.
They are frustrated. We cannot vote at Greenland comes at the back of 500 units.
It was observed that the ballots or materials to cast vote for the Federal House of Representatives is not around. It's not available. And then that even others that were brought, they were brought in a very small quantity that will not meet up the number of prospective voters.
In the process, some ballot papers were missing, like Senate, House of Rep, we have not seen them.
With beavers, we brought them here to distribute to those polling that did not come to Girebu to collect.
People are leaving, people are tired, people are frustrated, and no more confidence in what is happening.
It's bad, it's frustrating. I don't know how you people can come to our aid, and we want to cast our votes.
It was the same situation at Harmony Junction polling unit, Old Poly Quarters, Lokoja.
I was here before 7 o'clock. We have not seen the materials. We are not happy.
And for long I've been exercising my rights since I was born. But to my surprise, we were here since around 7 o'clock with elderly people. We didn't see any material.
Electoral guidelines stipulates that accreditation begins at 8 o'clock in the morning, and by 2:30 in the afternoon, voting should be concluded. This can sometimes be a challenge if election materials arrive late to polling units. From Lokoja, Francis Odojo, NTA News.
Okay, thank you, Francis Odojo from Lokoja, Kogi State there. And I'm back to the studio. Dr. Menasara Kogo, let's start from the very first report, talking about the Labour Party chairman, talking about transmission of results, talking about his raising concern over refusal by some INEC officials to upload results. What is the provision of the Electoral Act as regards this?
Well, first of all, it is his fundamental right and the right of his party under Section 36 of the Constitution to ventilate that grievance. But in doing that, there are legal provisions, there are legal principles. The first legal principle is audi alteram partem. Audi alteram partem simply means hear the other side. Do not conclude when you hear only one side without hearing the other side. Otherwise, you will not be able to give a judiciable decision. And then the second principle is called nemo judex and causa sua. In other words, you shouldn't be a judge in your own cause. So what you should do in this type of instances is you should be able to really, integrate all your grievances and then channel a complaint or a petition. Section 29, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act predicates that you have the power to really petition this matter in a proper court. And then Section 29, subsection 6 says that the court can actually intervene and give judicial pronouncement on that matter. So all these type of things, when they happen, what I advise the political parties to do is be taking records of them, be taking data, get your own facts. These are the things you should use when it comes to the matter of going to the tribunal. But by the time you go to the public, opening of everything, you are already giving them the basis upon which they will be able to block certain things. On the basis of technicalities, you will not be able to win the case when you go to the court. So when these type of things happen, integrate your own facts, get your own district. From the time election is even announced, that is INEC release of INEC timetable. From that time, you should be able to begin to strategize, have your own experts that will be assembling facts and figures for you that you will use as evidences when eventually the matter gets to either the tribunal or ultimately up to the level of the Supreme Court, bearing in mind that matters of litigation generally under sections 230 to 304 of the Constitution can go up to the level of the Supreme Court. So I will advise him, it's not a matter that just should be talked on the media like this without formally challenging the matter legally in the legal form to the Independent Electoral Commission.
Likewise, that is what we do here. We try to balance reports to get the other side. We'll get to have the other side of that, but before then, let me go over to Mr. Bola Bakari. Talking about citizens' participation, we've seen moving from the Apple issue now to the Tipa garage in Gwarimpa, where you have citizens' participation. Citizens are saying, okay, this material has possibly arrived late, and we have the privilege of extension, which the INEC chairman has provided graciously following the Electoral Act to say, okay, once you are on queue at 2:30, no matter how long it takes, you can still participate. You can't be disenfranchised. What's your take on citizens contributing power where generating sets being contributed? You see canopies and chairs being provided for comfort to say, okay, let's wait through the process. And what's your take on that?
Food. You see, that shows
plus
that shows the kind of resilience Nigerians have. That shows the level of commitment, personal commitment, that this election is going to work. This is my franchise, I'm going to exercise it. Nigeria is going to be a great nation. Nigeria is going to be greater. It is when we all come together that Nigeria can be greater. Those are little snippets of coming together. INEC, fine. It's a regulatory body, it's the midwife to make sure the elections sail. But at the same time, we have a part to play too. And that part is what most people are playing now. Because if you look at it, bringing a generator to a polling booth means one thing. You will have to buy petrol for it. You will have to bring in cables to make sure you wire it so that the lights can come on, so that everybody can at least see, we can see ourselves and then go ahead with the election proper. But the thing is, that does not stop the fact that INEC needs to listen to the people. The people are doing this for themselves, but INEC needs to listen, because that is why I like the job the media is doing. Vis-a-vis the media now, INEC is listening, and I'm sure Professor Yakubu is listening, and listening well. Why is this happening there? If there are men to be sanctioned, let them sanction them. There was something I was discussing with some people this morning. How is it that in urban areas like Abuja, that you will, and there is nobody on the road, that you will move and then you won't get there in 2-3 hours? And there are instances in the hinterland, in villages, where the people get there by 7:30 or 8:30. What is wrong with that, with us as a people? You see, we have one attitude of lateness. That attitude of lateness. And it comes to the fore when you sit back and believe that, oh, my PU is just around the corner, we will get there shortly. What happens if there's a logistic problem? Maybe the vehicle breaks down, or one person is missing, or the ballot papers are not available, some of the forms are not complete. Just like we had in some instances, from the report we've had, there are some instances where the ballot papers are not even complete. The ones for the House of Rep is not available, or the one for the Senate is not available. But the bottom line is, we should be happy that the people are bringing their own lot to the table. They are working for Nigeria. They are working for self. If you're doing something for yourself, that is the essence of you being a Nigerian. And honestly, we have translated it to INEC. INEC, you have a job to do. It's not that this is not the last one. By March 11, another one is going to come. And I pray, and I am saying it too to INEC. Don't let this happen again. I wouldn't want you to fail an examination twice. If you've seen it once, you should be able to pass on the next run. So the people are really doing a good job, a fantastic job. And I would like to maybe point to one factor that we just skipped that my brother took care of, the element of what the chairman of the Labour Party came up with. Virtually everything he said is, in quote, allegedly. There is no proof anywhere. Even for you to come on air and say, oh, a political party is at the INEC office bribing them, that is flagrant. It's unbecoming. You shouldn't say things like that. And with the way things are these days, most people, that is why INEC allows for every political party to have an agent at every PU. You are recognized. At the end of the day, papers are signed, papers. That, okay, at this PU, this is Mr. Party A at this, Party B at this, Party D at this. A few of you, maybe 5 or 6 agents, append signatures to it. Why is it that you are not collating what your agents are bringing and then you are coming on air to just come and say, oh, they are doing this, oh, they are doing that? Honestly, like he said, he's making a bad case of his case. And the thing is, as Nigerians, let us keep behaving like Nigerians, being our brother's keeper, making sure that this, our democracy of 24 years, is no longer nascent. A 24-year-old boy can get married, can have children, so you are out of the university. It's no longer nascent. It is a democracy we will keep on improving on. And honestly, this is the way to go about it. We are improving on it on a regular basis. We are rejigging, we are resetting, we are retooling all our mistakes so that we can get there.
As well as learning and relearning.
Yeah, well, we're learning along
to get
the way.
it better.
We're learning along the way.
Okay, thank you, Bola Bakari, for that submission. And back to you, Dr. Nasara. Talking about Mr. Bola there raised the issues of attitude of lateness. It's not just about the electoral process. It's not about INEC arriving or some officials arriving some polling units late, but the general attitude of lateness. That takes me to the issue of mentorship. What should the youth today learn from the older generation? What is the older generation doing that they are not doing it rightly that the youth today should not copy?
There are so many things the older men are doing that the young men should not copy. Yes, there are so many.
Of course.
Let's narrow it to the electoral process.
Okay. Let me give you the inference of during the First Republic. When, in 1956, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth visited Nigeria, preparatory to the independence. So, the 3 major areas brought about blueprints, developmental blueprints. The North, the Southwest, and the Southeast. They brought developmental blueprints. And then, 1957, there was Lagos Constitutional Conference. She said, you, the foremost nationalists that are agitating for Nigeria's independence, discuss among yourselves as common brothers regarding how the power will be shared when the independence is given. So there, Sir Ahmed Bello looked at the Zik of Africa and said, Zik, you are a celebrated journalist. You are known in United States, in Ghana, and so many other districts. So by virtue of this, your exposure, be the first prime minister. Zik said, no. Awolowo is more educated than me and more prudent in fiscal management based on his background. And the Southwest has this treasure of Western education. Give it to Chief Obafemi Awolowo. You understand? Then Chief Obafemi Awolowo said, no. Since we are talking about democracy as a game of number, you, Sir Ahmadu Bello, as the chairman of the NPC that has higher number of legislative seats, you are the one that should be qualified to become the prime minister. Sir Ahmadu Bello said no. If my party as the ruling party is the one that is qualified, as the chairman of the MPC, supposing I commit a blunder or a mistake, who will penalize me? They kept quiet. He said, secondly, by virtue of my aristocratic background, somebody moving with the sultanate gown, with the turban, holding rosary and the other. He said, anywhere I go, people will confuse me for Islamizing Nigeria. Or when I get out of Nigeria, so they will say all Nigerians are Muslims. He said, for cosmopolitan sake of common brotherhood, there is somebody there that was Minister of Works, Minister of Foreign Affairs, that is more intellectually sound than me, that has better exposure than me because he represented Nigeria at the UN. That person is better than me in all ramifications. He is a son of a poor man from poor background, from minority tribes. Give it to him, so that if he is wrong, I will be able to correct him. I'll be able to give him party manifesto, party positions, and I will be able to correct him. That is Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. You understand? Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was brought. He was given the decision. You can see the example that time. From within themselves, they look at who is, if I see somebody richer than me, I know he's richer than me. In terms of intellect, in terms of many things. So the interest of the nation was the uppermost consideration of them. Who can do it for the nation better than me? Who is he that if he's given the mantle, it will be injurious to national unity, national cohesion? He ran away from it. You understand? That was the credentials that time that was being considered, who should be the better material for the nation. They have the interest of the country over and above any of their interests. You understand? But take it correspondingly with today's elders. Number one, no matter how competent you are, if you don't have one affinity with the leaders of the party or the government of the day, you cannot be considered for any position to come and partake. Number two, monetary consideration was done. Let Metama Suli, your senior brother of blessed memory, was Minister of Petroleum Resources from 1959 to 1966. 7 years as Minister of Petroleum Resources. When the coup was done to overthrow their government, people have to contribute money for him to be able to repatriate his family to Kano from Lagos without the DC. Zik Mausoleum, it was, what do you call it? Abacha that donated money towards completion of the Zik Mausoleum. Sardauna, Tafawa Balewa, they leave nothing. So they were not interested in accumulation of anything. They developed themselves as elder statesmen, thinking of the nation, thinking of themselves as representatives of God to come and serve the citizenry so that in the hereafter they get the ultimate reward. But today's politicians, like I said, the interest, the number one philosophy of an average politician is accumulation, accumulation, and accumulation. That is it. They come to themselves. You can see in the whole world, it's only in Nigeria where a parliamentarian earns money more than the president. All over the world. And whose responsibility is supposed to be a part-time responsibility. Yet, he has life pension. You see a governor having pension for life, for his own self, for his own family, having so many other things, which is just for a 4 years period he served. So it's only in Nigeria you see this. So those virtues of credible integrity, those virtues of honesty, those virtues of putting the nation over and above themselves, those virtues of running away from illegalities, those virtues of, yes, these were the things of the modern day, olden day statesmen, who were young men then. Who were young men then, remember very well. Who were young men then. But remember General Gowon. He came into power at the age of just 29. He was a bachelor. Yet all these people at the end of it, later on, they forgot the ladder they climbed on. So honestly speaking, I don't want the young men to really emulate the present day elders. I want the young men to go back into books of history and dig out those young men who are our own cherished statesmen, old people, and really emulate them for the betterment of future Nigeria, not for the betterment of today, because I'm not sure if young men have any stake in today's Nigeria.
That might not be absolute, Dr. could go. It is a process. Back to you, Mr. Bola Bakare. You've heard his submissions. I agree with him largely, not completely, though. But from the issues he has raised and from the issues you have also raised earlier, looking at the electoral process, what we've had from the return of democracy in 1999, the different cycles of elections we've had to this point, you've all agreed with me that there has been an improvement. And from the little lapses we are witnessing today, what do you think is key to adding up to ensure that we have something different coming the next election cycle? Not necessarily next cycle. Let's talk about the immediate, talking about March 11 elections.
Okay. You see, there is no way we can dissociate the person. There are three factors that I want to paint for us. There is the person, there is the political party, and there is the element of elections. Most Nigerians will still believe in that attitude and mentality of do or die affair in politics, which is not good for us. I want to get that. And the reason being, the perks of office are so humongous that he doesn't want anything less. He wants to go for that. But it is detrimental to us as a people. Two, the political parties to which this entity belongs to also does not, in most cases, wish the people well. The party is self-effacing, self-aggrandizing. That, oh, we are in power, let us take it all. Let's take it all. And we're going to be here for the next 60 years. What do you mean by that? Democracy does not allow you for such a long term. There has to be changes, because with changes comes different attitude, different mentality, different growth. But like you rightly asked, the way forward is what we should be thinking about. How do we go forward with the kind of politicking that we are practicing? Honestly, our politicking is going to get rejigged with time. These our youths will get old and get better with time. And like he said, they should not learn from the politicians of today. They should go back into the history books and learn from the young men that made Nigeria Nigeria. The average age of all of them then was about 32. All of them. The average age was 32. And these days, you will find a 32-year-old boy still sleeping on his father's sofa. Where is his mentality? Where is that his drive? Where is the enabling environment that is going to make him grow up properly enough to think beyond himself? Think along the lines of, yes, I have the mental capacity, I can make Nigeria a better place. That capacity will not come while he's still sleeping on the sofa in his father's house at age 30. That's even if he's out of school. So those are factors we should look into closely, because it's highly pertinent and important if we want a change. Fair enough, we are having an election process as we are here seated. We have looked at all the bits and pieces that did not gel well. And we're talking in terms of what can we do to make it better. We've agreed that INEC is doing a good job with one or two mistakes here and there. We've agreed that the kids should come up. And at the same time, we are telling politicians, for God's sake, make Nigeria a better place. It is the place of politicians and political parties to make Nigeria a better place. The youths that we are trying to breed, honestly, they need to belong somewhere before we can breed them. Let me use a very, very elementary stuff. The day you were born, you were given a name. It is that name that you bear till you pass. That is your identity, your number one identity on earth. So I'm telling our youths, you need an identity. Where do you belong to? Let us start having politics with issues. Let's start having manifestos that are issue-based. Let's have a situation where you believe in something and you don't change easily. In America, you have the Democrats there, you have the Republicans, and then you have others. Some people from day one till their last day will never switch parties. Unlike in Nigeria here, Mr. A is in one party today, tomorrow is in another, next tomorrow is in another. You know what that shows? It shows there is no ideology. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. That's like political prostitution. Everybody knows this. It doesn't work well. Stay where you are. Build up your integrity. Show that you are a man of your words. Show that you are a man that wishes Nigeria well, not that a man that is interested in your pocket. Because the only thing that will make you jump from point A to point B to point C is the fact that I didn't get it here. I might get it there. You didn't get it there. You went to ports unknown. That is not the way a country will move forward. Wherever you are, stay there, build the ideology. Little wonder our young ones now don't know where to lean. But if we have ideology-based political parties, then the kids can now sit back and say, this party suits my mentality. This party suits the way I think. This party can make my country and my person a better person. And that is what we should be aspiring towards. And that is what, honestly, we are preaching this night. And I will be glad if our youths, you are out there listening to us and taking in a few words. Taking a few words. You can't take in everything. Just taking a few words that is going to make you a better person. Not too young to run. It's all about you. But my advice this morning is start forming yourself into groups with ideology. You don't have to join a political party that is existing. You have a right to go and form a political party, and then you have a right to start your own political parties based on serious ideology that you will not waver away from. And honestly, that's the way for us to go, so that our politics, our democracy, our youths can move Nigeria forward.
Okay, back to you, Dr. Kogo. He has raised some issues. Yes, we are looking forward to better ways of doing things, talking about solutions rather than really talking about the challenges. The commercialization of political office has been blamed as to parts of some of these challenges we're talking about that we are providing solutions to at this particular moment. But I also want you, Dr. Kogo, to talk about party supremacy in this, all of this.
You see, the way the political parties now emerge are different from the foundational political parties of the First Republic. In the First Republic, I remember very well, the late Tafawa Balewa donated his house in Angon Sarki, Kaduna. That was the headquarters of their political party, the NPC. People donated, because the evolution of the politics in Nigeria was Bauchi Discussion Circle. It was in Bauchi they organized themselves. They now decided, okay, let us go towards liberation of the country from colonialism. You know, J.S. Terka, Aminu Kano, Amadou Bello, so many of them. Now, in the First Republic, even Second Republic, if Chief Adenirong Ogunsanya, the chairman of NPP, is seated on a chair like this, Zik, as presidential candidate, when he comes, Zik will sit at a lower chair. Never minding that Zik was first head of state. Because of what? Because of the respect for party supremacy. If Chief Adisa Akinlowe, chairman of the MPN, is seated down, by his right-hand side is Suleiman Takuma, the national secretary, or later on this Josman, what is his name? Uba Ahmed. You understand? When Shehu Shagari comes, Shehu Shagari will sit down. Never mind that Shehu Shagari is president, executive president. You understand? So that respect to party supremacy was there. It is the party that will now decide, you are a son to the party. Go and execute the following manifesto that my brother was talking about. Go and execute. These are our manifesto. These are our pacts with Nigeria. So that there and then, if you decide to be going contrary to what the party dictates, the party will easily expel you. You understand? Nigerian People's Party expelled Waziri Ibrahim. And he ended up forming Great Nigerian People's Party. As simple as that. Nobody is above the party. But today, what we are witnessing today is that party is only a vehicle. All of you are passengers. If this vehicle is too slow to reaching the destination you want to reach, you jump and enter another vehicle. And that is the reason why you will see almost all the officers of the APC, for example, they were byproducts of PDP. And none in the PDP will say he was not once in one of the German parties that amalgamation of which brought about APC. Almost all of them, they are products of this jump. And that is the reason why the moment somebody is elected as president, since he is to invest himself, hundreds of millions of naira to invest himself and become a candidate. Now with section 83 of the Electoral Act that says that expenses of a presidential candidate, 5 billion. Expenses of a governor, 1 billion. Expenses of, what do you call it? Senate President, 100 million.
But Dr. Benasara, Dr. Benasara, yes, you've said where we should
No,
be.
the point I'm making is that you will discover that the party nowadays will be going to be begging its own son. The party is the mother. The presidential flag bearer is the son. The moment he emerged, you will see the party chairman kneeling down. We saw when so many party
where is the place of
ministers under their sons.
Where is the place of ideology in this thing?
That is what my brother was. That was
yes,
what my
you
brother
actually mentioned the jump thing. Is it good for the process from what we are seeing today? Before now, elections in Nigeria, we have always seen a two-horse race. But this time around, we are seeing a much more robust participation where we don't just have two major political parties, the party in the government,
we are seeing
then
now
the running
is difference
we have two more parties. We have 4 strong parties out of 18 political parties.
It's a difference of number and figure. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the word 4. That is the difference now. That is the difference now. There were periods when there were parties. United Middle Belt Convention, for example, NEPU, NPC. These were diametrically, ideologically centered parties with clear differences. But all these comedionic parties, you understand, you don't have any standing ideology. You will discover that the ultimate objective of it is just
the ideology. The ideology is still there. It might not just be followed strictly based on principles.
Let me tell you. It is only one party. I don't want to mention them.
Yes.
It is only one party, and that party is because of slogan. The slogan is, a new Nigeria is possible. It's because of that it is getting tumultuous followership. People are confusing that one with ideological stand, but it's not ideological stand. Because if you look at the the characters and the personalities in the party, they are not of any difference with characters and personalities of any of the other parties. So it's a difference between letter 5 and figures 5. That is the difference. As far as I'm concerned, we don't have parties based on ideological distance. We don't have, and that is the reason why they are resorting into paramodial sentiments during campaigns, rather than talking about the real deliverable issues they will really do for the nation.
Okay, talking about issue-based campaigns, some have argued that from the process we've seen, from the primaries to the campaigns, getting to the election, which we are actually at the collision point, some might argue that there's been an improvement. Some will say it's the same old stories, and some will go further to say what we have in Party A is almost the same thing we have in Party B and the same thing we have in Party C. In all of that, we're still having elections March 11.
Yes.
And before March 11, talking about the presidential elections, we've had issues in Bayelsa State, talking about Yenagoa, where we have almost 141 polling units affected because of disruptions. And INEC, in its magnanimity, says this process will continue in a few hours from now. What's your assessment on this?
That is very good. That is excellent on the side of INEC. No Nigerian should deliberately be disenfranchised. You understand? They are bona fide Nigerians. They are the fundamental citizens of Nigeria, and such a number is such huge enough not to allow it to the ordinary citizens to be innocently disenfranchised. It is highly commendable of INEC. I respect the resilience of the people, and I respect the entrenchment of people's supremacy that Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is trying to bring in INEC. This is very good, and it is in line with the tenets of democratic practices everywhere. You can't wash away the aspiration of those people that you are seeing. So it is very, very good. Anywhere this type of thing happens, it is very, very important. And except those areas where it is practically impossible. For example, the area I come from.
Where is that?
I come from Faskari area in southwestern end of Katsina State, where about 70 towns and hamlets have been dispersed by these activities of bandits. And you know that by the time they now come to ransack your village and chase you away, nobody will remember, say, let me wait and pick my PVC card. Nobody will remember. You understand? So that one is not a deliberate disenfranchisement. You understand? Those naturally will not be having any privilege to vote, but the preponderance of the opinion and the decision of the majority of the citizenry, they choose in line with it, and then life goes on. Because up to now, people have not returned back to their bases. We have never seen this type of disillusionment in our area. So that type of...
INEC actually made provisions for the IDPs to get to vote.
Where are the IDPs when they have already dismantled all the IDP camps in the state? There is no IDP camp, one IDP camp in Katsina State.
They must have been resettled to their families and gone back to some homes.
Then how will you... Which
there were opportunities for
nobody is in the
to
villages now. By the time these bandits came and then they chased away, somebody himself and his own family members, they will never see in this world, because they have been dispatched in such an unexpected type of horrendous kind of situation whereby everybody is just facing the direction God has shown him that time. So some of them have ended up suffocating themselves in the bush, died. Some fell into the river. Some ended up becoming suffer meals for the wild animals in the bush and some other things. So just forget that issue. But that of Bayelsa, I'm really in support of that. Supplementary arrangements should be made for them to exercise their franchise. That is very good. That is in order.
Bola Bakari, in a few hours, we expect the INEC to set the national collation centers. The elections are still ongoing in different places. With the technology we've had for the very first time, the largest deployment of beavers having been tested in those staggered elections in states. What should we expect in this center at the end of the day in terms of credibility, in terms of fair play, in terms of getting the right figures?
Good. From all the feelers we've gotten from all over the nation, we can categorically say this election is free, fair, and then maybe violence-free. Because if you know what is called probability and statistics, it is good to go. Very, very good to go. And then from what Professor Yakubu said, that by 12 o'clock, 12 noon is going to open up the collation center and then to start streaming in. We have an advantage here. We've gone, our tech has gone maybe 2-3 steps forward in the right direction. And that's where I am sure that at the end of the day, the results we're going to get, honestly, will be based on the fact that Nigerians have become better Nigerians. Watch all the PUs. Most were seamless, most were peaceful. Even instances where some people were saying, maybe 9 months back, the average Nigerian was saying nobody would dare go to Borno or Adamawa or this or Yobe or even those areas were more peaceful than urban areas. More peaceful than urban areas. So basically, we have been able to achieve, based on the fact that we as Nigerians, we as people, we crave democracy, and then we are out there to make sure this democracy works for us. Because we are all part of it. We are all in it together. The translation of democracy means us, us, and us. And we have been able to do that. I am sure by noon, by the time the results start reeling out, the average Nigerian is going to sit back and say, that's true.
I will be better for it.
Oh, that's
that
good.
That is coming from Truth Be Told.
Truth Be Told Network.
Thank you so very much, Bola Bakare and Dr. Mena Sarah for your insightful contributions thus far. These conversations will continue at 5 a.m. At this point, we are breaking to join our international studios for news at 4 a.m. When we come back, I won't be here. My colleague Musa Abubakar will be joining you to continue the conversation. But it's been nice having this moment with you. Thank you very much. Well, over to you to the studios.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
We all have stories to tell.
The small boy kicked me to open fire on me, so I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So that's what how my right hand was cut off.
He's working with clutch with which year that it was that guy. No, he's not an ordinary eye. No, he's not an eye. Juju he used marry his wife.
It all depends on how I handle my story and how you're able to handle your own story.
It is what you decide in your mind that determines you, not your situation.
I don't hear well, but one thing is, we are better together.
Dushma Lucy Pius,
Welcome to Against All Odds on the Nigerian Television Authority, a program that brings to your doorstep the lives of persons with disability.
Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation, with cultural and media influence throughout the entire continent. But it's facing a conservation crisis. Its wildlife and national parks are highly endangered by poaching and illegal logging. It's the epicenter of the illegal trade in ivory and pangolin scales, with tons of products representing thousands of animals seized in recent times by customs. It has strong demand for illegal bushmeat that endangers animals and risks introduction of zoonotic disease. But Nigeria could be a conservation leader. With Lagos leading the way, Nigeria is updating its wildlife legislation. It's improving its wildlife law enforcement, and it's revolutionizing its public awareness. WildAid and its Nigerian partners are launching the largest ever conservation awareness program in Africa to drastically increase coverage of wildlife issues. Working with government agencies, working with the media, working with prominent Nigerian ambassadors,
report suspicious activity.
Glad to have you join us on the news on NTA International. We're live in Abuja. My name is Obiageli Ogoke. Now the headlines. President Buhari cast vote in hometown, just as eligible Nigerians across the nation turn out to exercise their franchise. Commonwealth Observer Mission commend conduct of elections amidst pockets of challenges. Plus, parts of Federal Capital Territory experience pre-onset rainfall. INEC has reaffirmed its commitment to ensure every eligible voter votes, and where logistics as well as security challenges noticed, voting extended. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu announced this at a media briefing in Abuja. Mie Ogidi reports.
2, 84, 85, 86.
2023 presidential and National Assembly elections keep Nigeria awake and in a waiting mood. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu expected to monitor some polling units in the Federal Capital Territory by 12 noon, but this engagement suddenly put off and addressed the nation press briefing scheduled for 12:30 p.m. Here he comes, the usual smile absent. In a rather disturbing tone, the INEC Chairman admitted the late arrival of electoral materials in some polling units, which he attributed to security and logistics challenges. Shooting at Goza, Borno State, and security challenges in parts of Imo and Abia State form part of the INEC Chairman's address. Then I asked, will the late commencement of some polling units comes with an extension of closing time from 2:30 p.m.? But Mahmoud was extremely careful in his reply.
But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes.
As promised, he returned 4:45 p.m., this time beaming with smile laced with pleasantries. Then to the podium and gives update on the Goza attack in Borno State, snatched beavers machines, and areas elections are shifted.
But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa. We have decided that voting in these 141 polling units, where the materials are actually intact, will take place tomorrow morning. In Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. Where issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing, is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on 2 facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded.
It is a challenging time for INEC. That the INEC chairman admitted. But he, however, commended INEC and the management of the commission. At least for the first time, national elections were not postponed. And this table you are seeing here with the microphones will be sitting here till midday tomorrow, 26th of February 2023, when the collation center will be formally declared open for the presidential election. From the National Collation Center, International Conference Center, Abuja, Mie Ogidi, NTA News.
Still on election, President Muhammadu Buhari has described as impressive and satisfying the arrangements put in place by critical stakeholders towards ensuring the successful conduct of the general elections. Speaking to newsmen in Daura after casting his votes in the presidential and National Assembly elections, the president expressed absolute confidence in the ability of the governing party in retaining power. State House correspondent Adam Sambo has the details.
President Muhammadu Buhari arrives Sarkin Yara Ward in the ancient town of Daura to vote in the presidential and National Assembly elections for the last time as head of state. Accompanied by his wife and First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, the president went straight to his polling unit 003 at Kofar Baru. Armed with his PVC number 187, the Nigerian leader, strictly following the accreditation processes, cross-checked his name on the voters' register, had his card verified and biometrics authenticated by beavers. The president thereafter received his ballot papers thumb-printed secretly and voted for candidates of his choice. First, the presidential, followed by senatorial and then House of Representatives. A similar exercise was also performed by his wife Aisha Buhari at the polling unit under the watchful eyes of party agents, law enforcement officials and observers. President Buhari then spoke to newsmen on his impression with the arrangements put in place for the elections across the country.
I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it, in Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
This is the first time since joining partisan politics in 2003 that President Muhammadu Buhari voted for someone else in a presidential election, as his name is not on the ballot. NTA News sought to know his experience.
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the 4th time, I say God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
The president then departs for his residence to monitor developments across Nigeria, acknowledging cheers from other eligible voters. Sarkin Yara Ward in Daura town has about 10,000 registered voters across 15 polling units, more than 900 of them in the president's Kofar Baru, Unit 003. From Daura, Katsina State, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Buhari, cast her ballot also at Sarkin Yara Ward in Daura local government area of Katsina State, with a call on Nigerian women and youth to remain peaceful and law-abiding throughout the exercise. State House correspondent Aliu Kabiru now reports.
This is polling unit 003, Sarkin Yara Ward A of Kofar Baru, Daura, Katsina State, It is one of the most significant polling units in the country, where the incumbent President Muhammadu Buhari, alongside his wife Aisha, cast their vote in the previous general elections. The President and the First Lady of Nigeria are here again for the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. The First Lady, who accompanied her husband, joined other eligible voters to exercise their civic responsibilities. She was accredited by the INEC officials as part of the requisite of the exercise and thereafter cast her vote for the presidential candidate, senatorial as well as House of Representatives. She expressed optimism with the conduct of the exercise.
Alhamdulillah, we thank the Almighty Allah for witnessing our last election in our tenure. And we hope and pray that the APC will win. We are certain, inshallah, APC will win. And I'm calling on all Nigerian women and youth to be law-abiding and cast their vote peacefully and wait for the results. By the grace of God, we will get there.
This is the last time Mrs. Buhari is casting her vote as the First Lady of Nigeria, expressing optimism that she will continue to be a pillar of support to Nigerians, particularly women and children, even after relinquishing the title to the incoming First Lady for the next administration. In Daura, Katsina State, Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and his wife Oludolapo voted at the Unit 14 Ward 1 in Ikene Remo, Ogun State. State House correspondent Gideon Ifade reports.
This is Unit 14 Ward 1 on Awolowo Street, Ikene Remo. Accreditation and voting started at about 8:30 a.m.
No problem at all. Everything is okay, peaceful. No problem.
Few minutes to 10 a.m., Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and wife Dolapo arrived at the unit. And after going through the process, the Ido proceeded to cast their votes. And the whole process lasted for about 10 minutes.
It's been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you very much.
113 eligible voters on the list displayed at this unit. The couple are 94th and 95th on the list. And on occasions such as this, you still find old men and women getting to the polling units armed with their PVCs earlier than the youth and ready to vote.
I have to come out because I want Nigeria to be settled. I want Nigeria to be good in position. That's why I come.
Vice President Osinbajo and wife Dolapo paid homage to two of them and received their blessings. Udo, after voting, retired to the Legacy Center, a center established in honor of late Ayodele Soyode, mother of the Vice President's wife, a training center that has produced thousands of men and women since inception in 2006.
This is a place where people come to get help and where a lot of training is done.
From Ikene Remo in Ogun.
Meanwhile, former President Olusegun Obasanjo says he is impressed about the introduction and workability of the bimodal voters accreditation system, BVAS. The former president gave his impression after casting his ballot at Unit 2, Ward 11, Sokore, Abeokuta North local government area of Ogun State.
I came in, I was given, I was checked. Then they asked me to remove my glasses, and I removed my glasses, and then my picture appeared. That's a new one, if that will happen all over the country, I think we are making progress in that regard. And of course, election is the beginning of good governance for any country.
And from Mina, former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, has described the voting process as easy, smooth, and seamless, while calling on Nigerians to extend the peaceful conduct beyond the process and accept the outcome of the elections. The elder statesman stated this after exercising his franchise alongside his family members in the Uphill polling unit in Mina, Niger State.
General Abdulsalami Abubakar, alongside his family members, arrived his polling unit to cast his ballot. General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who spoke to journalists after the exercise, commended the electoral body for making the process easier.
The procedure I have seen is very comfortable. It is very easy. Once they identify you, they give you voting cards, and then you go, you cast your vote. I think from what I have seen, everything is going on smoothly and peacefully. With Nigerians and Nigerians should vote according to their conscience. Please, nobody should sell his vote or her vote. And also, when the result is declared, I hope we'll maintain the peace in the country.
Earlier, NTA News caught up with heads of security personnel in Niger State.
From the place that we have visited so far, everything is fine. The people, the electorates, they are conducting themselves very fine, and the process is going on smoothly.
As at the time of filing this report, Mina, the Niger State capital, was peaceful. It is hoped that the atmosphere will be maintained to the end of the exercise. In Mina, Hussaina Musa, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We have more reports when we return. Do stay with us.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
Have a big plan, man.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai.
If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check every single thing.
It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election results you wish to view. You can also use the filter button to make the search easier, and voila! You can now monitor election results in real time. With IREV, every Nigerian can be part of the entire election process. Your vote counts. Use it wisely. INEC, making your votes count. Consolidating our democracy. This message is supported by the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, EU SDGN. You're welcome back. Still on 2023 polls. Election in Birnin Kebbi, Kebbi State capital, started about 2 hours late. Correspondent Usman Abdullahi Shehu reports that Governor Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, while exercising his franchise at Milemu polling unit, admonished the public to exercise patience in carrying out their civic responsibility.
From the cash crunch stress to the perennial fuel scarcity, the next was that of election delay in Kebbi State capital. None of the polling units in Birnin Kebbi metropolis witnessed the commencement of the 2023 Presidential and National Assembly elections in accordance with the INEC time of 8:30 a.m. because of the late arrival of election officials and materials. Governor Bagudu and his wives were also out to increase their chances of winning the election.
The outturn in most places that I passed on my way here, and indeed on places where I was being informed that voting has started.
That come this day, we shall by God's grace return this country to the path of deepening democracy. That promise of keeping to the terms of democratic norms has been established as made by the President.
Patiently waiting voters expected the election empire will extend the time to allow them exercise their civic right, but no one was allowed to join the queue after 2:40 p.m. In Birnin Kebbi, Usman Abdullahi Shehu, NTA News.
And from Kwara, Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed joined eligible voters in his country home, Oro, Kwara State, to take part in presidential and National Assembly election with a call on Nigerians to embrace election as a way of life. Anthony Forson now reports.
Polling Unit 006 Ward 2 Oro is the minister's polling unit. By 20 minutes to 9 o'clock in the morning, accreditation and voting had commenced simultaneously. On arrival, the minister joined the queue for almost 40 minutes before it got to his turn. Just like every other voter, he went through the procedure and cast his vote. The enthusiasm was obvious as the young, old, men and women all waited patiently for their turns. Speaking with the minister about his impression, revealed he is satisfied.
I think you can see the determination and resolve on the faces of all the voters. They've been very patient, and there's an atmosphere of conviviality. I hope and wish that this will be the same atmosphere and ambience in every other polling unit. But I think I'm very impressed with the process. Yes, it takes quite a while, but everybody has taken his own time, and there's no intimidation on the part of anybody.
He equally has this advice for the electorates.
We should just take voting periodically as a way of life. And we should get used to it, just the way we get used to any other aspect of life. Yes, there will be preparation, there will be heightened tension. Each party would canvass and want his or one candidate to win. But I think overall, you can see that it's kind of denouement, it's a kind of anticlimax.
Aina Adiola is voting for the first time.
I'm very happy because it's my right, and it's a must for me to do it.
Speaking to some of the aged, reveal a high level of satisfaction. Anthony Forson, NTA News.
And some presidential candidates have assessed the process as generally fair. Dennis Adegunloye brings us a compilation of their views as they voted in various parts of the country.
From Lagos, Abolade Salami reports that presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, commended the introduction of technology into the nation's electoral process.
I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root in the country.
Meanwhile, Kola Abiola, presidential standard bearer of the People's Redemption Party, applauds Nigerians for their active participation in the polls.
I'm impressed with the system. I think with the beavers, it will make a big difference and it will work.
Onotu Yakubu reports from Yola that presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, expressed confidence in the conduct of the elections, commending the technological advances in the process.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise.
From Anambra State, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi preferred to reserve comment.
For me to make an effective comment, it's too early because I need to listen to the global approach what happened in other areas of the country.
From Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, came an appeal to the electoral umpire to consider polling units that had challenges with the BVAS machine or other hitches that caused delays in the process.
I want to appeal to INEC to be more careful, to be a little bit more patient, so that everybody, look at the number of people around, can be able to vote before they close. I think that is very important.
On the whole, the process has been adjudged to have taken a major step in the right direction. Dennis Adegunloye, NTA News.
Electorate turnout en masse for the presidential and National Assembly elections in various local government areas of Katsina State. However, there was a delay in distribution of materials and shortage of ballot papers for the National Assembly's elections for Mani and Bindawa constituency. Abidu Yunusa has the details.
In Dutsinma and Kofi local government areas, the election was conducted peacefully with large turnout of electorates. The elections started as scheduled.
So they are very hopeful that this election will bring out positive change to Nigeria, and I pray to Almighty Allah to make it possible.
However, in Mani and Bindawa local government areas, the elections started well behind the schedule, as there was a shortage of ballot papers for House of Assembly elections for Mani, Bindawa constituency.
There was an accordance. We reached an agreement with them. Let everybody knows these 8,000 plus papers are out. So eventually, if something happens, that's a record.
We all agreed. They said we should have a common understanding that let the election hold.
Similarly, in most polling units in Rimi and Charanti local government areas, the election didn't start as scheduled due to late distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials. In Katsina, Abidu Inusa, NTA News.
And the electorate in Gombe State adjudged the BVAS technology as a good step in the development of Nigeria's democracy. Emmanuel Akila reports that the voters, including Governor Muhammadu Inowa Yahaya, who cast their ballot, expressed confidence for a credible election in 2023.
They come with their permanent voters card to exercise their civic duty in the presidential and National Assembly elections. In the polling units we visit in Gombe, the Gombe State capital, no hitches hampered the election process. Everything is going on without hitches. The electorate, who hold the verdict in their hands, are happy with the level of development of Nigeria's electoral process.
Going forward, I urge INEC to be more innovative so that such initiatives will be introduced, and that when we digitalize all processes, I think we'll have it easier for everybody.
This one is very successfully and very clearly, very easy, no problem.
Security agencies are visible in all the polling units visited in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In Gombe, Emmanuel Akila, NTA News.
Voters and candidates of the major political parties have commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for conducting what they described as smooth presidential and National Assembly elections in Imo State. Kingsley Ononiwo reports that the polls were held under peaceful atmosphere, devoid of rancor and acrimony.
Though the elections started late in most of the polling centers monitored by NTA News in the 3 senatorial districts of Imo State due to late arrival of INEC officials and materials, but that did not stop the enthusiastic voters from casting their ballots. Some of the voters expressed satisfaction with the exercise and commended INEC officials for providing a level playing ground for all and sundry.
Our polling booths here, everybody is peaceful.
That is very fantastic. I love the way they do that.
I'm happy with the way things are going.
In the same vein, some of the candidates, despite complaining of late arrival of election materials in some of the polling centers, commended the transparent conduct of the polls.
There wasn't any issue at all. Wasn't any issue. It was a good one. I commend INEC for this, and I hope the process will go smoothly like this everywhere.
No, I didn't encounter any problem with my beavers because as soon as I gave them my card, they found it on the register, and then they put the beavers on my face and it showed that I'm the same person and it ticked good on its own.
I don't think there's any security issue here, as you can see. We don't have security issues. Everything is going on peacefully.
The conduct so far has been so good.
It is the expectations of the voters that the remaining part of the 2023 general elections will be conducted in similar manner. In Owerri, King Silonaniu, NTA News.
You're still watching the news on NTA International. We take another break. More news in a moment. Stay with us.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
Have a big plan, Mommy.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai. If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check everything within. It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election results you wish to view. You can also use the filter button to make the search easier, and voila! You can now monitor election results in real time. With IREV, every Nigerian can be part of the entire election process. Your vote counts. Use it wisely. INEC, making your votes count. Consolidating our democracy. This message is supported by the European Union's support to democratic governance in Nigeria, EU SDGN.
Thanks for staying with us. Reports reaching us now says the Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, says the attack took place in Gwoza, Borno State, was targeted at discouraging the electorate. The IGP stated this during a meeting with the INEC chairman in Abuja. Francis Form now tells us the details.
From the Louis Edet House, Force Headquarters Abuja, IGP Usman Alkali Baba moves to the International Conference Center, venue for the Presidential Election Coalition Center, interfaced with the electoral umpire on the information coming from across the country. From the Coalition Center, the next points of call for the IGP are the 2 polling units at Garki, Abuja. He thereafter moved to Live Camp. This time, the IGP visited 3 polling units to see how the electorates are peaceful.
The response of people are encouraging. People are guarding their votes. They are participating in sorting and counting of votes. The provision of security is also fantastic. I think I can judge that this is one of the most peaceful and best organized election I have witnessed in my career in the police force.
On the effectiveness of the Nigeria Police Force Command and Control Center, IGP Usman Alkali Baba says the center provides real-time information on happenings in the field. Francis from NTA News.
Election observers monitoring the presidential and National Assembly elections in Gombe State have given the process a pass mark in terms of logistics and peaceful conduct. Emmanuel Akela has the situation report.
An important aspect of the presidential and National Assembly elections has been concluded, that is the casting of ballots. Now, what is happening here at polling unit 109, investment quarters, Shongo Idrisa Primary School, is the collation of the ballots. What have you observed so far in the conduct of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections?
All right, so far we've been here since 10:30 a.m. and so far it has been peaceful. And one of the good things over here is that it has been orderly. The people now understand that casting their votes is all about being peaceful and exercising your rights. So they've been orderly and it's been peaceful. The only problem we encountered earlier on was the materials arriving late.
In 2019, there was the use of the card reader, but in 2023, it is the beavers. What have you observed about that mission?
Beavers is the best, fast, clear, and simple.
At polling booth 111 Garko Ward in Shongo Idrisa Primary School, Ako local government, the ballots have been collated and the results are being announced by the electoral officers under the watchful eyes of party agents and election observers.
Thank you, Wakila. The Nigerian Bar Association has expressed satisfaction with the conduct of the 2023 presidential and parliamentary elections. President of the association, Yakubu Mekiao, SAN, stated this while speaking with judiciary correspondents on the preliminary report of the NBA Situation Room. Dele Atumbi reports.
The Nigerian Bar Association Situation Room in Abuja has over 1,000 accredited observers all over the country. The association notes that election commenced at the scheduled time in about 75% of all the polling units across the country. The Nigerian Bar Association is also impressed with the turnout of the electorate for the election. The peaceful conduct of the exercise also attracted the attention of the most respected bar in Africa.
Our observers have reported that about 75% of the polling units across the country, accreditation and voting have commenced in orderly and peaceful manner. I can also attest to that in the several polling units that I personally visited, and also the observers within the Federal Capital Territory just came back, visited not less than 35 polling units. And in all of these polling units, elections are going on peacefully in orderly manner, and that is highly commendable. We also observed what I would consider about 100% compliance with respect to restriction of movement in FCT, and also the reports that we are getting from other parts of the country.
The NBA appealed to the electoral umpire to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised due to late arrival of election materials. In Abuja, Dele Atumbi, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room and the Commonwealth Observer Mission to Nigeria's 2023 general election are happy with the peaceful and orderly atmosphere that has so far characterized the country's presidential and National Assembly elections. Timothy Yusuf reports.
It's an interim report on the conduct of the presidential and National Assembly elections. The elections have so far been smooth, with minor reported hitches in delivery of voting materials and malfunctions of the BVAS machines. The security arrangements put in place are up to the task with utmost civility.
The issues of vote buying. The Situation Room received reports indicating attempt by political actors to engage in vote buying. We commend the security agencies for swift action that they have done in terms of apprehending suspected perpetrators of vote buying.
Yaga Africa also presented similar interim report with few cases of violence recorded in some parts of the country.
Yaga Africa observed that the beavers was deployed across all polling units. In 3% of the polling unit, Yaga Africa observed the deployment of 2 or more Beavers devices. In 98% of the polling unit, the Beavers had 0 record for the total number of the accredited voters on the Beavers before the commencement of the process.
Democratic tenets, they noted, can only be getting better in Nigeria as a pace setter for other African countries. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
Turning to security situation during the election, despite late commencement of polling in some units, voters were peaceful and orderly, while security operatives were on ground to ensure law and order. Defense correspondent Naja Atu Tijani visited Nyanya and Asokoro Axis earlier to gauge the situation.
I'm currently in Nyanya, which is peaceful, serene, with men of the Nigeria Police Force, Nyanya Division, fully on ground to ensure law and order. The Nyanya Division are trying to comply with the IGP's order is that there should be no movement on election day from midnight to 6 p.m. And so these people who say they have voted and wish to go home are currently stuck at this checkpoint here.
I trekked down from Yoruba Mosque. I trekked down here. So there's no bike, there's no vehicle, there's nothing. So I have to trek.
At AYA in Asokoro district, the NTA crew comes across this checkpoint where the police means business, as even those with identification are still subjected to checks. The security forces also play a role in ensuring that order is maintained at the polling units and also keeps a keen eye on the ballot papers, boxes and all materials.
And with the presence of security men on ground, it is absolutely safe.
But like to a certain extent, I feel safe, yeah.
And then just when you look over there, you can see a gun truck, you can see an armored vehicle, and they're battle ready, just at alert. This is the norm anyway here at Mogadishu, but you could say that it's extra because of the occasion.
Earlier in the day, our correspondent Abdurrahman Usman Jabrila was on the entourage of the Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps on election monitoring, and here are his findings.
We are here at Gwagwalada town, and after going to Kuje and other places in the Federal Capital Territory, with the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, going around to see for himself the conduct of the 2023 general elections. Sir, how will you rate the conduct after the assessment and considering reports received from across states of the general elections?
Well, I think, like I do say, the perfection is with God. Otherwise, I think we have seen something that is near perfect, you know, and then so far, I think I'm highly encouraged with what I've seen. And INEC has also repeatedly said that this process is going to be very transparent, credible, fair, and free. And I think you have seen that. Even with the presence, you can see where we have been so far, our security personnel, the police, who is the lead, then other security agencies, the civil defense, immigration, and whatever, all you can see their presence very visibly and conspicuously. And you can see the orderliness that is there, and people are doing exercising their franchise. So I think so far so good. We are good to go. We are on course.
We've been speaking with the Commandant General of Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps after going around back to the studio.
We now take our last break. More reports when we return.
Mommy, it is time for us to leave this place.
One of your earrings is missing.
No one will find it.
I'm not willing to take that chance.
Have a big plan, Mommy.
What do you want?
I want a senior position at Dubai. If anything happens to me, go through the content of this envelope and check everything within. It's done. No one will ever find out the truth.
Every Nigerian wants to see transparency in the collation of election results. To achieve this, INEC has introduced a dedicated public election results viewing portal known as the INEC Results Viewing Portal, IREV. Here are some benefits of the portal. 1. Enable Nigerians to view polling unit results in real time as voting ends on election day. 2. It enables reduced misinformation from some fake news portals on the internet. 3. It will also strengthen the election management process and enhance transparency of the system. Viewing election results is now as easy as ABC by following these steps. 1. Visit INECelectionresults.ng.com. 2. Click on Create New Account using your Gmail address. 3. Fill in your details on the form provided and click Sign In. 4. Provide your state of origin and click on Continue. 5. Activate your account with the email sent to you via the email address provided on the form. 6. Check your email and correctly copy out the activation code, which will then be entered into the text box provided on the portal. 7. Click Activate. 8. You will then be logged into the portal and you can now select the election